Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse with special guest U.S. Touring Car Championship, Spec Corvette, the American Stand Regional Challenge, and of course, this is all part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, after a spectacular day of racing yesterday with many of our races decided on the very last lap, and in some cases with just a couple of feet before the finish line, we're ready to get things underway for day number 2. Quickly here before our bracket racers roll off for our first race of the day, let's take a look at the schedule that is coming up here today. We're going to start things off with a 10-lap race for our bracket racers. That will be their second of 3 races this weekend. And then we will go to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races for the first 4 of our remaining 7 groups. We're going to have 4 20-lap feature races here, and then likely break for lunch directly after that. And then we're going to pick it all up again with another bracket race, and then we're going to round out the MARRS schedule for the day.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, you talked about this early on in your opening right there. Not only did we have races come down to the last lap, we had races come down to the last turn.
That's right.
Whether or not they got a great run off the turn or whether they didn't. Now it's a little bit cloudy this morning, right? It's only going to make racing even better. It's a little bit cooler than what it was yesterday when the sun came up, but I tell you what, I am really looking forward to this afternoon, and right now, even in this bracket, I think you're going to see some of these double dippers really get out there and get after it.
That's right. All right. So you can see there a little humid here this morning, Brian, and I think we've got a little bit of condensation sitting on our start-finish camera right now. But the pace lap for our bracket racers' first race of the day is underway. Why don't we run down that starting grid?
All right. Tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll get to it really quickly here. Starting 28th in the 75, that's Nathan Reynolds. Starting 27th from number 32 of Rick Meilenbach. Starting 26th, the 4 of David Cook. Starting 25th in the 181, that's Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting 24th, the 134 of Chuck Edmonston. Starting in 23rd position, the 62 of Dennis Jenkins. Starting 22nd in the number 55, that's Murphy Nichols. Starting 21st in the 101, that's Meyer Alzot. In the 20th position, starting 20th position in the 127, that's Jeff Liller. Starting 19th, the 58 of Jack Murchison. Starting 18th, the number 74 of Steve Martin. Starting 17th, the number 83 of Nick Shively. Starting 16th, in the number 39, that's Jerome Welty. Starting in the 15th position, the 47 of Chuck Harrison. Starting 14th, in the 07 of Matt Littleton. Starting 13th, in the 63 of John Blanchard. Starting in the 12th position, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 11th position, the 119 of Chris Benedetto. Starting 10th position, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 9th position, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting 8th, the 162, that's Thomas Kirchman. Starting 7th, the number 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting 6th, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 5th position, that's the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 4th position, the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting 3rd is the number 30 is Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position, the 178 is Nick Jones. And on the pole, and your winner yesterday is the 14th of Marshall Lytle.
All right, there you go. And Marshall yesterday, I guess, head and shoulders above the field there. Of course, when he took the win, he was the only driver in that fastest bracket. I think it was the A3 bracket that he was in. And as we kind of discussed yesterday, Brian, what we do here in bracket racing is we kind of divide up the times that drivers set into brackets of 2 seconds apiece. And so what you will have here is we set them up for drivers. If they run a 1:17 or faster, they'll be in bracket A1. If they run from a minute 17 to a minute 19, they'll be in another bracket, and so on. As the green flag is now in the air, and we are racing for day number 2 here at the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse, as our racers go into turn 1 for the first time.
I'll tell you what, Nick Jones got a great start on Marshall Lytle, but Marshall Lytle was able to outbreak Nick Jones going down into turn 1. That's going to give Marshall Lytle the overall lead here. Nick Jones not going away. He's going to stay with them as they get through turns 1 and 2. And then, Greg, you've got a whole slew. It's like an SRF race. Now we've got 3 wide a little bit further back with Eric Prepsius, Benedetto, and Bill Smith. You had 2 BMWs almost squishing in Eric Prepsius, and he said, I got to get out of here. I got to go deep in this.
Yeah, that light blue number 51 Spec Racer Ford going with a BMW on either side of him, and he just outbraked them going into 3.
Yeah, as they go through turn 5, now Marshall Lytle starting to open up a little bit over Nick Jones. Prepsius here gets a little bit ahead of Chris Benedetto and Bill Smith in that 05. I think Prepsius said, I'm out of here, guys. I don't want to even bother with this right now early on, but
right.
I do not want to be the SRF sandwich, so let's get going.
All right, so now as we come out of turn 8 and heading up the track for the first time, now we'll have our drivers probably around after 2 laps separated into the different brackets, and we'll start to break that down a little bit. Now, what we saw yesterday, Brian, and we've seen in past events as well, is that it does take a couple of laps for Nick Jones for his tires to come in.
Yes.
That usually the opening laps are a little bit slower. Marshall Lytle running DOT tires, they come up to temp very, very quickly, and that BMW is usually on it from the drop of the green flag as our racers cross the stripe. Now, the timing and scoring system that we have on the screen for you, Brian, we've got a driver that has gone off coming out of turn number 10 and has come across the track.
75. Sorry, that looks like Nathan Reynolds in the 75.
The 75 Mazda Miata got into the gravel trap at 10, spun the car, came across the track, no impacts, and he is now back underway. He's going to fall to the tail end of the field, more importantly as well. Once he gets placed into a bracket, he's going to be a long way behind any other drivers in his bracket. But the timing and scoring on our system you see on our screen right now will give you the overall position on the track. That doesn't necessarily tell the whole story with the brackets. If you go to MARRSpoints.com, that's MARRS points.com, and go to the bracket section, we have live timing that you can see there, and you can see how each driver gets placed into a specific bracket. And we'll try and explain that to you here as the race goes on and as our drivers do end up getting placed into their brackets.
Yeah, as they start to come down now, starting to complete lap 2 of this 10-lap opening bracket. We talked about Eric Prepsius and we talked about Bill Smith. Bill Smith, a little bit further back, he's going to try to make a pass on Eric Prepsius. Eric's going to let him go right there, but I think you're going to see Eric do the over-under as they come out of turn 2 here momentarily. We'll see whether or not Eric's able to stick it, but he doesn't, so Bill Smith, give him that position. But again, we'll have to take a look, as Greg was talking about. We'll go on that MARRSpoints.com. We'll see whether or not they're even in the same bracket. When I look at it right now, they are. So that is a battle not only on the track for position, that is a battle within the bracket, and right now that puts them in that B1 bracket.
All right, and so here, as our drivers are heading around here, so Marshall Lytle, the only driver in the A3 bracket for drivers, 1:19 to 1:21. Nick Jones and Mac Harrison, both in that 1:21 to 1:23 bracket. That's bracket A4. But as we typically see here, Brian, the A5 bracket, this is for drivers that are running between 1:23 and 1:25. Heavily populated by Spec Racer Fords. Don Privet in the number 57 machine out of New York. Currently your leader in that bracket with Stephen Shue, Keith Frazier, and Aaron Meisner, all Spec Racer Fords. Chris Benedetto in his BMW 3 Series, currently running 5th in that bracket.
Tell you what, Greg, keep an eye on a lot of these Spec Racer Fords. They're our next group. They're out on the racetrack.
Exactly. And what I was going to do, Brian, and I apologize. Oh, and actually, I've got the wrong. You know what? I've got the wrong group listed on the screen. Let's do that. There you go. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Now we're showing the right group. Let me make a call to the grid for the rest of our Spec Racer Fords. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid. And I want to thank Pam Richardson for pointing out that I had the wrong group listed on the screen here. Pam, I'm usually the one pushing other people's buttons and pushed the wrong buttons this morning. Thanks for filling us in there and letting us know. And hopefully we've got it squared away for what was a very hectic morning here at the track.
So let's talk about some of these Spec Racer Fords, Greg. They're going to go 10 laps here, hopefully. Right? Then they're going to turn around and come right back in and get right back lined up. So, you've got Group 1. It looks like we may have another car for bracket getting ready to come out of the grid. I mean, he's kind of a little late. I think that may be the 32. No, that's not the 32.
Unless he's coming for, he may be getting ready.
Oh, he may be getting ready for the warm-ups.
Warm-ups. And actually, let me
you know what?
that.
I think that's what is next.
Yeah, let me do that. 1 second. All right. So apologies, Spec Racer Ford drivers, because we actually have, and I totally forgot about this, we have warm-up sessions next. And so next up is going to be the closed wheel warm-up session, followed by the open wheel warm-up session. And so Spec Racer Fords, you are not going to be going on track probably until somewhere around 8:45. So Spec Racer Fords, why don't you hold station? You'll be we'll call you to the grid, but first up is going to be drivers that want to take part in our closed wheel warm-up session. If you want to come to the grid, again, if you want to take part in our closed wheel warm-up session, please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, being that it is early morning on Sunday, I'm going to talk about
coffee.
I'm going to talk about Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle. Nick Jones has now just gone by Marshall Lytle coming out of turn 2 now. You're going to see the white Camaro, and now I don't see Nick Jones.
And that is because, Brian, Nick Jones is off in the gravel just on the outside of turn number 1. And it's good to see because he's literally right above where it says turn number 1 on our screen. And he's just now moved the car, and I think he's gone over to that access road. And there you go. Nick Jones now returns to the action after his off.
Well, let's talk about what I saw prior.
Okay.
Before Nick Jones decided that he didn't want to race with Marshall Lytle anymore, he made a 3-wide pass with Marshall Lytle, kind of pinned him into the center of the racetrack to go around one of the slower cars there, putting a lap down, and Marshall just held that line and was able to get through there. But as we now know, Nick Jones was able to win off. But what happens is with him coming up in that, now Nick Jones technically is in his own bracket.
That's right.
In that A2 bracket. So Marshall Lytle, if he wants to win that A3 bracket, he definitely should not go any faster than that 119 flat, or he's going to end up, he would go around Nick Jones in that A2 because he just passes. And Greg, we got one of our SRF3s off in the gravel in turn 10.
And unfortunately, just out of our camera view, that
looks like that may be Don
Privet in the 57 machine. And he is planted into the gravel trap. That's going to bring out a local caution at turn 10. And we'll see here as the cars are obeying that local caution. Coming down the front straight, we've got the number 5 and the 162 Spec Racer Fords, the 2 yellow Spec Racer Fords. They were nose to tail coming into the corner, and here they come down into turn 1, and you'll see one of our other Spec Racer Fords very close behind. The 5 and the and I just forgot the darn numbers that I had there. The 5 and the can I repeat that any more times? 162 machine. They are actually split right now. Tom Kirchman, he is in the A5 bracket, right at the top end of the A5 bracket. Brian, a 124.935, and Mike Kosuth with a 125.141. So there is in the B1 bracket. If Kosuth picks up a little more speed, he may find himself actually in competition with Kirchman. They may be battling it out on track right now, but they're not battling it out for position in their brackets.
tell you what, Greg, we also have they're just now going through turn 3, led by Steve Martin in that silver Ford. Martin, Jeff Lillard, Nick Shively, Jack Murchison, throw Chuck Edmondson in that as well, and Meyer Alzot, even though Edmondson and Meyer Alzot are in that B4 bracket. But as they start to head down into turn 5, Steve Martin, Jeff Lillard, Nick Shively, they were 3 wide at one point going down into turn 1. So again, starting to battle, as laps start to wind down, 3 laps to go in this opening 10-lap race. Great battle on the racetrack. And it's nice and cool out there right now from a temperature-wise and from a track-wise. This is the best racing conditions I think we're probably going to see all day long.
Yeah, definitely a little humid still, but about 70 degrees ambient air temperature here this morning at Summit Point. So we were just talking about Kirchman and Kossuth, Brian, and car that is getting quite a bit of effect from the draft of those 2 cars directly ahead. Eric Prepsius in the light blue number 51 machine, and Prepsius now is sitting right behind Kossuth, and that's for the battle for the lead in the B1 bracket, directly behind Eric Prepsius.
Greg, we are going to a double yellow here.
Full course caution.
We are going to a full course caution here on this racetrack. Yeah. So again, and it could be for some other incidences
got a car that has just gone around at turn 5. That's the number 5 machine who we were following before that has gone around Mike Kossuth. That may give the lead in bracket B1 to Eric Prepsius. But the word I'm getting from race control, Brian, there was a call from the emergency services team over at turn 10 that is trying to get Don Privett's car out. And they felt that a lot of the drivers were over driving.
Yes.
Turn 10 coming all the way up to the edge of the curbing, which is only about 10 feet from the back if that, from Don Privett's car. And so the decision was to go to a local caution, or probably a full course caution, and the racers are going to get the checkered flag this time by. So our lead car on track, Marshall Lytle, should be getting the checkered flag the next time we see that bright orange BMW come down the front straight.
And Kossuth coming in the pits right now. So, again, after that spin, going to come back, probably put on some fresh rubber there, get some new tires for his race after the warm-ups, and go out there. So, yeah, and again, our apologies. We totally forgot about the warm-ups today. I thought we were going right into racing.
Right.
I guess that's what happens when you're right. Neither you nor I have enough coffee this morning.
We're working on it, though.
I'm sitting on cough drops and water right now.
And you know why? That's because Kelton Jago is not here to bring us coffee and donuts early this morning.
That's
Kelton,
right.
Where are you? All right. So the checkered flag is now out as Marshall Lytle crossed the start-finish line. So let's take a look, Brian, especially since none of these cars are going fast enough to break out of their existing brackets on their last lap here under full course caution. Let's take a look how things played out. Although he did not have the overall win, he actually finished 4th overall. Your winner and only driver in the A2 bracket, that's for drivers running a minute 17 to a minute 19, Nick Jones. Marshall Lytle, who finished 1st on track, is your winner in bracket A3. That's for drivers that run a minute 19 to a minute 21. Bracket A4 for drivers that run a minute 21 to a minute 23. Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford is your winner. Stephen Shue will finish 2nd. Keith Frazier will finish 3rd. Don Privet will finish 4th in that bracket. And Don, of course, there over in the turn 10 gravel trap. In bracket A5 for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, it's Aaron Meisner with Chris Benedetto 2nd, with Bill Smith 3rd, Tom Kirchman in 4th. In bracket B1, Eric Prepsius did get around Mike Kossuth. Of course, Kossuth having spun that car down at turn 5. So Eric Prepsius moves up and takes the win in bracket B1. That's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. In bracket B2, Matt Littleton, Jerome Welty, John Blanchard, Chuck Harrison. That's for 127 to 129. Nick Shively for drivers 129 flat to 131. Steve Martin finishing 2nd, Jeff Lillard, then Jack Murchison. In bracket B4, Chuck Edmondson wins over Meyer Alzot and Murphy Nichols. And then in bracket B5, Dennis Jenkins takes the win over David Cook and Larry Slavinsky.
Hey, Greg, just a reminder, I know that we have a lot of new people here. If you are coming out for the warm-ups, if you are in closed wheel or you're in open wheel and you're coming out for the warm-ups, please come up through the grid. Do not pull out through the cones onto pit lane. There are cars coming through there. We just had two cars come out. I think that there were probably new drivers. Please come through the grid only. Do not come out onto pit road as cars are entering pit road. So if you are coming out for the closed wheel warm-up this session, please come through the grid and not pit road.
All right. So, and obviously we almost had a pretty big incident there, Ryan, as cars were coming off the track. So definitely important to remember that those cones are there for a reason. This isn't an autocross. It's not a slalom.
You can't slalom through there.
And although you don't lose any time for knocking one over. So, there is that. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break. And we're going to have our two open wheel practices, which we're not going to carry live here on the stream. But what we are going to do is we are going to let you know about some of the great partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action here this weekend from Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse, and we'll be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/flags. volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and welcome back here to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS, presented by the Autoverse, with special guests United States Touring Car Championship, Spec Corvette, and the American Sedan Regional Challenge, part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we've got once again here today Spencer Gaynor pushing all the buttons. Usually I'm the one to press all the buttons, Brian. That's Spencer Gaynor.
All the wrong buttons.
All the wrong buttons. Obviously, this morning when we got started, that's what happened. But Brian, as the 1 minute warning is being given on the grid, let's quickly look at the schedule that we have coming up today. And as now we've gone through our first bracket race of the day, we are going to have 4 MARRS feature races for our first 4 groups. We're going to break for lunch. Then we're going to do it all over again. We're going to have our third and final bracket race of the weekend, and then we'll wrap things up with 3 MARRS races. So let's get to the action. We've got our Spec Racer Fords heading out. They're going to be rolling off here in just a moment. We've got Joelle Pence standing at the, there she is waving to us. She's standing right at the edge of the pit lane, and we're going to be sending the pace car out here in just a moment. Let's run down the starting grid.
All right, we've got a 14-car field here. Starting in 14th position in the 07 from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's Amy Gould. Starting from the 13th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 12th position from Columbia, Maryland, the 14 of Kevin Silbert. Starting in the 11th position from Millersville, Maryland, the 31 of Bruce Kaminga. Starting in the 10th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 7th position from Framingham, Massachusetts, the 162 of Thomas Kirchman. Starting in the 6th position from Littleton, Pennsylvania, the 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in the 5th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 4th position from New York, New York, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 3rd position from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 09 of Matthew Polk. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Washington, D.C., the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter.
What is the deal with Spec Racer Fords in Gibson Island,
It's
Maryland?
like they're all from there. It's like, wow. Like a whole, there's only like 5 people in the whole town. 4 of them are like out here racing. So
maybe they get like a special rate on garages for Spec Racer Fords out there or something. All right, so Brian, during yesterday's sprint race, the 15-lap sprint race. Sam Schechter was our winner, took the win over Mac Harrison, and it was. They were more or less nose to tail I'd say for 13 of the 15 laps. Schechter opened things up with 2 laps to go, and then finally on the very last lap, Harrison made that last moment lunge for the win, and Schechter was able to hold him off by about by a couple tenths of a second, but really close racing. Don Privet finished third, and I'm sure Privet probably looking for a little redemption now after that spin in the bracket race earlier this morning. But, with him starting on row number 2 today, he's in a good position to take his second podium. Matt Polk finished in 4th. Steven Shue, who had a really good start yesterday, started and was 3rd going into turn 1 on the very first lap. He fell back, finished in 5th. Aaron Meisner started 12th, finished 6th yesterday. I think he was the hard charger of the day. As the lights are out now on the pace car, Brian, we can see it bringing the field up through turn 8 and underneath the bridge, and the field's looking pretty well formed up here as they are now coming underneath that bridge and into turn 10 as the pace car now comes down the pit lane, turning the field over to our pole sitter, Sam Schechter, in that light blue number 55 car to the right, Mac Harrison in the gray number 30. He's on the outside of the front row, and green flag is in the air. Our starter for the very first race, MARRS race of the day, Beth Burkhardt, and jumping out to an early lead, Brian, from the inside row, it's our pole sitter, Sam Schechter. He comes right across the nose of Mac Harrison to try to hold him off as they come now down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Tell you what, that's that Sam Schechter line. Gets to the middle of the racetrack as he hits down into turn 1, starts to come out of turn 2. He opens up by about half a car length lead over Mac Harrison. You had Steven Shue, Donald Privet, and Matthew Polk. They were 3 wide going into 1, but they have now settled out, and they are now single file. It is going to be Sam Schechter, Mac Harrison, Steven Shue, Donald Privet. That's your top 4 as they start to head down the hill and into turn 5.
All right, and as they come down, and we had a couple of drivers. We had Steven Shue originally side-by-side with, I believe, Privet as they went into turn 1 for the first time, but now everybody has gotten in line, at least initially here, nose to tail. And we'll see now yesterday, Brian, after the first lap, both Schechter and Harrison had opened up, I think, close to a 15-car length advantage over the rest of the field. They had just walked away. And we're already seeing now, as the field is coming up through turn number 8, the carousel, I think, is really that determining factor that there are some drivers that can get it, but we're already seeing now that one big line of cars is now broken into like 6 different packs.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten to the point where Sam Schechter's really leading by about 5 or 6 car lengths as they head down into turn 1 right now. That's the biggest gap I think he's had over this entire field. It is very cloudy here. There is a threat, a little bit of a shower that could be popping up. I think that may have gone by us or broken up here. But this track is going to be a little bit cooler than normal, so you're going to see those that are setting these cars up for a longer run going to be, set up to where they can run longer with these tires and get it in there. And I think that Mac Harrison could be just pacing himself, knowing we're going 20 laps today instead of 15.
And that's what we suspected yesterday. Now, going down into turn 1, Brian, to start lap number 2, we had Tom Kirchman and Keith Frazier. They were side by side with directly behind. Probably it was Matt Polk and Tom Kirchman side by side. Keith Frazier and Aaron Meisner were side by side. It was basically 2 by 2 going down going into turn 1. And I think Kirchman has managed to get around Matt Polk. We'll have to see as they come through our view here as they're coming up into turn number 8 and onto the front straight here to complete their second lap. But we may have some changes there in the midfield as our leader, Sam Schechter, completes the second lap. But there you go. Mac Harrison in the draft runs a little bit faster than Schechter and knocks about 0.05 of a second off of Schechter's lead there as they head down into turn 1 here as the beginning of lap number 3.
Looks like we got Eric Prepsius may have gone around down there.
Yes.
Into turn 1.
And yeah, Prepsius now is facing, you can see there, he's facing the track surface. There was another driver involved there, and I believe Well, I thought that perhaps it was is Aaron Meisner in the 25 because it looked like the black, red, and white machine as Prepsius now gets his car back underway.
So that was Mike Kosuth that was involved, and it was not Eric Prepsius. It was the trying to get a number on that car. It may be the 7. That may have been Keith Frazier there as he looped it around into turn 1. And yes, it was Keith Frazier.
It was the 2.5 of Meisner was the other car involved.
Was it? I thought maybe it was the 5 of Mike Kosuth that kind of ran up onto got pinched to the outside there. So looks like they had a little bit of contact there, but looks like everybody has continued on. So we'll get that call over the radio, but I'm almost positive that was Keith Frazier that did spin. So I think it was. You're getting that call now that it was.
Yeah,
Meisner.
there was Frazier in the 7 and Meisner in the 25 that was right with him on that last lap. Not the 5 of Kosuth there. And what that has also done now, Brian, is that has opened up almost a 20 car length gap now back to the drivers that were right behind that pair. And so we've got Wendling and Kreminga now running in 7th and 8th. And they were side by side going into turn 1, but they were almost 20 car lengths back from our new 5th place runner, and that's Tom Kirchman.
And Greg, I think you're going to be getting a call coming over the radio here in a moment. I think it is Mike Kosuth that is going to go 4 off in turn 3.
Ooh.
Was able to continue, but I think you'll be able to hear that call momentarily. I do believe it was the 5. Because that was right back into that area. And he talked about Bruce Kreminga and J. Mark Wendling. Kreminga was able to get around J. Mark Wendling going out of turn 2 and coming into turn 3.
All right. And Brian, as we take a look here, should mention yesterday we had some really nice blue skies and some nice little fluffy clouds all around the facility. Down in the lower section of the course, down outside of the carousel in turns 5 and 6 and 7, it's looking a little ominous back there. We saw a very small storm system that popped up, so we'll have to see. The front straight still it's a little cloudy here, but still a lot of blue sky. But that back section of the track looking kind of dark.
Yeah, I mean, it's blue. It's more grayish blue back there. But yeah, it's very cloudy here. That's keeping the temperatures a little bit cooler as well, right? I mean, it's in the low mid 70s right now outside. So not too bad. You're going to see some pretty good lap times here coming up. Last time by, I was keeping an eye on that overall lead, and we talked about Mac Harrison just kind of pacing himself, getting through there. He has actually shortened that lead now to 0.8 of a second. So the next time they come by here, we should be able to pick that up. That should be a much closer race as they're coming out of turn 8 now. So we should be able to, pick them up coming out of turn 10 here, and then we'll get them across the start-finish line. We'll see what that gap is, but pretty much going to be that same gap.
And Brian, we just now got the call from turn 3 about Tom Kirchman and that 162 machine.
Not Mike Kosuth.
No, we're
0 for 2 with
yes.
Kosuth.
We'll get it right eventually. All right, things really starting to spread out now here as Stephen Shu has opened up almost a 20 car length advantage over Don Privet in the battle for the last step on the podium. And Privet, though, he has got just Matt Polk, the 09 machine, filling his mirrors as they go down now into turn number 1. So very, very tight running right now for the just off the podium in 4th, and then a long way back now, as you can imagine, as Kirchman had that wild ride on the last lap, as he is now almost 10 seconds in arrears of the yellow, or probably the green and white 81 of Stephen Shu, and then Don Privet in that Gulf livery car directly behind.
And I'm wondering if Donald Privet's car just may not be completely right after that spin going into the gravel. I'm sure they cleaned all that out, went back, checked
a lot of gravel to clean out,
checked the toe and everything else like that, but it could be that car just may not be 100% correct.
All right, as our leaders head up and out of turn 8, and you can see now this huge gap now back to that is the number 81 of Stephen Shu, and then it's Don Privet and Matt Polk nose to tail as they are now coming underneath the bridge and through turn number 10. That is the battle for 5th right now in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 as Matt Polk coming down the front straight, and here they come across the start-finish line firmly in the draft of the number 57 machine, closing things down. Now, a little bit, and we'll also pick up a little bit further back behind them. It is Kirchman and Kreminga and Wendling. Kirchman, after having that off on the last lap, he now has the green number 31 and the number 3 of Wendling, and here they come through turn 1, about a half a car length separating each one of them.
Yeah, about a half a car length there. I'm going to go a little bit forward. You talked about the Matthew Polk and the Donald Privet. Matthew Polk was able to get ahead of Donald Privet coming out of turn 2 last time by, but Donald Privet had the preferred line, that outside line going into turn 3, and was able to get through, and it rocketed him all the way up the hill. So give Donald Privet back that 4th position.
All right, so big changes here just off the podium as we continue to watch this battle for 6th position with Kirchman, the lead car, Bruce Kreminga, the second car in line, and then J. Mark Wendling. But Brian, I'll tell you, if we can move over and look now down at turn 1 here, coming down our leaders, and Mac Harrison has caught up to our leader, Sam Schechter. But Schechter, we saw this all day yesterday, Schechter very good at protecting the inside line going in the 1.
And Greg, I'm seeing a little bit out here. I think we are getting a little bit of a shower here, kind of on this front stretch as I look down into turn 1 when you were talking about Mac Harrison and that. Now, Mac Harrison may have gone around in turn 1 because now he is going to fall back into the clutches of Steven Shue. So we got cars going off down in turn 1 as well. So, Greg, I think we do have that shower that we've been talking about down into turn 1. I'm seeing a little bit. If you look on our camera, we've got one car all the way back up against. You can see it. It's the yellow car. That may be Thomas Kirchman there sitting in that camera. And I thought we had one other car going off there as well. So maybe getting a little bit of a shower down there as I look down that way.
All right, and so, Brian, you talked about, we were watching that battle between Matt Polk and the 57 machine of Don Privet. After getting passed by Matt Polk, Privet brought his car down the pit lane. We've got a driver off in turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, that's Thomas Kirchman. That's because it is raining. So
yes.
We're starting to get some rain, and it's starting to get a little bit heavier now. I'm getting reports down. It's raining down in turn 10 a little bit as well, kind of like in between the short chute there near the bridge. And you can look out here, and if we look at the camera in turn 1, you can see down at the very bottom when we get down to the 500-foot mark, it's got that glaze. So it is, and then we got another car going around as well, Greg. That may be the 30 there of Mac Harrison.
Mac Harrison, our second place runner, as Steven Shue now takes over second position. Harrison gets the car back underway, but he is now going to fall back to third position. So I was talking about Don Privet. Privet brought the car down the pit lane, has rejoined the action, but he is now fallen all the way back to 12th position after having been running as high as 4th. And so it looks like we'll see. We still got the local caution at 1 as again, Sam Schechter in the 55 machine. He is still in good shape. Steven Shue, your new second place runner, and then we've got Mac Harrison, who rejoined in third. But we'll have to see, because Matt Polk was pretty close behind and was carrying a full head of steam coming out of 2, heading into 3.
Yeah, a lot of these guys very tiptoeing, and we talked about this right before we came on air before this race, and I said it's more than likely going to. I'm 2 for 2 when it comes to raining now.
Yeah, that's right.
I said that last weekend too. It's going to rain right in the middle of this race, and these guys are going to go out on slicks. So if you want tire advice, you may want to send me a text message, because it's kind of getting that way the last couple of weeks. But what's happening now is, like you said, we've seen a lot of guys going down into turn 1 and spinning because it is wet down there. It's raining more. You can see it even on the other cameras. It's raining.
All right, so real quick, Mac Harrison has gotten back around Steven Shue.
Okay.
So although Shue was in second place for a while, it's not going to show up on our timing chart, because by the time they got to the start-finish line, Mac Harrison had already gotten around the 81 machine. And you can see, wow, how ominous it looks over at turn 1 with some of those low-hanging clouds. Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our big bore group, American Sedan, GT cars, ITE and ITR, Spec Corvette, SPO, STU, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 1, as well as U.S. Touring Car Championship. Race group number 2, our big bore racers, please start heading to the grid. And wow, you can see, Brian, even on our cameras right now at turn 3, how hard the rain is starting to come down.
Yes.
Right around us. It's really picking up. Now, the Spec Racer Fords, they have 2 tire choices. They have a dry weather Hoosier radial tire, as it looks like Kossuth now is out of the car. And probably Kirchman is out of the car and heading over to the tire wall. But they have a dry weather tire, which has 2 little sipes around the circumference of the tire. And then there is a wet weather tire. I think what we're seeing here is that most of these drivers have gone out on the dry weather tires. And frankly, they should be fine for these conditions currently.
Well, the rain has picked up. If you look out our window right here, Greg, these tires are not going to last very long. We had Mike. I know we're going to get this one right for Mike Kossuth, but he tiptoed almost to a non-stop through turn 3 last time by. As I happen to be looking at it, I got Eric Prepsius going up over turn 3, and Greg, and there goes Mac Harrison, turn 3. He is now spun into the gravel in turn 3. If you can take a look at that, you may be able to see him there. He's going to be just out of camera range, but now Steven Shue's going to go by him. Mac Harrison's got it back in gear going. Matthew Polk's going to get going. So, Greg, this track is completely wet now, where these guys have 0 to almost 0 grip on any of these turns, and now it looks like Mac Harrison is stuck right in the center of the turn there in the gravel trap, trying to get out of that. I don't believe he's going to be able to do that.
All right, so they're going to have a local call. Kind of hard to see it because our flaggers are directly behind our timing tower on the screen here, but there is a local caution.
Yep.
They're over at turn number 3 currently, Brian, as we've just gone past the halfway point here, as we have our leader, Sam Schechter, who just crossed the start-finish line. He's going down into turn 1 now. He is starting lap number 11 of this 20-lap race. And we've got a local caution, of course, and here comes the call from turn 3. And, yeah, just confirming there is the local caution there. And and they've decided to leave the 162 machine of Kirchman where it is, and obviously the driver's out of the car. We'll see if they decide to do the same thing with the number 30 machine.
Yeah, that, looking at here out the window, the 30, and again, you cannot see it on your camera. He is literally right next to the racetrack, and it looks like that is Eric Prepsius maybe coming in there, Greg?
I was just checking,
yeah,
and
I think that is.
Yeah, that is the number 51 machine coming back to the paddock. His race is now done.
Yeah, Mac Harrison stuck, tried to get out, had some forward momentum there, trying to move forward, but then it looks like the left rear has just buried into the gravel. So Mac Harrison sitting there kind of to driver's right across from the apex. But again, this track is wet right now, sitting there. They may go and be able to pull him out the backside of it. I see the truck getting ready to come out.
Yeah, so we've got now responding one of our emergency services teams heading over towards turn number 3.
Yeah, they'll have to pull him out of the backside of the racetrack. But again, you can clearly see, if you're looking at time and scoring early on in this race, Sam Schechter set the fastest time with that 1:20.257, and now barely just under 1:30, 1:37 times. So again, this track has gone damp, right? I'm not going to say completely wet. I know I said that earlier. It's more damp. But again, when you're running on these slicks, there is 0 grip.
That's right. And so Steven Shue just came out of turn 10, Brian, and I'll tell you, a racer who is having very few issues and very few problems here with the wet weather is Matthew Polk, who just ran 0.6 of a second faster than Steven Shue. They are coming down into turn 1 right now. Of course, we're under local caution, so not going to see a passing attempt there. But there is Steven Shue in the white 81, and then Matthew Polk in the dark blue 09, definitely closing things down. And a little bit further back in the pack, things are tightening up as Mark Wendling and Keith Frazier now coming across the start-finish line, practically nose to tail, and that is the battle for fourth position. And here they come down into one, and looks like Frazier kind of laid back a little bit. I think wanted to make sure that he didn't lock up the brakes and slide into the back of the number 3 car. But Kreminga and Kevin Silbert, who we haven't talked about at all today, really, they are starting to tighten up as well. They're the 4 of them going through turn 3 through that local caution area. But now things are, they're about, about 4 car lengths separating each one of those 4 cars. That's for 4th through 8th position.
Yeah, move Keith Frazier up into that 4th. Wendling is going to be dropped back to 5th. Kreminga is going to be in 6th at that point. And then, as you talked about, Kevin Silbert, and you're right, Greg, they're within a car length and a half of each other.
And Brian, we had Bruce Kreminga side by side with Keith Frazier as they went down into turn number 1. He carried a lot more speed out of turn 3, and we'll see as they come down the hill.
I think we meant turn 5, not turn 1, because they've already gone through 1.
Yes, turn 5. Okay. I'm sorry. As they did that, so big change there, and we'll see now as they are starting to make their way up the hill and under the bridge.
And here they come, and Frazier now has opened up over. It looks like that's going to be Kevin Silbert and then Bruce Kreminga. Bruce Kreminga, they're going to go side by side here, Greg, as they come out down the start-finish line and head down into turn 1. Again, this is a racing part of the track that they can fully race on until we get down into 1, and then we get out of 2. Then you've got to get your signaled out because you still got the standing yellow here in turn 3.
Well, and I was going to say, Brian, the local caution at turn 1 has been withdrawn, so they are free to make passes going into turn 1. That is no longer an issue for them, as Kreminga does get around the 14 of Silbert, and there is still sitting right back behind Silbert, though, is Mark Wendling in the number 3 car, and he's just kind of hanging out there, Brian. He's not moving any closer. He's not falling back from him as they start to come down the hill, down through the chute and into 5.
And I'll give you a report. Mac Harrison has been pulled out of the gravel trap. He is now back on track. We'll see whether or not he continues or does he come straight to the pit lane. But he has been released from the gravel trap.
He has been released.
He has been released and went a little 4-wheel driving in there to get back on track. Came out right next to Aaron Meisner. So go ahead, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's American Sedan, GT cars, ITE and ITR, Spec Corvette, SPO, STU, Touring 1, 2, and 3, and United States Touring Car Championship. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Big Bore. Your race is next.
And, Greg, when I look out the window here, it does look like the rain may have stopped, definitely in certain sections here. So this track will start to dry back out, and then when we get our larger cars out here, it'll dry out. But these guys are finishing up this race in damp conditions, and it's going to make it tough at the end. You still have to be careful. Here comes Sam Schechter now. That's your leader. So there's 5 laps to go. Pretty much everybody's spread out other than you've got the Kevin Silbert at 14 machine and the Bruce Kreminga in that 31. They're within 3 car lengths of each other. That's kind of the closest, battle on the racetrack that we have right now.
All right, Brian, because we got a little bit of a lull in the action, I wanted to remind the many people, we've got a lot of people watching us right now, if you haven't done so already and you like the action, this means you, Russ Lundberg. I see you in the chat. Go ahead and smash or demolish that like button, that thumbs up. And if you haven't already done so, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region's YouTube channel. You'll be glad you did. Click on that notification bell. You'll find out every time that we go live.
Yeah, everybody kind of really tiptoeing through this whole, like I said, around this racetrack right here, this 2-mile racetrack until things start to dry out a little bit more. Looking at some times, they are getting a little bit faster than they were there the last couple of laps. So Schechter with a 131 last time by. Stephen Shue with a 132. Matthew Polk 133. Frazier with a 131. It looks like now we have Kevin Silbert and Keith Frazier, they're going to go side by side. If we look down into turn 1, again, so things starting to pick up a little bit between Frazier and Silbert. That's for 4th and 5th right now. They're going to come out of turn 2 here. You've got the light blue of Frazier gets a much better run over the darker blue of the 14 Kevin Silbert as they start to head up into turn 3. So I'm wondering if Kevin Silbert may not have known that that yellow had been lifted in turn 3 because he really backed out of it, and that allowed Keith Frazier to open that gap by about 3 car lengths.
Yeah. So things really starting to close up there, and then all of a sudden they stretch out again. There is perhaps he wasn't paying, maybe did not see the change in the flag condition over there, or just being careful. Maybe he feels that there's still
a little dampness that we can't get through here.
Yeah, more of a grip issue than anything else. As we're watching right now is Stephen Shu is as he's starting to make his way through the field. He is going to, much like Sam Schechter, much our leader has already done, put Mike Kosuth a lap down. So Stephen Shu is now lapped up to 10th position. Should mention that Amy Gould did not make the grid for today's race, the driver of the 07 machine.
There's that. We'll pick them up. They just went by the start-finish line right there. You can see on your camera, that is the Keith Frazier and the Kevin Silbert battle. That is the closest battle on the racetrack. So we'll keep an eye on this right now. We'll see whether or not Kevin Silbert, now he should know that there is no yellow flags in that local area there to try to make that move on Frazier. Frazier seems to get a better run out of turn 2, but this time by Kevin Silbert right there. So that's within a car length and a half, Greg. And that is for 4th and 5th as they head up over out of turn 3, and then they'll be heading down into turn 5 here momentarily. We'll see whether or not 14 of Silbert is able to close the gap.
Oh, and here they come as they roll down through the chute and into turn number 5, and probably one of the more treacherous braking zones because it is you're coming out of the fastest corner on the course. It's downhill and actually more than a 90-degree turn. There's a lot of grass for you to go running through if you go off there at turn number 5. But it appeared as though Frazier had opened up a bit more of a gap to the 14. But as they run up the hill here now, a great run by Kevin Silbert. He seems to have that carousel under control. And as they come through turn 14,
10.
Up to turn 14. Oh, yeah, it's Road America. It's Road America. Coming through turn 10, whatever number I'm going to call that turn now, is Silbert's right on the back of Keith Frazier. I still need more coffee.
That's a plea.
Yes.
I tell you what, as they get down into
where are you?
They get down into turn 1, and you're right. I think that Kevin Silbert in that 14 machine definitely has the carousel, the advantage there. But when we get down through turns 1 and turn 2, that's where Frazier starts to open up. Again, Kevin Silbert tiptoeing just a little bit as they get to turn 3. And again, with the rain that we had, again, it's not a lot. It seems like it has stopped now. They're starting to go a little bit more aggressive up into turn 3, but it does look like that Frazier has a little bit better run.
All right, Brian, as our leader, Sam Schechter is working the penultimate lap. The next time he crosses the start-finish line, he's going to get that one to go board. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Big Bore, please start heading to the grid. Big Bore drivers, this is your final call to the grid. And so, Brian, whereas we had seen Matt Polk really start to close things down on Stephen Shu, he appears to have fallen off that pace. He's very firmly in 3rd position. But let's do this. Let's jump a little bit further back here as we've got a great fight now going on, trying to work through some lap traffic as we're taking a look at, well, that's Mac Harrison and Preps. Mac Harrison trying to work his way back up after being a couple laps down.
Yeah, he's going to work his way back. If he got around Keith Frazier, let him go. You've also got Mike Kosuth in there. So there is a bit of a gap now between Frazier and Silbert as they start to come up out of turn 2 into turn 3 now. You should see it as you get to the bottom. Mac Harrison able to get around there. Frazier knowing that Mac Harrison was several laps down, so able to let him go by. But then you've got the Mike Kosuth in there. So, again, you've got a little bit of a break between Frazier and Silbert right now, as it does look like that we may have Schechter on his last lap. We'll look to find out where he
Yeah,
is
he
right
is.
now.
He is working lap number 19 currently. He is working his way around as we'll try to pick up our leader. As our second place runner, Stephen Shu, is just coming out of turn 10. Let's see if we can pick the light blue machine up. And that
Here
is
comes. This is the Matthew Polk and Mac Harrison machine with Frazier and then Silbert.
Frazier and Silbert. All right, he's our leader is coming up through coming up past the bridge now and coming onto the front straight, coming out of turn 10. There he is, Sam Schechter, your leader. He's run from the pole to the checkered flag, taking the win here for the second day in a row in Spec Racer Ford, Sam Schechter. And Brian, he's almost 3/4 of a lap up on Stephen Shu running in second. So let's hold off a little while. Let's kind of vamp here a little bit, try to, we'll
reset.
Yes.
Let's make sure Stephen Shu gets through before we. So, yeah, last time I checked, it was 45 seconds gap between Schechter and Shu. We'll have to see. It looks like here comes Meisner and Privet. It's like they're doing the Penske thing where they're going side by side there, but they're going to get the checkered flag as well. So.
Yeah, so Privet crosses the line, and actually that was for position. Privet, who had taken a run down the pit lane earlier, Brian, he gets around Aaron Meisner at the end, and he actually moves up to 7th position. Meisner is going to finish in 8th. Here comes Stephen Shu out of turn number 10 and onto the front straight. And Stephen Shu, he is going to cross the line. He's going to finish second, a full minute behind our leader, Sam Schechter. And now Matthew Polk takes 3rd position, the number 09 machine from Gibson Island. He takes the last step on the podium, and Keith Frazier had made it all the way to the back of Matthew Polk, was right on the gearbox and didn't have enough time to poke out, but Keith Frazier was only 0.08 of a second off of a podium position.
Did not see that coming because he was in that battle with Kevin Silbert and Bruce Kuminga there for a while, and now Kuminga looks like he's going to finish 5th, Greg, get around Kevin Silbert, who was ahead of that. So,
yeah, it's total surprise there. So Bruce Kuminga finishing in 5th, Kevin Silbert finishes in 6th position, then Don Privet and Aaron Meisner, as we mentioned, 7th and 8th. J. Mark Wendling will finish in 9th, and Mike Kosuth will finish 10th at 14 Turn Summit Point Motorsports.
Yeah, we've added 4 more turns here in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, 2 miles, 10 turns. I know that. Oh, my God. I say that in my sleep practically. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first MARRS race of the day. Our next race coming up is going to be Big Bore. They are heading to the grid. We've got a couple of minutes. You can see some of the emergency services teams going out right now to retrieve Tom Kirchman's Spec Racer Ford out of the Turn 1 gravel trap. So it's going to be just a few moments, but we're going to take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, but first I want to tell you about some activities that we have going on at our next event, the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
the DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for July MARRS, presented by the Autoverse, with special guests: United States Touring Car Championship, the American Sedan Regional Challenge, Spec Corvette, all along with the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here pushing all the buttons and giving you all the great views here from Summit Point, rain or shine. And Brian, our next group out is our big bore race, and of all those special guests that I mentioned, United States Touring Car Championship, Spec Corvette, the American Sedan Regional Challenge, they're all in this group.
It's going to be a fantastic group. This is, I tell you what, 34 cars in our big bore group is one of the largest I've seen here.
Yeah,
since I've been coming here for a while, especially on a regional weekend like this. It's going to be exciting. The track is not damp anymore, guys. So if you're sitting down there, I gave that. It's not. It's dry. Well, you're going to be okay because you're going to get some. You're going to get some heat in those tires.
That's right. Now, yesterday we had a couple track records set in this group. I don't think the track is dry enough at this point that we're going to see a repeat of that. But we'll talk about that in just a few moments. But Brian, much like we did yesterday for this group, we had 2 pace cars. We had 2 different groups. The American Sedans, here with the American Sedan Regional Challenge, they're going to be one of our 2 groups. They're going to start in the second group, whereas we've got our GT cars, our touring cars, our USTCC cars, as 1 minute has been given on the grid. They are going to be in our first group. So let's do this. I'm going to run down, give you the top 15 drivers in our first group, and then we'll give you the top 10 of the American Sedan racers. All right, starting 15th, driving the number 4, Touring 3 Mazda Miata, it's Robbie Hines. Starting 14th, driving the number 92, Touring 1 Ford Mustang, it's Jonathan Hansen. Mark Liller starts 13th, driving the number 127, STU Mazda Miata, with Scott Luttrell, our pole sitter in STU. He is starting 12th on the field in the number 121 Mini Cooper. Then we've got Andrew Connor. He starts 13th. He's driving the number 66, United States Touring Car Championship, BMW 3 Series, with David Smith starting 10th. He's driving the number 47 GT1 Corvette. Then we've got Robert Hayshak. He is our sole SPO driver. He starts 9th, driving the number 9 Factory 5 Cobra. Then we've got James Benson. He is starting 8th. He's driving the number 43 GT1 Chevy Camaro, with Coyote Black starting in 7th. He's driving the number 13 USTCC Porsche Cayman. The pole sitter in U.S. Touring Car Championship is Anthony Pacelli. Yesterday set a track record in the class, and he starts 6th in the number 44 Subaru Impreza. And with maybe somewhat damp conditions, this might be perfect for the Subaru.
Yeah.
Starting 5th, driving the number 18 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, it's Chip Herr, with Tim Proctor starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 98 GT3 Nissan 240SX. Andrew Mistak had a smoking start yesterday until he smoked the rear tires and spun in turn 1. He is driving the GT1 number 17 TA2 Camaro. Then our front row, starting on the outside, with the number 27 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Jonathan Vasquez, and your pole sitter today for the second day in a row. New track record holder in the class with a time of 1:17.699. Your GT3 pole sitter, driving the number 37 Toyota Celica, it's Warren Montague. Now our second pack, just starting to leave the pit lane, Brian. That is the American Sedan Regional Challenge. Let's run down the starters. Starting 10th, driving the number 171 Chevy Camaro, it's Jason Smith. Steve Timolo from Allentown, Pennsylvania, he starts 9th, driving the number 30 Ford Mustang. Also in a Ford Mustang, starting in 8th position in the number 7 machine, it's Jimmy DeMarco. Chris Majba will start in 7th position. He's driving the number 77 Dodge Challenger. Starting 6th in the number 63 Chevy Camaro, it's John Blanchard. Jared Licklider will start 5th. He's in the 170 Ford Mustang. Then George Gustafson will start 4th. He's in the 151 Pontiac Firebird. Thomas Brown will start 3rd. He's in the number 23 Chevy Camaro. And your front row, an American sedan, driving the number 89 Ford Mustang, is Brian Licklider. And with a qualifying time of 1:21.228 from Woodbridge, Virginia, 2-time national champion, Greg Eaton. All right, our first pack, Brian, now with the pace car on the pit lane coming around turn 10. Our starter, Dave Sterling, looks over the field, and they are very strung out, but they are going to get a green flag nonetheless, and jumping out once again to an early start, early lead, Andrew Mistak, who was on the outside of the front row. It appears that Jonathan Vasquez did not take the green. Warren Montague is going to try to come down the inside of that Chevy Camaro, cannot get it done. Mistak's going to lead the field through. And then we've got the Nissan 240SX of Tim Proctor. He is sitting back now in 4th overall because Chip Herr in his Ford Mustang has moved up into 3rd, and he is directly behind Warren Montague's Toyota as our second field. The American Sedan Racers, they are now coming out of turn number 10 with that second pace car on the pit lane, and they get a very early green flag. Some of those American Sedan drivers still trying to work their way through turn 10 as Greg Eaton jumps out to an early lead now over the 89 machine of Brian Licklider. It was a great race yesterday in American Sedan between Licklider and Eaton, with only a couple hundredths of a second separating them at the line as they go down now into turn 1 for the very first time. And Greg Eaton jumps out to an early lead as they start to make their way up towards turn number 3.
Yeah, we talked about in our first pack there, Greg. They tiptoed really all the way through turns 1 and 2 and all the way up into turn 3. A couple things of note. 47, David Smith did not take the green flag. He pulled off before even getting to the start-finish line. He has gone back behind the wall. And our 4 of Robbie Hines, he's elected to start way behind even the American Sedan. So, again, taking some time there to go through. So we'll have to see what we've got going on right now.
All right, Brian, going into the paddock, down the pit lane in the paddock before the green flag even came out was the number 47 machine. And so that driver's day is now done. And we are waiting, Brian, here to, looks like we've got the safety car standing up. That we are going to be going, it looks like, to a full course caution, and I am waiting to hear I haven't seen where the incident may be, and I'm trying to get some information on it. The American Sedan field is filtering through so that they can start their second lap. And it sounds as though... And right now our lead car is Andrew Mistak. He's coming under the bridge now, and the safety car is now deploying behind our leaders as they come out of turn 10, and we are going to a full course caution. And as we are at full course caution, Warren Montague.
I don't think he saw it right there.
Yeah, I don't.
Neither
I don't
did Chip Her. Everybody getting hard on the bike.
And this is going to be bad as we've got now a lot of our field. I think they are just now seeing the full course caution at start finish. They did not have it up yet over at turn 10, and a lot of compression there. That Chip Her almost got into the back of Montague. Pacelli almost came, and drivers now just starting to pick up the fact that there is a full course caution. Again, weird. And apparently the issue, Brian, is over down near turn 5, and it is just out of the view of our, if we can jump over to the turn 5 camera here. And unfortunately, our timing tower is right in front of where the responding corner worker is. But there is a driver off right along the side of the track driver's left at the exit of turn number 5, running that very short chute down towards turn number 6. So again, we are under full course caution here at the track at Summit Point Raceway. Where are we? Summit Point, Road America. What did I say? As drivers now, the American Sedan racers. These are, and we're seeing a big gap. These are racers, Brian, that were actually pretty far behind the field, but I think some of these racers still now having issues picking up the fact that we are at a full course caution as they go into one. As I think I just saw a pass under yellow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know I saw it, but he gave it back. I will say that that driver gave it back going into turn 1. So,
and I should say that, you know, having raced here at Summit Point for years. The flag station at turn 10 is very difficult to pick up sometimes because you've got a corner you've got a turn that's going to the right. It's a right-hand turn, but the flag station is quite a distance off the track surface, driver's left. You need to be able to pick it up in your peripheral vision when you come under the bridge. Now, the thing is that I think the full course caution, the double yellows had been out probably while those drivers that we just saw make that pass under yellow were down in the carousel.
Yeah, they may have been. They should have picked it up by then. But again, you know, when the double yellow comes out, you know, you're trying to catch back up to the field, right? So obviously, you know, while you're not going at race pace,
right,
you are having a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a clip to get there. But clearly should have seen it well back as our American Sedan now.
And Brian, I'm getting word that the driver that is off over turn 5 is the number 7 machine. That is, I believe, Jimmy DeMarco. And let me just verify that. Yeah, Jimmy DeMarco. He is the driver that is off. And as we mentioned, David Smith in the 47 machine. He pitted in before the green flag ever flew.
Yeah. Right as the green flag flew for that first group, he came on as the American Sedans were coming up back behind. So, so his day calling it early. So yeah, I mean, so now you've got everybody kind of back in that line. You know, our last car now is going through turn 1, so we've kind of gotten everybody back single file. Hopefully, they can get that car removed quickly out of turn 5, and if we can get that removed quickly, we can get back to racing here. Again, still a lot of racing left to go, but yeah, I mean, you know, when you've got a GT2 car coming out of turn 10 and the double yellow doesn't start, you know, the safety car sign comes out right at start finish.
Yeah.
It
got a little
becomes hard. It's not like you can just take a step on the brakes and get that thing to stop and whoa up, as they say.
Yeah. So, and the first 4 cars, I think that the full course caution came out while they were already onto the front straight, so they didn't have a lot of time to react. And a lot of that is because, as we've discussed, the track has that dip coming down to the starter bridge. Yeah. And it's very hard to see the starter stand until you're about 400 feet away.
Chip Herr was just starting to wind that rubber band up in that
Exactly.
Ford Mustang in that T3.
He had just whipped the squirrels into submission, and they were getting ready to go.
Which could be yours today if you want to buy it.
That's right. Apparently, it is for sale at Warwick Auto Sales.
Yeah.
if you're looking for a brand new GT3 Mustang. All right. Or probably not a GT3, but a T3 Mustang. As the pace car now is on the pit lane, and we are back underway, and we are back to racing. And Warren Montague, a little late to the throttle, and we saw that GT3 Toyota doesn't have a lot of low-end torque, as Mistak now walks away from the rest of the field, and Chip Herr almost managed to get alongside Montague, but has to hold station as they come down into turn number 1. But it looks like Chip Herr probably going to give up a couple of positions to that Mustang as he kind of gets held out to dry by a couple of our racers, Anthony Pacelli and also Coyote Black, battling for that lead in U.S. Touring Car Championship. And looks like now the Mustang of Herr sitting right between those two USTCC machines.
Yeah, Coyote Black got a great start going down into, past the start-finish line, down into turn 1, got all the way up past Anthony Pacelli. But when you carry that much speed going in there right off the start, you end up having to back out of it and not get through the turn really well. And Pacelli was able to just be smooth through there. And so, getting back.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. And so, hey, I wanted to mention that, I think I said during the when we were running down the grid, Warren Montague reset the track record yesterday. He was the previous owner of the track record in GT3. Coming into the day, it was a 117.896. And now down to a 117.699. Should also mention that he was also the GT4 record champion, record holder. Of course, that will never be beat. Here as Warren Montague starting to close things down on Andrew Mistak, under braking, going down into turn 1. Again, not a battle in class, but a battle for the overall lead. A little bit further back as we take a look at some of these other battles going on right now. It is, and this might be one that we want to check in with here a little bit later. I certainly wanted to get to the American sedan battle, but also in STU yesterday, Scott Luttrell barely pulled out a win over Mark Lillard's Mazda Miata. I think we'll definitely want to take a look because that Mini Cooper, that light blue Mini Cooper that just went through turn number 3 and is starting to make its way down the hill, it sometimes has a challenge keeping the power up over a long form race.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, they're going to be nose to tail going through. They're mixed in with some of these larger, these big V8s, as you talked about the American sedan as well. The American sedan group getting mixed in with these, with Gregory Eaton, and now Thomas Brown is going to be in second. In American sedan. But you're right, he has had some problems with that STU, with that Mini Cooper over the last couple of seasons. I think now he finally has gotten that straightened out with Scott Luttrell in that Mini. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to last this whole 20 laps. But Mark Lillard right on pace with him.
Yeah, and they're both coming out of turn 10 now in a huge pack. Lillard in the burgundy Mazda MX-5 with a white nose on it, only now about 2 car lengths back. Should also mention directly behind him Roger Maeda in the USTCC Honda Prelude. He had some issues with that car, had to retire early. Good to see that car back out on track as they are all coming under braking into turn number 1 right now. And yeah, Lillard right on the back of that Mini Cooper as you see him coming through turns 1 and 2. Very tight running. We'll have to see how that forced induction Mini Cooper holds up over the course of the race. Brian, just getting a word from race control on the issue with the number 7 car. Apparently the number 7 car spun on the pace lap coming out of turn 5, and so was down there before we ever went to green flag racing. And that is why actually after our second group got the start, race control had the safety car up and ready to go almost immediately.
Yeah, I talked about the American sedan as our overall leaders are now come by the start-finish line. I talked about Thomas Brown. He was in second place behind Gregory Eaton last time by when everybody on the restart. He has now dropped all the way back to 12th in American sedan. So, and now he's going to lap down. So he may be out there somewhere, definitely out of our camera shot, but he has not completed the 6th lap. And so now is Gregory Eaton and Brian Licklider. That's your battle for American Sedan now. So Thomas Brown having an issue somewhere along the race course.
All right, and Anthony Pacelli continuing to open things up on Coyote Black. I told you that the Subaru might be the best car for the weather conditions with the slightly damp and drying track here. All right, and Brian, I think I have the answer. About Thomas Brown, and he is again out of our sight down at the bottom half of the course, out of the car, and looks like the car is now back behind in a safe place, but he had some issues and is now retired.
Not what you want to see, especially when you get a good run. I tell you what, I'm going to give you a little shout out here right now. Melvin Miller, 8th place in American Sedan. I know he struggled a little bit, Greg, but he's got that car rolling. He is right on the back bumper of Steve Termelo Jr. in that number 30 machine. That's 7th and 8th place in American Sedan.
All right, and quick update there with Thomas Brown. Car is in the grass over by turn 8, so just before they come up the hill, he is off and over there just before that bend. Yeah. Over at turn 8, just out of our view.
Okay. Start to pick up some of these other battles along the race course. Here comes a really good battle now coming out of turn 10. Again, a lot of different classes racing right here. But I tell you what, Greg, let's pick up this STU battle because you've got Scott Luttrell and Mark Liller. They are side by side. Liller trying to get a little bit of the draft on the Roger Miata machine as they go down into turn 1. Still side by side. Luttrell not going to want to give it up going through turn 1. Going to have to get out of it just a little bit. Mark Liller is going to be your leader now in STU. We'll see whether or not Scott Luttrell is going to be able to get back underneath him with some of that traffic. Doesn't look like he is going to do it, but now he's going to try to push the issue going into turn 3. Tried to stay driver's left, had to get out of it, get on the brake a little bit sooner than he wanted to. As they start to head up over the hill and down into turn 5, let's pick up that battle going into turn 5 with that STU, with that Mini Cooper and that Miata.
Yeah, and you can tell the Mini Cooper, it's got the big wing up on the roof. And then there you go, side by side into turn number 5 as Liller in the Mazda MX-5, the Burgundy with white nose, takes a definitive lead there coming through turn 5 and into turn 6A and 6B. We'll see if he can manage to hold off the Mini as they come out of the carousel and where that car is going to really start to show its legs coming up the hill towards the bridge. And here they come. And as they roll up, and it appears we just saw them grow through the shot there. Looks like Liller has opened up a pretty good advantage of about 5 car lengths as he's now going to slot in back behind the Factory 5 Cobra of Bob Hayshak and Roger Maeta's Honda Prelude.
As they go by the start-finish line again by about a car length, I'd give it 2 car lengths now for Mark Liller, but they've also got the 171 of Jason Smith there. That's going to be involved in that battle as well. He got a great run in that American Sedan going down into turn 1, coming out of turn 10, and so now he's going to slot right in front of Mark Liller. And Greg, I am not seeing Scott Luttrell. Scott Luttrell is over to the driver's right of turn 2, so I don't know if something happened there or he got loose, but he is definitely very, very slow coming out of turn 2. You should be able to pick him up on your camera here, and I do believe he should hit that cutout.
Yeah, here he comes. They were covering him with a white flag coming out of turn 2, and he is now pulling into the access road. There he goes. You can see it on that camera. Just before turn number 3. While that was happening, the 170 Ford Mustang of Jared Licklider came down the pit lane, and he's taking his car back to the paddock. So he will retire out of 10th position in American Sedan.
Yeah, Scott Luttrell battling really good, having a good run there. That turbo probably went out again because that car had little to no power, barely has any little to no power going to the backside of this racetrack, going back into the paddock, right?
You know, and we mentioned, Brian, how that Mini Cooper has some issues with the long run, and it's really been a challenge for Scott Luttrell, I'd say, for the last season and a half. Yeah, keeping that the car just has not been reliable for him. hopefully he can get it up and running and ready to go for Labor Day.
You almost want to take that wing off and take that turbo off and just throw it in an H production or a B-spec car.
Yeah, it's a possibility there. All right, so we are now working, Brian, lap number 11. Warren Montague, the first to cross the start-finish line, your overall leader, leading in GT3. And so with that, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's a small bore. Our production car classes: GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, also SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and Touring 4. Small bore racers, race group number 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to pick up a battle. It's not for class, but it's a fantastic battle going on the racetrack here, and that is the yellow Ford Mustang heading down now into turn 5 of Chip Herr, along with the blue Subaru there of Anthony Pacelli and the 98 GT3 machine of Tim Proctor. Those three have been going at it constantly since this race began. Proctor can get ahead and get up to Anthony Pacelli, but then Anthony Pacelli gets through turns 1 and turns 2 a little bit better. That throws Tim Proctor back behind him. Chip Herr leading that group. Chip Herr, Anthony Pacelli paddocking right next to each other. And remember, Chip Herr has driven that car.
Yes, he has. At the National Championship
runoffs. You're right. Anthony Pacelli's car. So, again, knows that car very well. And so that's been a really good battle. Like I said, not for something in class. And now Chip Herr opens that up even more. But Tim Proctor and Anthony Pacelli kind of going at it. And now, Greg, you've got Greg Eaton, your American sedan leader. He's going to join that battle as well.
Yeah, as he has now opened up a commanding lead over the number 89 machine. The other Ford Mustang, that is Brian Licklider, and that was an amazing battle yesterday, Brian, between those two Ford Mustangs, until it wasn't. But Greg Eaton showing why he's a 2-time national champion. Just got word that the 171 machine, that is Jason Smith, the driver of the American sedan Chevy Camaro, last lap spun the car over at turn 8 out of, we weren't watching that corner, was actually facing counter race, managed to get the car back underway, but he is running now fairly deep in the American sedan field, the 21 car, now running probably not the 21 machine, the 171 machine running 9th in American sedan.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back again because this is kind of the closest battle. And again, not for class, but they should be getting ready to come up through turn 8 right now. And that is the Chip Herr, Anthony Pacelli. Herr has gone a little bit further ahead of that group, but you've got Anthony Pacelli and you've got Proctor, and now throw Eaton in there. Eaton was right up in there, Greg.
All right, Brian, Melvin Miller, driver of the number 60 American sedan Ford Mustang. He is off, and it's just out of our view. He overshot turn 5. He's sitting in the grass right now. We got a local caution down there trying to figure out what he needs. Let's go back to our camera heading down towards turn 1. We got some great action showing up.
I'll tell you what, Anthony Pacelli and now Chip Herr there. But I'll tell you what, Coyote Black, Greg Eaton, and Greg Eaton's going to go a little bit wide, Greg. He's going to lock it up going into, actually, that's going to be Ryan Licklider. Locked it up. He came up on the back bumper of Tim Proctor going into turn 1, had to lock it up, lock that right front tire up. So he's going to lose some positions there in that race. But Coyote Black and Brian Licklider went 3 wide coming out of turn 10 to one of our slower cars there to try to make that pass, and that car was dead stuck in the middle.
And Brian, there's a good reason why Coyote Black was making that charge is he is now directly behind Anthony Pacelli, and certainly did not want Tim Proctor or Brian Licklider, for that matter, getting in the middle of that battle. So the battle is on for the lead now in United States Touring Car Championship, USTCC. And we'll try and pick up those racers here. We'll be seeing them come through here in just a moment. And here they come out of turn number 10. We've got the blue Subaru. We've got the black and red Porsche. And only a half a car length separating them. Now, actually, a little bit more than a half a car length. About a car length and a half separating them as they cross the stripe. Pacelli moves to driver's right to defend. Coyote Black now to driver's left as they come under braking into turn number 1. And as they come through there, they are side by side. And Coyote Black, he's got a great run on the outside of turn number 1, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, as they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, now give Coyote Black that lead in that USTCC by about a car length and a half as he starts to reel in Chip Herr. And Pacelli got a little bit loose going through turn 3. I don't think Pacelli knew that was Coyote Black when he looked, because he looked to move over to driver's right. Coyote Black stayed on line, driver's left going into 1, and was able to make that pass.
All right, there you go as they start to roll down the field. And now Pacelli has two of the GT cars directly ahead of him, and between he and Coyote Black. So Black looks like trying to return the favor as Pacelli set the new track record in the United States Touring Car Championship yesterday at a 122.02, and Coyote Black has now reset it at a 121.941. So he's retaken the track record that he set back in April.
Yeah, they've got that car dialed in today. And again, a little bit cooler temperatures here as they come off of turn 10 right now and coming out past the start-finish line. He's opened up that gap by about 5 or 6 cars. Greg, I'm wondering if Pacelli has got a problem, because Anthony Pacelli is really slowing down, going down into turn 1, maybe even having some brake issues as of late with that car with about 5 laps to go, because he is really clearly getting out of everyone's way going into 1.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's small bore. Our production car classes GT Light and GT Pinto, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, small bore. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Greg, last time by, Coyote Black had to really get out of the throttle going up on top of turn 3 as they came up on the 4 of Robbie Hines along with Tim Proctor right there. They were side by side going through turn 3. Coyote had to get out, which allowed Pacelli to come in a little bit more and close that gap. But I think Pacelli may have some type of an issue with that car and just trying to nurse it home the last 5 laps.
You know, and we talked about how fragile the Mini Cooper of Luttrell is. I think we've seen with Pacelli, and we've seen Pacelli behind the wheel of multiple Subarus. Those Subarus seem to be a little bit on the fragile side as well. But interestingly enough, Pacelli's with the traffic. Pacelli's not losing a lot of ground to Coyote Black. He's about 8 car lengths back at this point.
And Greg, Anthony Pacelli seems to really be losing power going down the front stretch.
Yes.
He was right behind Coyote Black coming out of turn 10. And as they got to the start-finish line, that gap opened up tremendously, which normally doesn't happen. Coyote Black now getting around Robbie Hines and now moving forward. So we'll have to see when we get down into the carousel there, whether or not Pacelli's able to hold on to him a little bit closer, but the power just is not there for whatever reason.
All right, we just had the 77 machine slide off the track over at turn 5. He has managed to get it back, get his Dodge Challenger back on course. That's Chris Majba in the number 77 American Sedan Challenger, and he's back underway. All right, so if we quickly here take a look at these different classes here in GT1, Andrew Mistak is currently your leader with James Benson running in second. In STU, Mark Liller, your leader with Alan Lesher, the only remaining driver in the class. He's running second in that. Jasper Drengler, our sole driver in Touring 2 today in his Honda Civic. In T3, it's Chip Herr and Jerome Welty with Rob Hines running in third. In USTCC, as we mentioned, it's Coyote Black and Anthony Pacelli, your top 2, with Andrew Connor third. In GT3, Warren Montague, our overall leader, and then Tim Proctor running in second. Bob Hayshak, our sole SPO driver. Jonathan Hansen, our sole Touring 1 driver today, and American Sedan, it's Greg Eaton, currently with a 9-second advantage over Brian Licklider. George Gustafson, currently running in third position.
It's our USTCC battle, Greg. I think that is going by the wayside, as I said, with Pacelli's challenges or issues with that car. Just doesn't have the speed that he had early on. And with 2 laps to go, Warren Montague now coming out of turn 3 in that yellow Toyota Celica, heading up over the hill down into turn 4. So the next time by he comes, he's going to get that 1 to go board.
All right, and so with about a lap and a half remaining, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Please start heading to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 3, small bore. Please head to the grid. And Brian, we are going, and this is how I think this race is going to end, is under full course caution as we have Bob Hayshak in his Factory 5 Cobra. He is slightly off track on the exit of turn number 5. We can see the local caution out there right now that they are waving. And again, Bob Hayshak in the red number 9 machine partially off track. And so what we have now as he crosses the start-finish line, an early checkered flag, Brian. So taking the win, the overall win today, and the win in GT3, Warren Montague.
Yeah, everybody else from here on out will receive that checkered flag under that double yellow, so that they can get that Hayshak machine removed and get it in a pretty safe spot. But yeah, Warren Montague now taking the checkered flag here at the start finish line. Everybody else from there on will take it as well.
And Brian, I feel bad because usually I pride myself on getting things, not things like how many corners are on a race course, right? but things about drivers. And somebody just reminded me, I've been calling Greg Eaton, 2-time national champion here this weekend. He's actually 3-time national champion. Of course, he took the championship 2 years in a row took it 2019 at VIR, 2020 the following year at Road America, and then he came back and took the win this past year at Virginia International Raceway. So 3-time national champion and reigning champion.
You think he's going again this year to try to?
I don't know. I mean, the car that he had won with, I think he sold. I don't think it's the same car that he's in. But again, my apologies to Greg Eaton, who's a Washington D.C. region member. I should know. I should know this. So thank you to my informant, and thanks for ratting me out. That person knows who they are. Actually, they started off the email by saying
your fans are not. Your fans are quick to rat you out.
No. This person isn't. As a matter of fact, the email that they sent me started off with, "You didn't hear this from me, but." So thank you, informant. All right, so let's run down here by class, Brian, as most of our drivers have now crossed the start-finish line. We'll start off with GT3, where Warren Montague was your overall winner. Margin of victory over Tim Proctor in his Nissan, 1 minute 3 seconds. In Touring 1, Jonathan Hansen was your sole driver in class. Jonathan Vasquez, who was our T1 winner yesterday, did not take the green flag. In American Sedan, 3-time national champion Greg Eaton out of Woodbridge, Virginia, takes the win for the second day in a row. Brian Licklider will finish in second. George Gustafson will finish in third, just off the podium. John Blanchard and Chris Majba, who worked all the way up in the 5th position after his off over at turn number 5. Bob Hayshak is going to take the win in SPO, although I think it's no consolation, seeing that he's going to have to get a tow back to the paddock. Here in U.S. Touring Car Championship, Coyote Black takes the win in his Porsche Cayman and resets the fast lap at a 1:21.941. Anthony Pacelli, yesterday's winner, will finish in second. Andrew Connor will finish third, and Roger Maeda in his Honda Prelude will finish in fourth. Let's see here next. Touring 3, Chip Herr takes the win. Jerome Welty will finish a lap down. Robbie Hines will finish 3 laps down. Jasper Drengler, and we talked about Jasper yesterday. Neat story. He has raced almost at like 200 racetracks at this point, and has raced at every single state of the union. He was your sole runner today in Touring 2 in his Honda Civic SIs out of Shawano, Wisconsin. Congratulations to him. And then finally, we've got GT1 and STU. Taking the win in GT1, Andrew Mistak. Mistak finished second overall today, and James Benson finishes a lap down. And then finally in STU, Mark Lillard takes the win. Alan Lesher finishes in second. Unfortunately, Scott Luttrell only completes 9 laps. All right, so we know we've got a car that they need to go pick up down at the carousel. I'm just going to be conservative here. Can't tell you for sure, but let's plan on somewhere around a 10:50 start time for our next race, which is small bore. We may be starting a little bit before that, but before we do, we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you all the action here this weekend from Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by Autoverse. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got our next group ready to roll off for their pace lap. This is our small bore group, our production car category, GT Light, GT Pinto, SPU, Spec RX-7. We had a great Spec RX-7 race for a while yesterday. STL and also T4. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, we got a 26-car field here. Starting in 26, in the number 37, that is Serena Stevenson. Starting in 25th, the 45 of Joe Manowski. Starting 24th, in the number 57, that's Jonathan Allen. Starting 23rd, in the number 10 is Carl Ricker. Starting in the 22nd position, in the number 24, one of our SRX-7s, that is Alex Cumming. Starting in 21st, the number 90 of Carolyn Bayer Brewing. Starting in 20th position, in the 181 of Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting in 19th position, the 111 of Carlos Schooler. Starting in the 18th position, the 108 of Miranda Price. Starting in the 17th position, the 06 of Thomas Hunt. Starting in 16th position, the number 16 of Drew Erie. Starting in 15th position, the number 29 of Michael McQueen. Starting in 14th, the number 11 of Bruce Shelton. Starting in 13th position, the number 13th of Ed Kudarakis. Starting in 12th position, the 47 of Charles Harrison. Starting in 11th position, the number 35 of Al Syme. Starting in 10th position, the number 82 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 9th position, the 190 of David Colby. Starting in the 8th position, the number 50 of Chuck Allard. Starting in the 7th position, the number 21 of Michael Adatoff. Starting in the 6th position, the number 5, Wonder Woman here, Greg, is Amber Stevenson. Starting in the 5th position, the 141 of Steve Hunt. Starting in the 4th position, the 114th of Benjamin Bunk. Starting in the 3rd position, the 182 of Ted Cahall. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position is the number 4 of Thomas Beverly. And starting on the pole, number 48 of Paul Morcones.
All right, Paul Marcones, your pole sitter for the second day in a row, Brian. And Marcones, I'm sure, hoping for a better outcome than yesterday, where he appeared to have some brake problems going down into turn 1 on the opening lap, took the access road, and so giving up the overall lead to our eventual overall winner and STL winner, Tom Beverly, in that bright green Honda Civic. As the field now is making their way underneath the bridge, lights are out on the pace car, and we'll be turning things back over now with the pace car on the pit lane to Paul Marcones in that bright yellow Acura Integra Type R, the e-production machine. And then we've got the STL Civic directly to his left as the starter looks over the field. John Burkhardt is your starter, and the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway as this very large small bore field starts to make their way down to turn 1. Marcones comes across the nose of Beverly. Big puff of smoke from Carlos Schooler, and I'm not sure. I don't think that's brake smoke. I think he may have broken something, Brian.
Or he's trying to get rid of the bugs that are out there, because that thing just popped out a couple times. Did it again, but you talked about that start there. Marcones and Beverly, they were even going down to about the 500-foot mark. Now Marcones is going to go in front of Thomas Beverly. Carlos Schooler, you talked about that, Greg, with that puff smoke, still rolling along pretty good clip, so evidently just may have had some build up there that needed to get pushed out of the exhaust.
That's right, and that's the orange Toyota MR2 that has just gone now through turn number 3. Now, his son, Giancarlo, was actually running that car at a Washington, D.C. region autocross last week, and apparently some of the standing starts they're doing actually broke the drive shaft on that car that in the 95-degree heat, Carlos was underneath the car trying to swap out the drive shaft. So we'll see how that plays out.
Ran pretty good yesterday,
yes.
So maybe something happened, between yesterday and today.
Of course, how long can the drive shaft be in a rear engine car? Anyway, all right. 3 cars grouped together coming out of turn 10 for the very first time, and that is Paul Marcones in the E-Production Acura Integra, Tom Beverly in the STL Honda Civic, and then Ted Cahall in the 182 STL Mazda Miata. So battle on for the lead in STL going down into turn 1 directly behind Marcones. Then we have Benjamin Bunk. He is your T4 leader in a Subaru BRZ. Steve Hunt, who is running third in STL right now in a Mazda Miata, and once again, really separating herself out from the rest of the pack, that H Production Toyota Yaris, Amber Stevenson. Great run for her yesterday, had a little bit of damage, but again, good run in that Toyota Yaris, a national championship winning car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let's talk about that STL battle between Thomas Beverly and Ted Cahall, that green Honda Civic and that blue and light blue or gray on the top of that Miata just now going down into turn 5. I tell you what, Greg, Ted Cahall had all kinds of problems with that car yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Broke down even on the pace lap, able to come back out and get some laps in yesterday afternoon. Looks like that car may be fixed for now. We'll have to see, but that is a pretty good battle between Thomas Beverly and Ted Cahall for that STL lead. They should be coming up out of turn 8 now and heading up into turn 10.
Yeah, and it definitely will want to continue to watch this. And a neat dynamic because Beverly Civic, I believe it does have a little bit more straight line speed. It definitely has a bit of an aero advantage with the big wing on the roof over the Mazda of Cahall. But the cornering speeds of that Mazda Miata, no doubt, quite a bit higher than the front wheel drive Honda Civic.
Yeah, Ted doing double duty here as well, so he's got a little bit more track time and track position that's gonna help him and understand really kind of what's going on with his track as they run. But as you talked about with that big wing, gonna have that more straight line speed there with Thomas Beverly as Paul Marconi starts to move away a little bit in that E production Acura Integra. As they go over the hill and down into turn 5. I'm going to look back here just a little bit more. Our H production leader, and I do believe that is going to be, obviously that's Amber Stevenson, Chuck Allard, and then Albert Syme. Albert is starting to make a little bit of move. And Greg, we've got some contact over here in turn 3, maybe just shortly out of our picture there. You
Yes.
cannot see it between the 82 of Robert Cahall, and then it looks like we have one of our other H production machines, I believe, in one of our other Honda Civics.
Yeah, and if that
may be the 190 of David Coolidge, so that's an
Coolidge.
F production car.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that I think the only we had, of course, David Colby in the H production, the red and black Honda CRX, and sounds like we may still have a local caution. And I'm trying to hear what that is.
Well, they're both gone, so
This is over down at turn 5, and you'll notice we've got a car that is pulling off the track. Driver's right coming through turn 5, and Brian, I think that may be the Colby CRX.
Yeah.
We'll try and track it now, and indeed, yeah, there is a lot of damage on the back of that Honda CRX that got together with the Cahall machine.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he continues or just pulls off down there, may even pull down into Baker. But yeah, it looks like they had a little bit of contact, both spun going into 3. Ted Cahall looks like he's able to continue as he comes across the start-finish line now. A little bit of right front damage up on the hood. And on the right front, near the right front tire, he's going to go past the 108 there of Miranda Price, so he's going to get back on the way. It didn't look like it was too much, but yeah, whatever the damage was to Colby, could be that it's on the, looks like the left rear or the left side, based off of the looking at the Cahall machine in that right front.
All right, so what I'm getting, and I'm not sure if these numbers are correct. I got that the 190 machine of Colby spun at turn 3. They're saying he got collected by the 50, which would be the H production Porsche of Chuck Allard. I don't know if that's the case because it's not the car that we saw off, but certainly the issue apparently is though the CRX has severe suspension damage in the left rear, so something that we couldn't pick up on our cameras there. Yeah,
when I happened to turn around, you had the 82 and the 190 kind of together there in turn 3. So if something happened prior and then Ted and then Robert Cahall with just really nowhere to go, ended up making contact, that could be possible.
That's
as well.
possible, yeah.
as Robert Cahall now goes by the start-finish line in that red Mazda Miata. Again, you can see a little bit of buckling there on the right front up in that hood, but other than that, that's it. Let's pick up our SRX-7 battle here between the 45 of Joseph Manowski and the 24 of Alex Cumming. They are within a car length and a half as they head down into turn one right now. Joseph Manowski going by some of the other vehicles there, but Alex Cumming right on the back bumper now as they come through the center of turn two and out. That drops back maybe about another car length and a half there. So give it 2 car lengths now. They're going to come up on the 108 there, Miranda Price here any minute as they're starting to come up out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3, Greg.
Yeah, and Brian, so interestingly, yesterday, Cumming was your Spec Racer Ford winner as Manowski was able to stay very close to him until he had some issues with the car, had to retire the car early. And so today to see Manowski, who is a longtime racer, had many years off. He's actually our chief scrutineer, our tech chief for the DC region, and doing double duty and now racing this weekend. So good to see him out in the lead there. And it looks like we had one of our H production machines sitting very close behind them, and I think that was Larry Slavinsky, possibly in the Ford Fiesta.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, there's another good battle on the racetrack right now. They just topped the hill out of turn 3, headed down into turn 5, and that is going to be the H production of Amber Stevenson and the STL machine of the 21 of Michael Abatoff. I tell you what, they were nose to tail as they should be going through turn 5. You can see them right now. They were nose to tail going down into turn 1. Michael trying to move drivers left, drivers right to determine really what move he wanted to make. He just couldn't really catch up to the back bumper of her as they should be coming up through turn 8 right about now. Coming through there. It looks like Amber's able to open that up, getting through the carousel. But they were literally nose to tail, trying to make moves to determine which way they were going to go.
Who goes where and who goes when,
right,
as they come out of turn 10 right now. And again, Amber, currently your leader in H production. Apatow currently running fourth in STL, and that is the battle. That is the battle for 6th overall. And again, I'm just absolutely stunned that an H production car can run that high in the field as they come down that battle in Spec RX-7. If we could jump, they just came through turn 5.
Yeah.
We'll pick them up. They were side by side through turn number 5, and we'll get them as they come into turn 8. Here in just a moment. They'll be coming into our view. Another thing that we're going to probably want to take a look at some point, Brian, is the battle for the overall lead. I just saw them as they're coming through traffic at turn 5. Tom Beverly is right on the back of Paul Marcone right now, which I also didn't expect to see. And actually, here they come out of turn 8. There's Marcones, there's Beverly, and right behind Beverly is our 3rd place runner overall, Ted Cahall, who's not given up the fight for the lead in STL.
And they're actually going to come up on our SRX-7 as Alex Cumming now is getting a good run out of turn 10 to Joe Manowski. So, again, not only are we going to have a top battle for the lead overall, but now we've got a battle in our SRX-7 as now Cumming is going to get ahead of Joe Manowski, as I just said, going into turn 1, able to make that stick. He got a great run out of turn 10, which helped propel him to get right on the back bumper. But, again, you've got your overall leaders. They're getting ready to come over to Slavinsky now. They're going to come up into that SRX-7 battle as they head up to turn 3 right now.
I was going to say, it's going to be tough as those Spec RX-7s for a moment there were side by side going into turn number 3, and I have a feeling they're going to bottle things up going down the chute as well as they are coming out of turn 3. Now coming down the chute right behind, and there you go. It is Alex Cumming in the silver RX-7. He has gotten around Manowski, and now Manowski he might lose touch with Cumming now, as we had our overall leader, Paul Marcones, then Tom Beverly and Cahall. And I should mention that battle between Beverly and Cahall now, that's for the lead in STL. So let's see if we can stay with that for just a moment, as they are going to be coming under the bridge now. And here they come, and we really want to focus on the 2nd and 3rd cars coming through. That is the battle for the lead in STL. And then we've got that Spec RX-7 battle right behind, which is starting to stretch out now because, as I suspected, Manowski kind of lost the scent of Alex Cumming due to all the traffic kind of getting in between them as they come down into turn one now, Brian.
I tell you what, they go down in turn one. Thomas Beverly still leading Ted Cahall. But, Greg, one of the cars I want to look on because of all this traffic battle and our top three battling, and that's the 141 of Stephen Hunt. He is within 15, 16 car lengths of that top battle, so he is gaining on him as these guys are starting to go through heavy traffic. They're working their way up through turn three right now, but look at Stephen Hunt. Stephen Hunt is starting to close on that top three battle.
Bright yellow Mazda Miata. All right, Brian. As we've got, we've completed about 8 laps here. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's our open wheel and prototype group. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, this is your first call to the grid. And so, Brian, we had a driver off at turn 5.
I do believe that was Miranda Price that went around. I think, as she was going around, everybody was starting to come down through there. So it looks like she is going to continue on, but it did look like that was Miranda Price that went around in turn 5. Here comes our lead now. Here comes our leaders right now, Thomas Beverly, Paul Marcones, and Ted Cahall as they start to go around the Serena Stevenson machine and coming up on the Carlos Schooler. That's headed down into turn 1. Stephen Hunt now make that 10 car lengths behind Ted Cahall as he gets into turn 1 around Serena Stevenson. So again, Greg, not only are we going to have a 3-car battle here with 11 laps to go, we're going to end up with a 4-car battle as everybody's starting to work their way around some of the slower traffic. They're coming up on the 90 of the Carolyn Bayer Brewing in that H production Volkswagen. She's going to run the line. Marconi is going to go driver's right to go around her. That's going to help Stephen Hunt catch this group.
That's right. And if you look, Stephen Hunt just ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian, and it was about 0.2 of a second faster, actually about 0.4 of a second faster than Cahall, about 0.2 of a second faster than Beverly. So he is definitely making up ground on Ted Cahall's Mazda Miata. And, as we're just about to hit halfway point in this race, there's still plenty of time for him to make that ground up as essentially the top 3 cars are clearing the way through traffic for him. And he really hasn't had those bottlenecks that the top 3 have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When he's gotten to the slower traffic, it's usually been on the straightaways, so he's able to make that up. As our leaders now are coming out of turn 10, and again, they're still 1, 2, and 3 along with Stephen Hunt. He's not too far behind. It looks like they're going to have some clear traffic here for a little while, Greg, with our top 3 of Marcones, Beverly, and Cahall. Then Stephen Hunt. Before they start to come into a little bit more, they're going to come up on the, looks like the Drew Erie there, and they may even come up on one of our other Miatas here later on in this race. But those 3 are starting to pull away from everybody now that they've got some clear traffic.
All right, and once again, Steve Hunt running at a faster pace than both Ted Cahall and Tom Beverly. That time only picking up about 0.1 of a second on Cahall, a little bit more on Tom Beverly. But I think we're also finding that perhaps Beverly and Cahall, Brian, they may be finding their speed somewhat limited by Paul Marconi's Acura Integra.
Right, yeah.
A big brake lockup there, notably going into turn 5 from Marcones. You can see all that brake smoke in the air there now, and I think as Marcones is trying to push deeper into that brake zone, maybe to defend the overall against those 2 STL cars, it may be to the disadvantage of all 3 of them.
Well, remember, he had some problems yesterday on, and now we're at halfway of this race. So, again, that brakes get a little bit squishier, and you start to step on a little bit more, you end up getting on it too hard. And I think this is where Thomas Beverly is, as they come out of turn 10 and head down into the start-finish line. That's as close as Thomas Beverly has been to Marcones as they came out of turn 10. But again, that straight line speed with that Acura Integra, that starts to open up a little bit more. And now as they compress down into turn 1, again, our 3 cars, but then Stephen Hunt not going away, Greg. He's closing the gap even more as they come out of turn 1 and into turn 2. Stephen Hunt with about 1/10 quicker than all of them. So he is starting to gain as they're going to start to come up on the 116 machine. I believe that is going to be Let's see, that may be Thomas Hunt in that
Hunt.
06 machine.
Right.
Actually, in that Miata. So they're going to be coming up on him probably down into turn 5. So we'll see how they get through there. Looks like everybody able to get through turn 5 there relatively with ease. Again, they should probably come up on that Thomas Hunt probably in turn 6, turn 7, and then that's probably where Stephen Hunt is going to gain a little bit, because that's where you don't want to have to get through making a pass with somebody, because as they start to run an opposite line of what you do, it does compress even more. We'll take a look at them coming up out of turn 8 right now. They're going to come down into turn 10 right now, and it is going to be where they've gotten around Thomas Hunt. K-Hawk is going to be the odd man out there. Looks like he may have had some problems getting around the 06 of Thomas Hunt, because now he has dropped back by about, I'd say, 8.5 car lengths.
Yeah, quite a bit.
From the top 2, but now Stephen Hunt's going to be right up in there. So that's going to be the battle, really, for second in STL, I think, as this race continues, Greg, between Stephen Hunt and Ted Cahall.
That's right. As we'll see if both of them, because Cahall has been, again, not quite on the pace of Beverly. Beverly has, I think, also been somewhat pulled along by Marcones in the draft there, as we can see there as they go through turn 3, starting to separate out. At some point, we'll have to see if things are closing up, Brian, here. Great battle that has been going on and basically renewed the battle that started yesterday, the battle for second in H production between the Porsche 924 of Chuck Allard and the Volkswagen Scirocco of Al Simon. They're coming across the start-finish line right now into our shot and making the run down into turn 1. That last time by, Al Simon ran his fastest lap of the race, and he was 0.7 of a second faster than Chuck Allard. Here they come down under braking in the 1.
Yeah, they come through the turn 1 and coming up out of turn 2. And you're right, Simon's right on the back bumper of Chuck Allard. And Chuck Allard goes into the center of the racetrack coming out of 2 into 3, pinches that corner a little bit. That's going to allow that 35 to get right up on the back bumper as they go up and over the hill. And I tell you what, Greg, when they come down into 5, you're going to see Al Simon going to be really, really close this time, if not looking to make a pass there.
All right. This is interesting, and I think I may have a bit of an answer to what happened to Ted Cahall, that there was contact, the 182, getting into the back of the 06 machine. And so there you go. You called it Thomas Hunt, the recipient of somebody trying to force his way through.
Yeah, it's a little bit of trying to stay up with there, and we'll see whether or not Ted Cahall is going to be able to do it. We talked about this earlier on. They're just now coming across the start-finish line now with that Amber Stevenson and Michael Apatow. I tell you what, they're still nose to tail, Greg.
Yeah, as they've been the whole race. But let's
go back to this H.
Yeah, here we go. Coming out of turn 10, Chuck Allard now coming up to the start-finish line, and he's got a little bit of traffic to help him. He's put a Miata between he and Al Simon, and so a little bit of a distance there as they come down into turn 1. I think he can breathe at least a little bit as they come under braking in the 1. He's the lead car there, and yeah, we can see Al Simon kind of bottled up a little bit behind that Mazda Miata in 1.
Tell you what, Greg, our overall leaders are just now coming out of turn 10 and heading up to the start-finish line. And Ted Cahall, now he's right back on that back bumper of Thomas Beverly. But like I said, Stephen Hunt not going away. Paul Marcones pulls away a little bit. They're going to come up on some more lap traffic. I think we've got another Miata that's going to be in front of them. We'll get the number of that one. But then I think you've got the 57 Pinto there maybe in that way as well. As they come out of turn 2, they're going to have to see if they can maneuver through there.
Tension in the paddock with only, I believe, just a few laps remaining, 6 laps remaining. Race group number 4, open wheel and prototype racers, please start heading to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. All right, Brian, I think at least for the time being, that battle between Apatow and Amber Stevenson, the out-of-class battle, might be over, as Stevenson went for a little bit of a wild ride through the gravel trap at turn 10. She now finds herself behind Apatow, so Apatow now will take over 7th position. He is running in 5th in STL. Amber Stevenson, still your H production leader.
Tell you what, your H production or your battle for second place in H production between Chuck Aller, we were following this earlier, Albert Syme, they're coming out of turn 2 now and going to be heading up into turn 3. Syme just not really going away, kind of sitting there a little bit. As I said, Chuck Allard takes the center of the racetrack coming out of 2 up into turn 3, and that allows Syme to close the door a little bit and close that gap as we look at our overall leaders here. Let's keep our camera here coming through turn 2 and up out of turn 3 there as they get going, because our overall leader, Paul Marconis, Thomas Beverly, now gives Steve Hunt second place in the STL over Ted Cahall as they come out of turn 1. Cahall dropping back there, Greg. He's now going to be third in STL, so those tires on that could be going away.
Yeah, they definitely could be going away. And again, I think with the rear wing that Steve Hunt runs on that Mazda Miata,
Yes.
the car definitely a better handling machine through and out of turn number 10 and through some of the higher speed corners here, definitely to his advantage as, again, we have that new second place runner in STL, and that is going to move Hunt up to third place overall.
Paul Marconi is again getting on the brake just a little bit harder and doing some smoke there, Greg, as our H production battle goes now past the start-finish line.
All right, and as they make their way down in, this is the battle for second in H production as they now are coming down into turn number 1, under braking, and they're side by side as Al Syme goes to the inside. Chuck Allard manages to hold him off for the time being.
And Greg, while you're watching that, I'm watching our overall leads. We now have a new leader in Thomas Beverly. Overall, that is your STL leader. Paul Marconi is going to drop back to second overall in that E-Production Acura Integra. Stephen Hunt and then Ted Cahall still there. So Thomas Beverly taking over the lead in that green Honda Civic coming out of turn 2 over Paul Marconi's with Stephen Hunt and Ted Cahall. And now Thomas Beverly, it looks like Thomas Beverly has broken.
Yes.
He is way off the pace right there as Paul Marconi's goes by along with Hunt and Ted Cahall. And now the 24 of Alex Cumming goes by. So something happened to Thomas Beverly coming out of turn 2, well under power through 3.
Right. He couldn't make to the crossover road there.
No.
He's going to have to try and limp that car back. So yesterday's overall winner in STL, Tom Beverly, he saw the lead here for just a moment, and now he is likely going to have to retire the car. Unfortunate for him as he comes through turn 5 all alone right now. So that's going to move Marconi's back to the overall lead. It's going to move Steve Hunt into second overall. And more importantly, Steve Hunt in that yellow Mazda Miata, the second of the 3 second yellow car there through turn number 8. He's your new STL leader. And so he is fighting for something a little different here as Ted Cahall gets a great run out of turn 10 as Steve Hunt was bottled up behind Larry Slavinsky's H production Ford Fiesta. And they are now coming down the front straight side by side past the start-finish line, and Cahall's got a bit of an advantage, Brian, to driver's left as they come now down under braking into turn number 1, and Hunt from the outside manages to hold off Ted Cahall for the moment as they're going to do it all again coming down towards turn 3.
Coming out of turn 2, Hunt leading by about half a car length, but Ted Cahall gets into turn 3 a lot better than Hunt, gets right on the back bumper, almost looking up underneath that wing from the Stephen Hunt in that 141 machine as they top the hill. They're going to be headed down into turn 5, Greg. I tell you what, I don't think that battle's over by any means.
All right, and we can confirm now Tom Beverly has brought his car back to the paddock. His day is now done. So let's take a look here as we have 3 laps remaining. And as our leaders in STL, they are coming up to us here in just a moment. And they are locked nose to tail. And just a quick update on that H production race we were watching for second in H production. They are locked nose to tail still. Chuck Allard leading Al Syme as that battle in STL. The battle for second overall comes out of turn 10 onto the front straight, and you can see here that Marconis, as well as Hunt and Cahall, they are coming up on a lot of slower traffic, Brian, as they make the run down to turn 1.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because Marconis is able to get through there. Whether or not Steve Hunt is going to be able to get through there along with Ted Cahall. Ted Cahall coming up on his brother Robert Cahall there as they come through turns 1 and turn 2. Then you have the Miranda Price machine, and you also have the Bruce Shelton Pinto there. It looks like everybody's going to be able to get through there. Marconis is going to open up by about 6-7 car lengths over that battle for the STL lead, Greg.
And with just less than 1 lap to go, let's make a final call to the grid for race group number 4, our last race before lunch, and that's our open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid. And Brian, we just saw again, and Marconis, I think with only half a lap to go, is going to escape, but continues to lock those wheels up going under braking into turn number 5.
Yeah, when he gets up through here, he's going to get the 1 to go board as they cross the start-finish line this next time by. So, well, hopefully that he's going to be able to hold on. Those brakes are going to hold on there, especially down to turn 5 for at least another lap. Here they come out of turn 10 right now again. That battle for STL, Greg, that's going to go down. Once they see that 1 to go board, it's going to be go time for Ted Cahall.
Well, it is go time right now. And Cahall on that last lap, Brian, got an amazing run out of turn 8 heading up the hill. Steve Hunt was able to hold him off, and as they came out of turn 10, again, perhaps with that more stable rear of his winged car, able to hold off the 182 machine. We'll see what happens as they're coming out of turn number 2, making the run to turn 3. They do have a slower car ahead of them. Marconis manages to get around going into turn number 3, but we're going to see Hunt and Cahall get up to the back of that red Mazda Miata as they're going through the chute.
Tell you what, that's going to come up on the back bumper there of Ed Kudarakis as they head down the hill and into turn 3. So we'll see whether or not Kudarakis is going to move out of the way and let them go by.
And he does. And again, big brake lock up. And I think, Brian, what that is actually the right rear of Marconi's machine, having driven a front-wheel drive car through there. That is basically all it is that rubber bouncing on and off the pavement. It's very much unloaded, not a big issue for those cars. But as our overall leader, Paul Marconis, with the battle for the lead in STL, directly behind him, come through turn number 8, and Thomas Hunt Steve Hunt is managing still to hold off the Mazda Miatas. Our leaders come through turn number 10. We've got Steve Hunt buried right into the back of the Acura Integra, and I don't think Cahall is going to have the run to take the win, and he doesn't. Taking the win overall, winning in E-Production is Paul Marconis. Taking the win in STL, Steve Hunt out of King George, Virginia. Ted Cahall will finish second in STL. Then coming across the line now and taking the win in Touring 4, Benjamin Bunk in his Subaru BRZ. And on the last step of the podium in STL, we'll have to see here, has he crossed the stripe yet? I don't believe he has. Waiting on Charles Harrison in the 47 Mazda Miata, who would finish on the last step in STL, assuming things end the way they are. A couple other drivers crossing the stripe, taking the win in Spec Racer Ford. Not Spec Racer Ford. Spec RX-7, close enough. Mazda Ford, same thing. Spec Racer Ford, it's going to be Alex Cumming with Joe Manowski finishing now in second as he comes across the line, and we do now have our third place finisher in STL. That is Charles Harrison. Michael Apatow will finish in fourth, and here we come to the line right now. This is that battle for second in H production behind Amber Stevenson. And much as it's been the majority of the race, Chuck Allard in the number 50 Porsche 924, he's going to get second in H production. Al Syme will finish in third. Coming now down the front straight, finishing just off the podium in H production in her Volkswagen Rabbit, Carolyn Bayer. Roaring congratulations, Carolyn. And then finishing in fifth position in H production in that orange Toyota MR2 is Carlos Schooler. So coming then Manowski in Spec RX-7. Bunk and then Kudarakis in Touring 4. Serena Stevenson, we didn't talk much about her, our sole driver in GT Light in her Austin Mini Cooper, taking the win in H production. Amber Stevenson in her Yaris with Allard and Syme, your top three, Bayer Broing and Carlos Schooler. Should mention that Larry Slavinsky in the Ford Fiesta ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. Paul Marconis again, our sole racer in E-Production. He takes the overall win. David Colby in the Honda CRX with some suspension damage only completes 2 laps. He was our sole F-Production racer. Bruce Shelton takes the win, about a half-minute margin over Drew Erie in GT Pinto. Jonathan Allen will finish in third, a lap down. And then I think we ran through STL already. All right, so Brian, we've got drivers heading out now for their victory laps, and we've got one more race remaining before lunch. And so it's 11:20 now. I'm just gonna spitball here. It's probably going to be about 11:30 when we roll off, give or take. But stay on the stream. If you also want to mention, if you like what you see here today, if you like that small bore race, go ahead, give us a big thumbs up, and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region's YouTube channel. You'll be glad you did. But let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be the open wheel and prototype racers here from Summit Point Raceway and the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for our last race of the morning before lunch here at the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, our last group, Open Wheels and Prototypes. You can see them there heading down the front straight off the pit lane for the pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, scheduled to have 12 starting, but I know we had some issues yesterday on. Starting in the 12th position, in the number 15 in that Formula V is going to be John Ferreira. Starting in the 11th position, the number 18 in the Club Ford is Gianni Nunez. Starting in the 10th position in another Club Ford is going to be the 0 of Joe Gamble. Supposed to start 9th in his P2 machine, the 60 of Richard Knobloch. Starting 8th is the 98 in another Club Ford of Samuel Iyer. Starting in 7th, starting 3rd in Club Ford, the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in the 6th position, and again, another car that had some issues yesterday, the 33 of John Miro. Starting in the 5th position in that Formula 4, the number 14 of Derek Holmes. Starting in the 4th position, your second place in Club Ford, the number 5, who just got off the racetrack, Amber Stevenson. Starting in 3rd position, the Club Ford pole sitter is the 04 of Jacob King. Starting on the front row and starting in 2nd in Formula Enterprise 2, the number 89 of Jamison Huffman. And on the pole in FE2, the number 10 of Morgan Burkhart.
All right, so we'll see here at the start of yesterday's race, Brian, Morgan Burkhart and Jamison Huffman in very close proximity, the two teammates. 2 of the 3 co-winners of Rookie of the Year last year for the Washington, D.C. region were running in very close proximity. And then Morgan Burkhart, he started to eke things out and opened up, I think, at the very end, about a 10-second gap between them. Amber Stevenson had a great run yesterday in Club Ford with, I believe she was fighting it out with originally with Jake King, who unfortunately went off into the Turn 10 gravel trap when there was some oil laid down, which is race ended early due to a couple cars having oil down on the track. She picked up some damage while she was fighting out with King with an out-of-class car, but we'll see how she does today after just coming off that win in H production. As the lights are out on the pace car now, and pace car bringing the field underneath the bridge and onto the front straight. The pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Morgan Burkhart and Jamison Huffman with a pretty fast roll out of turn 10. But, Morgan's mom, the starter, Beth Burkhart, she throws the green flag, and we are underway here as looked like our Formula V racer, John Ferreira, had a little trouble keeping up with the pace of that pace lap there to start things off. He's already on the back foot, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's going to have a long way to go in that Formula V. But let's talk about our Formula Enterprise 2 guys. They are side by side coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. They do know we're racing, right? They're not on a still pace lap. If it is, it's 160 mile an hour pace lap is what it seemed like coming up out of turn 2.
Well, they did this yesterday, Brian. They did this yesterday, Brian, where they were side by side for the first lap or so, and I think we joked that this isn't the iRacing, and they're
still side by side.
Yeah, and real race cars at play here, much like yesterday. Same start for these racers as we've got Morgan Burkhardt is in the blue with white end plated number 10 machine, and Jameson in the yellow and gray machine, as they are still battling it out as they come out of the carousel underneath the bridge, side by side once again, as they're trying to get those tires up to temperature. And now as they come out of 10 and come over the crest and across the start-finish line, Morgan Burkhardt, for the moment, now has the lead, but Jamison Huffman, he's pushing deep into turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, Greg, it's like we are watching iRacing, because that's exactly what they do on the iRacing as they come out of turn 2 now, still side by side. Really not much there. I know that Morgan got the jump on the start at the start-finish line. Morgan really uses that outside line in turn 3, stays up there, and that helps him get through. And I noticed that the last couple of times he's been up in here watching it, he's learned a lot. He's even said, hey, I learned a little bit more every time I go through turn 3.
And now as they come through the chute and into turn 5, they swap positions as Morgan Burkhardt is driver's left and Jamison Huffman is driver's right as they set up for turn 6 and start the carousel. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but back at the majors race here, Brian, in late April, Jamison Huffman took the FE2 track record from his father, Justin. Justin had some issues with fueling in his car, actually had a fuel leak that they recognized yesterday, and so Justin is withdrawn. But Jameson reset the track record at a 110.770. Neither Burkhardt nor Huffman were anywhere close to that yesterday. They were running in the 112s, but I think the track's a little faster today.
Yeah, those guys are really starting to continuing battling it out, and I think the track is going to be probably really right now, even with the sun out, is going to be really what they want. I tell you what, Greg, let's drop back a little bit from the two youngsters, and let's look at another youngster here leading our club forward. I call him a youngster because he's a heck of a lot younger than I am. Jacob King in that Joe Marcinski.
He's not old enough to drink beer yet. So
yeah, well, he's not that we know of.
Yeah.
Jay King leading that club for Amber Stevenson in second, Wayne Nicolette. They're each within about a second of each other. Amber is about 8/10 back behind Jacob King, and then 6/10 back to Wayne Nicolette. So that club forward is that club forward battle for those top three positions. That's going to end up coming down to the end of the race as well, and along with Samuel Iyer, who was in fourth, about 13.5 seconds back.
All right, and here they come through turn 8. So let's track them as they come up the hill. About 6 car lengths separating the three of them, Jake King, Amber Stevenson, Wayne Nicolette, as they now come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight to complete lap number 2, start lap number 3. And of course, Stevenson just having gotten out of that Toyota, having run a 20-lap race already, and she has to jump right back in and drive what is a very different car, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely, totally different handling all the way around. I think she would probably prefer this and probably think it's a little bit easier to race this than she did that Toyota Yaris for that. So. Again, Amber Stevenson going 40 laps back to back, and so we'll have to see how long she's going to be able to hold on to that Jacob King. But again, starting to drop back a little bit more, a second in between each one. But as our overall leaders start to come up through there, we'll pick them up. But the club forward thing is starting to open up a little bit more. Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. They're going to be down crossing the start-finish line with Morgan Burkhardt and Jamison Huffman. Morgan opening up by about 0.6 of a second this time here, completing lap 4, starting lap 5. We'll see how long Jamison sits back there, Greg, or is he just letting his tires cool off a little bit after using them side by side, really basically the whole first lap.
That's right, as they're coming up onto the back of, I think, Johnny Nunez in the number 18 machine. Here as they now make their way out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. Should also mention here Derek Holmes, driver of the Formula F Van Diemen out of Millersville, Maryland. John Miro in the Formula Continental Elan, and then Richard Knobloch in his AMAC did not make the grid. And those are the 3 drivers that we mentioned yesterday had mechanical issues.
Yeah. We're waiting. Here comes our leaders now coming out of turn 8. And again, by about 2 car, I'd say give it 2 car lengths there between them. Like you just said, they're getting ready to come up on the Nunez machine, that Club Ford, as they start to go across the start-finish line here, and then heading down into turn 1. They should be able to make that pass on Nunez well before they get down there, so that shouldn't be any type of an issue between either one of those drivers with Burkhardt and Huffman.
All right, and Huffman just runs the fastest lap of the race. Again, quite a bit off of that track record time that he set at a 110.7. He's currently at a 112.3 or 112.2 as they are, I'm sure, still trying to get some heat in the tires. Here, the battle for the lead in probably in Club Ford, starting to stretch out a little bit now, Brian, as Max King, much like he did yesterday.
Not Jacob King.
Jake King.
Max raced last week.
Max was last week in the Spec Racer Ford. Jake is in the Club Ford today.
Great shout out for Max, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Max. Well, you said it. See, you said it yourself. He got married. He's getting older. He's like
done.
21. He's done. He's getting slower. His younger brother, Jake, however, obviously getting nothing but faster.
Well, I tell you what, after the event last week and the good run that he had battling with Morgan and everything else, I was talking to their dad JD, and I said, they all kind of laughed and said, "Wow, we didn't realize Max was that old and married now, so he's over the hill." And he says, "What is it? What do you think that does to me? That makes me even older." And I'm like, "Hey, you know what? I can't help you there. It's on you."
Yeah, exactly. It's nothing that we have any kind of control over. All right, so it is starting to spread out a little bit there in Club Ford with Jake King, Amber Stevenson, Wayne Nicolette, about 2 seconds the gap between each of the three here, as we've got Jake. He's coming down the front straight. Actually, all three of them are coming down the front straight currently. And I should also add that Sam Iyer, not very far. Well, actually, no, that's not Sam Iyer. That's our Formula V racer, Ferreira. And the 04 machine seems to be off pace, Brian. That is Jake King.
Well, he's coming up now to turn 3, and he doesn't seem to be off pace too much.
Oh, it is 0 Silver, not 04.
Okay, that'd be
so
Joe Gamble.
Joe Gamble in the CFC machine out of Pittsburgh. And it sounds like he may have brought that car to a stop now.
I was say Jake looked pretty quick going up through turn 3 last time by, and he looks even quicker going down into turn 5.
And Brian, we are going to be going to a full course caution here again, as the number 0 machine appears to at least be smoking heavily at the moment, and essentially what has to happen, Brian, is anytime just to explain for everybody at home or those here at the track, anytime any of Summit Point's own fire or medical equipment need to be dispatched, the track has to go to a full course caution. Yep. So that is the case. The safety car is waiting. He is going to pick up our leaders, whether it be Morgan Burkhardt or whether it be Jamison Huffman this next time around, and then we'll be able to deploy that equipment. But race control wants to get the field under control here in just a moment. Now, we did just see our Club Ford racers go down into turn 1, and the safety car now is deploying, and he will pick up. Looks like
he's going to pick up the Formula V first.
Yeah,
and then he's going to pick up Samuel Iyer there. So
yeah, it looks like it's picking up Iyer and John Ferreira in the Formula V.
Yeah, they're going to wave them around. That's exactly what they did. So it looks like we may have lost our turn 10 camera there, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. We've had a couple of issues there, and if it's not still functioning, we'll try and get it up and running for during lunch. And again, this is our last race before lunch. Here, Spencer, why don't we throw up the schedule here for the rest of the day? And so what we have, we're going to be, after this race is complete, we are going to be breaking for lunch. We will then, when we come back, after about an hour's lunch, we'll have our third and final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the weekend, another 10-lap race, and then we will have our final 3 MARRS feature races to round out the day. Why don't we also take a look at what we have coming up past this weekend. And there you go. We've got 3 more events. We've got the Summit at Summit Point Raceway here, the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. We've got the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, and then we've got the 2 remaining events on the MARRS series, both at Summit Point Raceway, and then we'll wrap up the season in late November at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit in association with the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
Yep. Tell you what, Greg, let's talk real quick while we're under the WL, on the full course caution. Let's talk about one of our drivers came up, the trio, the third part of the Rookie of the Year, Deacon Greenfield. Deacon not running today, but let's talk about this Formula Enterprise 2, this FE2 car, because you drove this the last event here. So talk about that and talk about what you think Morgan's probably feeling or going through. Again, Keith McDonald machine, part of the whole, the whole stable of those 3. Talk about that car and talk about what it was like to drive that around here.
Yeah, so my first experience with the car, it was a blast. Like terrifyingly fun, but definitely the step up from karts. It is absolutely just the next step up from not quite what's the thing, like V's, but like surfs, which is why I think Morgan has been able to get so onto pace so quickly, because Morgan has all the time this year in the surf, and it's the same SADEV transmission. It's definitely quicker, but he was able to get right onto 11s, which is exactly what I was expecting to yesterday or on Friday in practice. So that car is, you only brake twice, really, for a really fast lap around here. You only brake for one, which is down to like the 250 mark, which is bonkers.
And then it turned 5.
And then it turned 5, really, yeah. So, I'm sure he's experiencing something just elevated from the surf.
Right. And so basically what you have to, when you get behind the wheel the first time coming out of the surf, is as you are now in a downforce car for the very first time, it's, I guess, getting that trust level that the more you get into the throttle, the more the car is going to stick.
Right, and that's kind of what I was experiencing, because I don't have the same level of experience as what Morgan does with the surf, so I was really feeling it out. Biggest thing was those brakes. Yeah. Those brakes are so good that you really have to make a relationship with them, and you have to know the trust level. And I was only able to break down to the 3 about once. It's what I did the 12.9. But it was very different from what I was expecting, because I was expecting there to be more travel in the pedal, but it's really just pressure, and it's just pressure. So it doesn't really feel like there's any one point. You just have to know. And that's what I was trying to find. But Morgan has been able to hop in and at least a little closer. I don't know how the surf brakes are. I assume they're similar, but he's been able to hop in and adapt to that really quickly.
Yeah, so what you're feeling is the difference between a Formula car and its braking and the braking of a Honda or a Mazda Miata, where there is about 4 inches of slop in the pedal. And now I'm going to have Mike Collins tell me that I'm like I'm Fred Flintstone with the brakes again. In a CRX. But we should mention that besides his stint in the FE2 at the last event, of course, Deacon has been running a Honda CRX and STL, and so the difference in what the braking is tremendously different. All right, just gotten word from Race Control. We are going to be going back to green flag racing this next time by, and hey, look, our turn 10 camera has reappeared.
Hallelujah!
Well, it was just taking a break. It thought we were going to lunch. Wanted to get it
exactly.
It had to go get its lunch ticket. So,
all right, pace car is on the pit lane, and Beth Burkhardt, our starter, gives the green flag back to our field, and heading down now across the start-finish line and heading into turn 1, Morgan Burkhardt and Jamison Huffman nose to tail. But, Brian, this has also closed our Club Ford race up tremendously and has brought Amber Stevenson obviously right back into the battle with Jake King and Wayne Nicolette there as well.
Well, I tell you what, going through turn 1 that time, it looks like Wayne Nicolette may have gotten the jump on Amber Stevenson there. Actually, no, I take that back. That is not Wayne Nicolette. That is actually going to be, that is the 18. So that is actually Nunez. So now he is going to move up into the second position over Amber Stevenson and got around Wayne Nicolette on the start. So a great jump.
But I think Nunez is
he may be a lap down. Yeah,
he's trying to get himself unlapped there.
Yeah.
as they come now down into turn at number 5. And so it is Wayne Nicolette now, your second place runner in Club Ford, running 4th overall behind Jake King. And he was right there on the gearbox of King as they came through turn 5, Brian. So definitely some tight running here. But let's jump back to this battle for the overall lead coming out of turn number 10, as it is, again, Morgan Burkhardt and Jamison Huffman about 3 car lengths as they come to the start-finish line and now start lap number 10. So we are already about halfway through this 20-lap race.
Yeah, it looks like Jamison Huffman really trying to push the issue here early on in this kind of the second half after that full course caution.
All right, Brian, jumping now into turn 1, jumping to the inside, trying to overtake our leader in Club Ford is Wayne Nicolette. And as they now come into, or pardon me, I'm sorry.
That's
Amber,
that's
Amber
Stevenson.
Stevenson and Wayne Nicolette. I'm sorry. Now, as they are side by side coming into turn number 3, and Amber Stevenson, with a great head of steam, gets around Nicolette. And she retakes second position in class.
Yeah, they were side by side going through. Wayne Nicolette went driver's right, really tried to make that stick, but she was able to pull a little bit of over-under, and then Nicolette had to go a little bit wider coming out of turn 2, so she was able to hold that line and get up through there. And again, someone who doesn't have a whole lot of experience here at this racetrack, not really running here very much. Again, a lot of laps this weekend, that is for sure.
That is for sure.
So, starting to learn a little bit of the different characteristics that we have in this track and really where you need to be.
Yeah, and so I got thrown a little bit because just a half a lap earlier, Brian, we had Wayne Nicolette right on the back of Max King's machine.
Jacob King.
Jake King, the fast one, as he now
the younger one.
The younger one, as he now opens up about a 20 car length lead over Stevenson and Nicolette. But now as they come to the start-finish line, Nicolette, he's right on the back. Amber Stevenson's Wonder Woman liveried number 5 machine.
And now give it to Wayne Nicolette as they go through turn 1. He was able to make that stick. She took it a little bit wide on driver's left, so a wide entry and then a wide exit coming through there. So now Wayne Nicolette's going to move up into second into our Club Ford behind Jacob King as they now go up over turn 3. It's about a car length and a half back to Amber Stevenson.
All right, and I want to check in with some of the folks that are checking in with us on the chat. Oh, hey, look, JD says, okay, Jacob King, no oil slicks today. Hasn't said anything about how I'm mixing up every one of his offspring. Also have Stevie Ray from Ray Esports Racing talking about, of course, Morgan and Jameson. And he goes, oh, hey, Deacon, the gang's all here.
Hi, Stevie.
All right, so good to have Stevie Ray checking in with us for some regional road racing from out Texas way, as the Ray Esports Racing League taking a little bit of a break until September.
It's pretty fierce between the two FE2s out in front. I know they actually swapped positions. Jameson had actually taken the lead through turn 1, but by the exit of 2, Morgan was back in front, so that experience really kicking in there.
Tell you what, let's go back to this Club Ford, as now Amber Stevenson's going to get around Wayne Nicolette. As you look down into turn 1 right now, it looks like she's going to be able to make that pass stick going through there. We'll see what the exit looks like, as Nicolette may try to move that over or have that over under there, Greg.
All right, Brian, just got word that Sam Iyer, driver of the number 98 Club Ford, he put the car around over at turn 5. He has now continued. We'll see how that affects that battle now for 4th in Club Ford, and whether Johnny Nunez, I'm still showing Nunez as being a lap down. And Iyer is on the lead lap, but we'll see how that plays out as Iyer now trying to recover as we watch now the battle. And I think we've got him coming down into turn 1, this overall battle for the overall lead between Burkhardt and Huffman. And Huffman comes down, great move to the inside on Burkhardt, going through turns 1 and 2. And Deacon,
let up.
Maybe he has a little bit more trust in the brakes right now than Burkhardt does.
Yeah, I mean, they were side by side through 3. Some great respect between the two, but that was pretty fierce. Morgan did not let up going to 3, despite being about half car. But I think they're still side by side going into 5. So we'll see who gets out of the skill section.
All right, and as they come down under braking into turn number 5, Jameson Huffman firmly ahead now of Morgan Burkhardt, only about 2 feet separating gearbox to nose cone of those two cars as they make their way through the carousel. And now as they come into turn 8, they are, again, now separated by about 2 car lengths with Huffman, your new leader. And Sam Iyer, who had spun over at turn 5, he now brings his car down the pit lane, and he's pulling it into one of the pit stalls, but it looks like his day is now done.
Yeah, the last time by when you were in Deacon, when you were talking about Jamison and Morgan, Morgan got pinched kind of into the driver's left there going into turn 3, and I think Jamison learned from the couple laps prior where he was down on the left-hand side and was able to watch Morgan take that outside, and it just rocketed him up over that hill. He stayed in it this time, and he did the exact same thing, and that's actually what put him out in the lead right now.
He did. I've noticed Jamison's been kind of peeking out of the mirror, going down the straightaway into the braking zone. So I think he's been thinking about that move. Despite them being great friends, I think he's really been trying to get in Morgan's head a bit. And all
right, well, real quick here, let's jump over to that battle for second in Club Ford with Amber Stevenson and Wayne Nicolette. They're side by side coming out of 10, side by side at the stripe, and here they are. Under braking going into turn 1, Stevenson to the inside, driver's right, and she gets ahead of Nicolette for the moment, but Nicolette, a great run through that corner, and they're side pod to side pod once again going into 3, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, they go into turn 3. Amber Stevenson gets out of it just a little bit as they top the hill, and that allowed Wayne Nicolette just to get ever so slightly a little bit ahead of him, but then she was able to get back on the throttle as quickly as possible and put her side by side as they come down into turn 5. Now it looks like Amber is going to go ahead and hold on to that and take back that second position in Club Ford, and they're going to be coming up on that Formula V of John Ferreira right here as they go through the carousel.
All right, we're now just about, let's take a look here. How many laps to go? We've got 4 laps remaining, actually about 3.5 laps remaining here in this open wheel race. Again, it's going to be our last race before lunch. And coming out of turn number 10, it's Amber Stevenson, but got Wayne Nicolette right on the gearbox, definitely within the draft as they come to the start-finish line. And let's see what Wayne Nicolette decides to do. Nicolette, he moves over driver's right. He's got the inside position as they come from behind our timing tower into turn number 1. And Wayne Nicolette now, for the moment, has position up on Stevenson, but Stevenson's going to try the over-under, Brian.
Yeah, she is really good through turns 1 and turns 2. Wayne Nicolette has to get a little bit hard on the brakes. Let's see if she learned something from last time, and she does. She stays in the throttle and able to stay on the outside there. Deacon and I are sitting here watching it. Same thing we talked about with Jamison and Morgan. They take that outside, and it skyrockets them basically ahead of the other driver. As we look back now, we've got Morgan Burkhardt in the lead in our FE2 by about 15 car lengths. But Amber able to get through turns 1 and turns 2 a lot better than Wayne Nicolette, Greg, and Wayne keeps locking up the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, and I think part of that is that we're seeing, especially as he was coming down the inside, certainly he's compromising his entrance into turns 1 and 2, but I think, sure, he's trying to push the braking zone as deep as possible, and it does it, although he may get to the apex a little bit sooner, he's having a lot of trouble getting the power back down and getting speed past the apex and back out of the complex as they come out of turn 10 and now onto the front straight. And it is Amber Stevenson. She's got a 2-car length advantage now over Wayne Nicolette. We'll see what Nicolette does. And Nicolette, as they come into the final corner, he goes and was able to get right back very close to the gearbox. But, again, I think he ends up compromising the exit based on how hard he's standing on the brakes getting into the corner.
Yeah, Wayne Nicolette's Club Ford, and this is what I'm noticing the last couple laps. She gets a really good run. Amber Stevenson gets a really good run out of turn 10. When they get down into the 500-foot mark, I think that she's letting off the throttle a little bit. He's not. He's able to go a little bit deeper, and that's where he's able to close in. If not, he's got some top-end speed that starts the second half of this long straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he closes in really well, really quickly. So she could be playing where she's letting out on the throttle a little bit more, not to have to use a whole lot of brake,
exactly.
To be able to let it roll and get through the corner a little bit better.
We saw her do at turn 1 at New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit in the H-Prod car, but she may be using a very similar theory there. All right, the next time our overall leader, Morgan Burkhardt, comes across the start-finish line, he will he will get the one to go board, and he's going to be doing that just behind that battle for the lead, or probably the battle for second in Club Ford. And here come now our leaders. It's Morgan Burkhardt and it's Jamison Huffman, separated by about 3 car lengths as we are now working the last lap. And let's see if Jamison Huffman can close up that ground going into this very final lap, as he now gets within 2 car lengths under braking going into 1.
Well, Jamison Huffman just went 1:11.752 on lap 11. So he gained probably almost half a second there as they start to head up into turn 3. Got one car going off here,
Ford.
and it looks like that is one of the Club Fords. That looks like that may be Wayne Nicolette in that yellow machine there, and that happened right in front of our leaders. It's going to be right out of our camera view.
And indeed, that's Wayne Nicolette that just went off, and the driver looks like he's getting out of the car. So he has possibly getting out of the car. So that would be a concession that his race is now done. But as Jake King now crosses the start-finish line to start his final lap, he's got an easy run here to the checkered flag, but that now opens things up quite a bit for Amber Stevens as our leaders are coming through turn 10 now. Morgan Burkhardt with the lead, with the weave, with the win in FE2. Jamison Huffman will finish in second. And our third place runner overall right now, Jake King, he's just now heading down into the carousel, I believe down into turn 5. We'll see him come down in just a moment.
And Greg, real quick on the Wayne Nicolette, I'm not sure if it came off afterwards or it came up during the spin, but he did lose one of the wheels.
He did. Oh,
yeah. So we'll have to see. There's Jacob King going through turn 5 right now, so that's going to be third overall, which means Amber is going to finish at least second in Club Ford as she comes around. But yeah, looking out here out the back window, I'm not sure if it came off afterwards or not, or during the spin, or that's the reason for the spin for Wayne Nicolette. But there is one of those tires has come off that car.
I doubt there was any contact between that because he was pushing pretty hard, kind of behind to catch up to Amber. But I don't know what happened there. I mean, it was just out of our just out of our eye shot in turn 3. But it looks like to be okay. I think the gravel did its job. I don't think he touched the tire wall.
All right, Deacon, real quick, coming across the line, taking the win in Club Ford, Jake King, and got word that. Johnny Nunez in the 18 machine on his last lap, and he's coming out of 10 now. He did spin the car over at turn 1 and did manage to recover there. And Nunez just crosses the line. He's going to finish. He is going to finish 4th, just off the podium in Club Ford. He was down. That does bring him back to the lead lap.
Yes, it does.
But unfortunately, it doesn't move him up into a podium-paying position. All right, so let's run down here at the finishing order as we have all of our drivers complete across the line. Taking the overall win and the win in FE2, Burkhardt with Huffman finishing in second. Then a gaggle of Club Fords. It's Jake King, Amber Stevenson, Wayne Nicolette, who will come home and finish. Well, he doesn't come home, but he is going to finish 5th overall. Johnny Nunez will finish 6th. 4th in Club Ford. John Ferreira is your sole racer in Formula V. He'll finish 7th. And then we had Sam Iyer retire after 13 laps. Joe Gamble retire after 5 in his CFC machine. All right, so it is what now? Just around the top of the hour, right around noon. And we've got some of our emergency services vehicles heading on out. We are going to take a break for lunch. And as we mentioned, when we come back, we will have our last bracket race of the weekend, and then we'll have 3 more feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series coming at you. I would anticipate that we'll probably have cars on course, and I'll update things on the screen as we know more, but it'll probably be right around 1:15, 1:20 this afternoon. I'm going to place that at 1:15 right now. And what we'll do is we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll see you in about 1 hour.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here as well, doing all the technical stuff that Brian and I are too old and too technically incompetent to do.
Because I'm wearing glasses, I can't see the thing.
Nor can I, because we're old men. So we want to thank Spencer for coming along. And next up, we've got our third and final bracket race of the afternoon, or of the weekend, Brian. And then we have 3 MARRS races to round out the weekend. We've got our bracket racers heading on track right now for their final 10-lap race. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting 28th in the number 75, Nathan Reynolds. Starting 27th in the 32, Rick Meilenbach. Starting 26th, the number 4 of David Cook. Starting 25th in the 181 of Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting 24th, the 62 of Dennis Jenkins. Starting 23rd, the 55 of Murphy Nichols. Starting 22nd on the field is the 101 of Meyer Alzot. Starting 21st, the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 20th position, the 58 of Jack Murchison. Starting 19th in that 127, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 18th position, the 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 17th position, the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 16th position, the 47 of Chuck Harrison. Starting in the 15th position, the number 39 of Jerome Welty. Starting in the 14th position, the 07 of Matt Littleton. Starting in the 13th position, the 63 of John Blanchard. Starting in the 12th position, the 51st of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 11th position, the 119 of Chris Benedetto. Starting in the 10th position, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 9th position, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position, the 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 7th position, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 6th position, the 162 of Thomas Kirchman. Starting in the 5th position, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 4th position, the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 3rd position, the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row in the number 2 position, the 14 of Marshall Lytle. And on the pole, the 178 of Nick Jones.
All right, and so, Brian, we have joining us once again this afternoon, and I want to thank him for coming in. We've got Deacon Greenfield. Welcome back, Deacon.
Hi.
All right, and so, Brian, we had Marshall Lytle take the win in the A2 bracket. That was for drivers that ran a minute 17 to a minute 19, where Nick Jones finished second after Jones had spun the car coming through turn 1. Again, he's going to be your pole sitter today, whereas Marshall Lytle had been the pole sitter for the previous 2 races. We'll see how that turns out as the lights are out now on the pace car, and the pace car is on the pit lane. Our corner workers say that the formation is beautiful, to quote him, and Dave Sterling is our starter. He's on the starter bridge, and here we go. We have a race. We are underway here at Summit Point Raceway for our third of 3 bracket races as they rush down into turn 1, and once again, it is Nick Jones in that TA2 Camaro opening up a tremendous lead, tremendous advantage, and then we had Marshall Lytle falling back behind Bill Smith and Chris Benedetto going into 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with Marshall Lytle. We're usually pretty quick on the starts, but I guess he thought he wanted to run through a couple cars this afternoon, Greg, as Nick Jones starts to pull away, and now Benedetto in that BMW along with Marshall Lytle, and now Bill Smith Looks like we got two of our SRFs out there. It looks like that may be
I think
the
Frazier.
7 of Frazier and maybe even Eric Prepsius
Yes.
in there doing double duty here again. Actually, be triple duty here.
Yeah.
Looks like some of the other ones didn't make it out for the start.
And it'll be easy for us to pick out those two Spec Racer Fords as they have the exact same light blue color on them.
Yeah, right.
So maybe we'll know when they come by the front of us. For those of you watching the stream at home, yeah, maybe not. All right, as our field now making their way through the carousel here for the very first time, and it takes about a lap or so until we start to get information about what brackets these cars are to be placed in. Again, if you want to see the timing and scoring for our bracket racers, if you want to go to MARRS Points, MARRS Points.com, and click on the bracket tab, you'll be able to see all of our drivers broken down into their respective brackets, and we'll have that information likely when they cross the start-finish line to start lap number 3, about a lap from now.
Yeah, as we look down here going into turn 1 right now, again, still Nick Jones leading overall here. Well, like as Greg said, we'll break out the brackets. But here comes Marshall Lytle, about 3 car lengths behind, coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. And then you've got Chris Benedetto. The man that's getting challenged right now has got to feel a little out of place there. Is that 05 of Bill Smith being attacked by 2 of our Spec Racer Fords there with Keith Frazier and Eric Prepsius as they head up through turn 3 and down into turn 5. It's going to be under attack.
All right, and just got word from one of our starters, actually from Beth Burkhardt, that the number 39 machine, that is Jerome Welty, in his Spec Boxster, shading a little bit to the inside. He was starting in 15th position and very much out of line just before the green flag came out. Again, trying to get maybe a little bit of an advantage, as it is, from that far back in the field, very hard to see the green flag.
It is very tough to see, especially when you're there and you've got some of the larger cars and some of the smaller cars. As here comes our overall leaders now across the start-finish line, Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle. So looks like Marshall Lytle falling back just a little bit to the Nick Jones machine. Nick Jones getting a little bit more power going down there. So not sure if Marshall, because coming out of turn 10, he was right on the back bumper of Nick Jones, now drops back by about 10 or 15 car lengths, which is the furthest I've seen Marshall Lytle back in a very long time here, Greg.
Yeah, maybe had some trouble over at turn 1. I didn't pick that up. But Marshall Lytle now moves into the A4 bracket. That's for drivers running a minute 21 to a minute 23. Then Nick Jones in the A5 bracket, a minute 23 to a minute 25. Chris Benedetto all alone in the B1 bracket. He was all alone. He still is there. Jones has now moved up. He is your fastest driver in the A5 bracket with a time of 1:33.285. Then Benedetto, Bill Smith, and Kevin Frazier. Eric Prepsius is our only driver in the B1 bracket.
And Greg, you may be getting a call over the radio or hear something with Keith Frazier, because Keith Frazier now has dropped all the way back to the tail end of the field. So not sure if he looped it around going down into turn 1 or not.
That is exactly what he did, Brian, as I'm listening to the call come in from the corner right now. And he did manage to get that car back underway, but apparently had a wild ride. And so when you go just off the track surface here this week at Brian, and the ground had certainly dried up this morning. But yesterday we had a couple of our stewards come and tell us how soft the ground was just off the edge of the pavement, and how deep a car could actually sink into that pavement. And we thought maybe after the day yesterday, things might have dried out, but I think that rain that we just had this morning might have affected things once again.
Yeah, right off there, just past the rumble strips there, as you were mentioning. And, I know that there was some ride-arounds on Friday as well, taking a look at some of the course. That was one of the troubled spots that we had. And so it was pretty much announced to the drivers, I believe, in some of the drivers' meetings after qualifying, to make sure you're very, very careful there, because it will jump up and bite you even though you can't see it. We take a look back here. I'm going to pick up Steve Martin in that number 74 machine. along with Meyer Alzot in that 101. Again, right now sitting at two different brackets. Steve Martin leading the B4 bracket, where Meyer Alzot is leading the B5 bracket. They're actually nose to tail. They should be going down into turn 5 right now, and here you see them coming through there as Spencer's got the camera on them, and Meyer Alzot is really right there on the back bumper of Steve Martin going through. So a pretty good battle between those two.
All right, and Keith Frazier, who had that spin just a few moments ago, Brian, he's taking his car back to the paddock. All right, real quick here, as this is just a 10-lap race, and we've already completed 4 laps. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Miata racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, guys, another battle that I'm looking here on the racetrack, and this is for the B3 bracket between the 39 of Jerome Welty and the 07 of Matt Littleton. They're just now coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. And as they went down into turn 1, Matt Littleton was right on the back bumper. Jerome Welty in that 39 opened it up just a little bit as they go over the hill in 3, and they'll be coming down into turn 5 here momentarily, the two gray cars. We'll see whether or not Matt Littleton's able to close that gap up a little bit. Well, Welty got through turn 3 a little bit better than Littleton as they head down into turn 5. Littleton about a car length and a half off, but starting to make a little bit of gain.
All right, is coming down the front straight now, heading down towards turn 1. Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle, and running within 0.15 of a second of one another. They are both in the A4 bracket currently, which is for drivers a minute 21 flat to a minute 23, and they're sitting. They've got. Well, I think Nick Jones with a fast lap now of a 122.330. He's pretty safe to stay in that bracket, Brian. Marshall Lytle had a fast lap of 121.537. He's a lot closer to breaking out of that bracket.
Yeah, I think you're going to see two of these guys probably end up breaking out and going back into their original brackets.
Yeah, and they finished up the earlier race today in the A3 bracket. It is a bit warmer, however. It was only about 70 degrees when they raced this morning, now about 85.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to look at here. I'm going to talk about some of our drivers in some of these other brackets. In the B5 bracket, I talked about Meyer Alzot and Steve Martin last time by. That's a B4, B5 battle that was going on. I'm going to drop back just a little bit. You've got the 75 here. Now, the 75 has gotten around, coming by the start-finish line now, around the 32 of Rick Meilenbach. But I tell you what, last time by, Nathan Reynolds was really on that back bumper, as now our overall leaders are going to overtake them. But a really good run out of turn 2, and that helped him get around Meilenbach as they went up through turn 3. So he was able to hold off on that as our overall leaders now are going into turn 1.
Oh, and dropping a wheel, Brian, the number 75 machine, put up a big cloud of dust coming out of turn 2, and he's now side by side with Millenbach coming to 3.
Yeah, here he comes. Millenbach's going to go ahead and take that lead over that. That's going to be for, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th and 7th in that B5 bracket. But again, a good run by Millenbach to stay kind of on that throttle there, watching Reynolds drop a tire off there coming out of turn 2. We still have that battle going on, as I talked about earlier, with Jerome Welty and Matt Littleton. Now throw Jack Murchison in that battle as well, although not on the racetrack. He is quite a bit behind them, but they are, from a time perspective, he has moved up. He's third. He's 10th overall, is that 58. But Matt Littleton's still working hard, trying to go in there. Is now Jerome Welty and Matt Littleton. They move up to the B2 bracket, which is at 127 flat to the 128.999. Now Murchison in a bracket all by himself, Greg. So he goes from third to first in half a lap.
In half a lap, exactly. Great move by him. And I was going to say that they were having that battle, but it wasn't on track. And I was wondering what remaining bleachers or stands here at Summit Point Raceway he might have been fighting from.
Yeah, right. As we look at the Nick Jones and the Marshall Lytle machine, Marshall Lytle got stuck in behind David Cook in that 4 that 4 machine, that 4 Miata there coming through. So he's going to lose a little bit of time to Nick Jones. Again, not your A4 bracket, not only battle on the racetrack, but battle in that bracket. Here comes the Nathan Reynolds and the Rick Millenbach as they're headed up through over into turn 3, and Reynolds gets a great run out of turn 3. One of the best I've seen him have here all weekend long. So starting to understand this track a little bit more.
All right, Eric Prepsius have just put the car around a turn 10, didn't impact anybody or anything, and he continues as we've got another neat little fight going on, Brian, down there with the Spec Boxster out on track, as well as the BMWs. They're nose to tail heading into turn 3 right now.
Yeah, I tell you what, that E30 gets the run out of 3 every time, but I think that Porsche's just got the horsepower. It pulls away as soon as it goes into the chute.
And so that is, I believe that's Benedetto in the 119, and then Welty.
And Greg, we've got a pretty good gaggle of cars. Deacon and I are sitting there pointing out the window. We got a pretty good gaggle of cars coming in here. That involves our overall leader of Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle as they went around the 55 machine there of Murphy Nichols. Good thing Murphy didn't blink out there in the 101 of Meyer Alzad. It was a pretty good gaggle of cars there. So that was pretty good to watch Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle get through turn 1, headed up into turn 3.
And I would say, by the way, that was and you've talked about him already, Matt Littleton and Welty, the BMW and the Porsche, not Benedetto. Both Welty and Littleton currently in that B2 bracket. The only 2 drivers in the B2 bracket. That's for racers a minute 27 to a minute 29, and both of them right now they're sitting in the high 28. So they're kind of right in the top 3/4 of that bracket. They've got a long way to go till either one breaks out.
Yeah, and neither one of them is more than a half a car length to a car length apart from each other the entire race, pretty much running the exact times. As there goes our overall leaders now going down into turn 1. But I tell you what, that Welty and that Matt Littleton battle, that's going up into turn 3, headed down into turn 5 right now. And again, that is still within a half a car length.
All right, Brian, and with only a lap left to go here, as I believe Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle working the 10th and final lap, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your race is going to be starting in just a few minutes.
Tell you what, Greg, our overall leaders, Nick Jones and Marshall Lytle, they came out of turn 2 last time. They're already through turn 5. You should see them coming up through turn 8 in a minute. They ended up getting to Jeff Liller, and Jeff Liller moved all the way over to driver's left coming out of. Marshall Lytle got really close to him, trying not to hold on to anything and to be able to draft up onto Nick Jones, and Marshall Lytle going a little bit off there.
Yeah, that was Marshall Lytle going wide, coming out of turn 8 as he was trying to open up that corner and make a last gasp attempt to get around Nick Jones. But as they come out of turn 10 and down the front straight, the checkered flag is in the air, and it is Nick Jones to take. He's going to win overall, but more importantly, he takes the win in bracket A4 for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Marshall Lytle, the only other driver in that bracket, he will finish in second. Then, as we have more drivers crossing the line, in bracket A5 for racers from a minute 23 to a minute 25, Chris Benedetto in his BMW, he is going to take the win there with another BMW, Bill Smith, in the white 05 car. He comes across the stripe. Let's see if he breaks out. And no, he does not. Bill Smith will finish in second in A5, and we're still waiting for the 2 Spec Racer Fords. One of them we know isn't going to cross the line. That's Keith Frazier, who retired early. But Eric Prepsius now comes across the stripe. He's going to finish third in bracket A5. Bracket B2, Jerome Welty will take the win over Matt Littleton, the Boxster, over the BMW in the battle of the German marks there. And then in bracket B3, as we see that Boxster now coming across the line just ahead of Matt Littleton's BMW. As we shift over to bracket B3 now for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31, Jeff Liller will take the win over Steve Martin, the Mazda Miata, beating out the Ford Focus. Jack Murchison in his Miata will finish in third. In bracket B4, congratulations to Murphy Nichols in his first weekend out in his new car. There you go. Murphy Nichols takes the win over Chuck Edmondson. Nichols in a Nissan 300ZX at Edmondson in his Honda CRX. Nick Shively in his Scion will finish third in class, and then we'll move over to bracket B5. Here in B5, Meyer Alzot in his Mazda 2 takes the win over David Cook in his Miata, then Larry Slavinsky in his Ford Fiesta. Nate Reynolds and Rick Millenbach finish fourth and fifth. Fourth and fifth in the bracket, and then that is going to round out our bracket racing. And so, again, our next race up, Brian, we're going to be going to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, and that is how we're going to round out the weekend here. But before we do, let's take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more action here from Summit Point, where you're watching the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse, and we will be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer
Gaynor?
Gaynor, thank you. What's your last name, Spencer?
Gaynor.
There you go, Spencer Gaynor. And we've got Deacon Greenfield joining us in the booth as well, as the pace car is now heading out to start our first MARRS race of the afternoon. And this is one that very many people are always waiting for. It's Spec Miata along with SM2 and SMT, two classes from the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. We've got 16 cars that have qualified over the course of the weekend. Brian, let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 16th position, the number 68 of Dominic Mandiel. Starting in 15th, the number 7 of Brad Williams. Starting in the 14th position, the number 71 of Peter Kaufman. Starting in the 13th position, the number 28 of David Henderson. Starting in the 12th position, and our only SM2 car here, Greg, is the 144 of Justin Ferraro. Starting in the 11th position, the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 10th position, the number 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 9th position, the number 13 of Ed Kudarakis. Starting in the 8th position, the 08 of Robert K. Hall. Starting in the 7th position, the number 78 of Ted K. Hall. Starting in the 6th position, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 5th position, the number 51 of Brian Price. Starting in the 4th position, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the 3rd position, the number 21 of Michael Adatoff. Starting in the 2nd position is the number 4 of Rob Hines. And starting on the pole, the number 198 of Daniel Conway.
All right, so there is your starting grid for this afternoon Spec Miata race. And so yesterday, Rob Hines took the win in Spec Miata over Dan Conway in what was a pretty rough fight there. Conway almost taking the win on the very last lap. I was talking to Rob during lunch today, and he said the one thing he could not get that car to do was turn in at turn number 1, and he couldn't get it to turn in at turn number 5 either. And so he made some changes last night. He's hoping that the car is going to be a little bit stronger today. Also, you mentioned our sole SM2 driver, Justin Ferraro, starting 12th in the field today. He worked that car up into 5th position during yesterday's race. A great, or again, only car in the class, but a great run for him. As the lights are out on the pace car now bringing the field underneath the bridge over at turn and into turn at number 10. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Rob Hines and Dan Conway. Conway, your pole sitter today, on the inside in the green number 198 machine. Rob Hines in the blue number 4. And we have a green flag. John Burkhardt, your starter for today's MARRS race. And they are making their way down towards turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, Greg, not the push that we saw from John Hotz yesterday on Robbie Hines as they go down into turn 1. That whole inside line gets a little bit of an edge with Dan Conway. Got some brake lock up in a little bit in the back, but it looks like Robbie Hines is going to be able to take that lead. We saw this battle with these three yesterday going on as well with Rob Hines, Dan Conway, John Hotz. That looks like that's going to be your front three. John Hotz is very far. Driver's left coming up in there. He's got room to tuck back in to Dan Conway. Look for those three to work their way through and pull away. The 51 of Brian Price sitting in 4th. The 78 as they go up into turn 3. That is going to be Ted Cahall. That's going to be your top 6.
All right, Brian. And as they came out of turn 2, I guess just to prove me wrong today, Justin Ferraro dropping wheels into the grass. It was basically 2 wheels in the grass all the way from turn 2 to turn 3. And while we've got a car off over in turn 5 or before turn 5 coming through the chute, the car has now continued. But big spin there, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That may have been that 144 that you were talking about. We'll have to take a look as when they come back through here to see who that was. It was a darker colored car, so I wasn't really able to see. That's either that or it may have been the 28 of David Henderson.
All right, and I'm getting a word from race control right now. And it was the number 28 machine of David Henderson that went around, and he has now continued as our leaders come out of turn 10 and will cross the start-finish line to begin lap number 2. And your leader currently is Rob Hines. Dan Conway in second, then about 3 car lengths back to John Hotz in the white 63. Then we've got Brian Price and Ed Kudarakis and Michael Apatow side by side going down into turn number 1 as Apatow, who started in 3rd position, he finds himself back in 5th right now there. But kind of sitting in an island. And we saw this yesterday, Brian, that perhaps the most lonely driver in yesterday's race was Brian Price. And he's in that same position again. He's running in 4th position with a huge gap to the top 3 and a huge gap to number 5.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Greg. I'm going to go back to the incident we saw in turn 5. I think that may have also been involved with the 54 of Michael Cohen. He's dropped all the way back into 12th. And as they went into turn 1, just this last lap, you had Michael Cohen, Dominic Mandil, and Brad Williams. They were side by side, 3 wide going into turn 1. That really doesn't work. And so one of them had to get out. Michael Cohen making that shot, that move to the driver's right and going all the way down through. So move him up into the 12th position after dropping back a little bit. As they come up out of turn 8 is still Rob Hines, or Dan Conway, Rob Hines, and then now John Hotz has caught those two. So, Greg, the lap before you had Conway and Robbie Hines starting to pull off, and now you got Michael Apatow. He goes off in turn 10, is going to hold on to his position, but he's going to lose a little bit of time to the 51 of Brian Price, and that's going to allow Cahall and Ed Kudarakis to gain along with Kip Gaynor. I tell you what, Michael Apatow, he is really quick out of turn 10.
He is, and unfortunately he'd be faster if he stayed all 4 wheels on the pavement. Coming out of turn 2, and it looks like John Hotz has pushed Conway into the lead. John Hotz now running in second, Robbie Hines falling back into third with Brian Price with just that little move into turn 1 very early on. Brian Price made up about 3 car lengths in the whole exchange. And although Apatow was able to hold off Kudarakis and Cahall, going into turn number 1. They have now pulled up right behind the driver in 5th place.
Yeah, I tell you what, as those front three start to battle, especially coming down through turn 5, the man on the hot seat, I think right now, or the man that's going to have a really good run is going to be it's actually going to be Brian Price. Brian Price, I think, is going to be John Hotz is going to be in the hot seat, but Brian Price is going to be in the position.
Yeah, as they start fighting out, and yesterday Brian just found himself way too far behind our lead trio to make up any ground once they did start fighting for position. He's in a much better position today, especially with this longer race. I think he's got a little bit more opportunity as our leaders are coming out of turn 10. Once again, the green and silver number 198 machine of Dan Conway, your leader, with John Hotz pushing Conway down the front straight, trying to get some separation from Rob Hines in the blue number 4, and then Brian Price again making up some ground. And that last time by, Brian Price runs his fastest lap of the race. It's a little bit faster than Robbie Hines and Dan Conway, not quite as fast as John Hotz.
You know what, as they come out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3, I spoke to John Hotz on Friday a little bit, watched some of the practice session, especially through turn 10, and it looked like he was letting the car roll just a bit too much, was not able to get back on the throttle, made a little bit of a change, and what we saw yesterday and what we're seeing today, that change seemed to have worked after watching him and understanding that he can't have that much roll going into turn 10. It's either on the brake or on the gas in order to get through, and it looks like it's prevailing for him this week right now.
All right, as our leaders make their way out of turn 5 and they're heading into the carousel, we look a little bit further back, and that really good fight that we had with Kudarakis, K-Hall, Kip Gaynor now in the battle as well. Glenn Evans in the number 10 right there as well. And so, at this point, Spencer's probably going to keep the camera on Dad for the last part of the race.
I keep turning back, and I keep seeing the fist pumps going on every time we mention it. So, obviously, Kip working hard in there, trying to do what he needs to do and get up there. But here comes our leaders now. Coming through turn 10, now we're going through the start-finish line. And you're right, Greg. I think Dan Conway and John Hotz really sitting there trying to work as hard as they can to get away from Robbie Hines. Rob's going to be kind of in that no man's position, as we talked about with Brian Price, but now Brian Price is starting to cut up into that top 3 lead there, getting on the back bumper of Robbie Hines here, probably within the next lap if that happens. And knowing that what Rob has, and knowing what Rob, the experience that he has, he can sit back and wait for Brian Price, and they probably could catch those next two, two up front. Wow, I'll get it out here in a minute.
All right, and so a little bit further back behind Price, Michael Apatow are really starting to stretch things out as he's coming into turn 3 over the 2 red machines there of Ed Kudarakis and Ted K-Hall, as then we've got Kip Gaynor sitting back in 8th position. A little bit further back from there is Glenn Evans in the number 10.
Yeah, pretty good battle going on through there, and as they come down into turn 5 right now, especially with Kudarakis and K-Hall, and then you've got Gaynor in there. I tell you what, Evans and Robert K-Hall, they've been going at it really since the beginning of this race, just kind of battling it back a little bit. Michael Cohen with that early, incident there with David Henderson now starting to work his way up into the 11th position. He's starting to close up on that gap.
All right, our leaders coming through 10 once again, and it's Conway and Hotz locked nose to tail from entrance of corner to exit of corner, and the gap has now opened up. It is almost 8 car lengths now separating our top 2 drivers from Robbie Hines, yesterday's winner, and then Brian Price is really starting to close things down on Robbie Hines, and that's probably the best thing to happen for Robbie Hines, because those 2 drivers can work together to try to push up to our leaders.
Yeah, Brian Price, fastest lap there for him, the 127.4, almost 5 tenths faster than Robbie Hines. So again, those 2, I think we're going to end up this race here, Greg, with a 4-car battle instead of a 3-car battle as we saw yesterday, especially when we've got to go an additional 5 laps.
Yeah, Brian, despite seeing actually John Hotz pull out there behind Daniel Conway coming into turn 3, that's really when you get to see the experienced drivers show their masterclass, because despite John Hotz being right there on the back bumper of the leader, he knows that if he decides to dive in and fight for that lead, he's going to lose that position to Hines and Brian Price right behind. And Brian actually showing signs of catching up to Hines as he loses the draft off Hotz. As our leaders are coming into turn 8 now, and yeah, all four of them kind of a little evenly paced. I think Hotz may have lost a bit to Conway, but it's gonna be a battle of strategy and drafting at this point.
And this is where John Hotz, excels through turn 10. We talked about it now. John Hotz is going to move out of here at the start-finish line. He looks like he's going to make the move here. What is that going to do, gentlemen? That's going to bring Robbie Hines. That's going to bring Brian Price right up in there because Dan Conway not going to want to just let it go and let John Hotz go in front.
Despite
he battled him all the way down to about the 400-foot mark there.
Yeah, and I can guarantee you when you have two cars side by side putting a hole in the air, it is a much easier draft than when you were just simply behind a single car. And now as they come out of turn at number 2, so we have our new leader, it's John Hotz, moved Dan Conway back to second, and then about 2 car lengths back to Robbie Hines and Brian Price. And this is the point where Price's car over the last day and a half hasn't necessarily shown the pace of our top 3 cars. He wasn't able to show it yesterday, but here is where working in the draft with a Rob Hines can try to push back up to the lead, and we may see Price try to push Hines now ahead of Conway.
Right, and Brian being out of the car for a little while there, now just getting back into it really last year and this year, and really working hard, really for the last couple of years. Now you've got the experience of Rob Hines in front of you. Now you can follow. Those 2 cars are going to be just as fast as Hotz and Conway. So, John Hotz probably thought he was much faster than Conway coming through turn 10, had that good run. We've talked about this all race long. We'll see what happens. It looks like Conway and Hotz are starting to pull away a little bit further from Robbie Hines. That. So again, Conway just following right in behind Hotz.
Yeah, and we see this, Deacon, as they come down through the bottom of the course, coming out of turn 5 and then coming up the hill the last couple of laps, whether it be John Hotz in the lead or whether it be Dan Conway, they've been able to extend the gap back to Hines and back to Brian Price by about a car length and a half. And I wonder if part of this is, Hines said he thought he had made the adjustments to the car to fix the understeer issues that he had both at 1 and 5, and it may not be the case.
Yeah, Hotz maybe also just showing the experience and the skill that he has, being our Spec Miata points leader through the skill section and extending that gap, and also just barely eking the curb off the top of turn 3. As we have a big gaggle of cars coming into turn 3. I can't exactly tell the numbers on those are, but it looks like it's
Kip Gaynor leading the whole top of Ed Kutaraka's, both of the Cahall brothers and Glenn Evans. So as the fist pump goes in here from Spencer, Kip Gaynor pulls all the way around and goes all the way up to sitting in 6th position right now from the 8th position. So he got a 2-for-1 deal, almost like Russell Maloney down there yesterday, Greg. We saw him go passing 2 and 3 cars. Kip Gaynor doing the same thing. They must have talked about it last night.
And I'm going to have to use the same line. What did he have to drink last night?
I'm telling you, I don't know. We're going to have to find that one out. But that was a 2-for-1 deal as our leaders now are coming up out of underneath the bridge out of turn 8, heading into turn 10. And again, it is Conway and Hotz. And Hotz is leading Conway, and they are starting to pull away from Robbie Hines and Brian Price, gentlemen.
Now, one thing that I had noticed this last time through and coming out of turn 10 is the rear end of John Hotz's car starting to loosen up a little bit. Had the rear end walk around on him. And Conway with a great run out of 10, able to carry a little bit more speed. But this time, discretion, the better part of valor, and the fact that we have now a large number of laps still remaining as we still have 12 laps to go here, decide to still just hold station behind the 63.
Yeah, we still have 24 miles left to go here if we look at miles, and I know my math better than you, so
you do.
I know it's 24 miles.
How many feet is that?
I have no clue. That's a big foot.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes, these cars, and Deacon, this pretty decent. Sometimes these cars, when they get loose like that, loose is fast. It's not a bad thing as long as it's just not a loose, completely out of control. I know John Hotz has been working really, really hard to stay in front of Dan Conway, Hines, and Price, and so he's really working that right rear in certain turns and certain aspects of this racetrack. That car does not look like it's out of control. I think it's only going to get better.
No, John Hotz's car looks pretty stable, but it's when the skill really sets in that in a race like Spec Miata, when the consistency is the key to showing up along with the pace as our leaders come out of 10. John Hotz is putting down pretty consistent times with Conway just eking right behind and keeping in that draft. But yeah, the gap has gotten larger. Brian Price has fallen off the back of Rob Hines. And, it's just that when Conway is in a strategic battle now. He needs to pick and choose when is the right moment for him to catch up and use the draft and the momentum that he's built up behind Hotz to make that move if he decides to make that move, or just stick behind Hotz.
All right, Deacon, let's move over to this battle right now for sixth position. Kip Gaynor, Ed Kudarakis, Ted Cahall, and they have now brought Robert Cahall, Glenn Evans, Michael Cohen as well into this fight. They are now heading down through turn 2 and heading out towards turn 3. You can see that those 6 cars, and not all that far behind them is Justin Ferraro in the SMT car, trying to recover from that early off today. But great fight going on there for some very evenly matched machines.
I tell you what, I think Ted Cahall was able to get around the Ed Kudarakis machine as you were down into turn 1, made a great move going through there, and was able to hold that line and continue as they go now down through turn 5. And it does look like it is Ted Cahall is going to move up into that 7th position behind Kip Gaynor, who's in 6th position. As they start to go through the carousel, they'll be coming up out of turn 8. Our leaders are at a 10, but let's keep watching up out of turn 8 to see whether or not Ted Cahall is going to hold on to that 7th position there, Greg.
Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring racers. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, here comes our 6th place position here of Kip Gaynor, and as we said, Ted Cahall now is going to move into that 7th position, starting to gain on Kip Gaynor. Now Michael Cohen, he's going to make a move on Glenn Evans as they head down into turn 1. They're going to go too wide a little bit further back, and then you have the Robert Cahall. He's got to defend against Michael Cohen as well. Michael Cohen trying to make a 2-for-1 deal, as we've seen earlier on with some of these cars. They, wasn't able to get that done, and he had to give up just a little bit. But now move Michael Cohen up into that 10th position ahead of Glenn Evans. Now he tries to run down the 08 of Robert Cahall.
As we watch them now, they're going to be coming into our view here once again as they all tumble down through the chute, fastest corner on the course. Try to keep the car center of track to get rotated. Now side by side, once again, the 2 red machines there of Cahall and well, that's Cahall and Cahall, or is that Cahall and Kudarakis?
That's there? Cahall and Kudarakis right there in that position, yeah.
I would say Cahall and Cahall sounds like a good law firm, but I know at least one of them is in the IT business.
Well, I think Cahall, Kudarakis, and Cahall would even be better law firms.
Yes, absolutely.
That'd be one heck of a TV commercial.
I don't know if I'd want to get sued. All right, heading down now. Let's jump over here into turn 1. That battle for the overall lead, and it is still John Hotz, your leader, with Dan Conway running second. Robbie Hines, though, has made up a lot of ground now and is still about 3 car lengths back from our leaders, but he's done this on pretty much all grit and enthusiasm there, as he now has dropped Brian Price completely. Price out of the draft, and I think Price pretty much at the same position he was yesterday, going to be just racing by himself unless he's got Michael Apatow who can close up behind.
Yeah, I think that Brian Price machine is starting to go away ever so slightly as this race continues on with 9 laps left to go. John Hotz still leading Dan Conway. And you're right, Robbie Hahn's not going away. They're just kind of holding on because when we get to the end of this race, Conway's going to look to make a move somewhere. It's going to be tough to make that move on John Hotz on turn 10 because that seems to be where John Hotz is able to pull away just a little bit from Conway and edge that gap. Last time by also there, Greg, we were watching the rest of the field, basically. Kip Gaynor, Ed Kudarakis, Ted, and Robert Cahall. Michael Cohen able to get around Robert Cahall, and let's see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it on back there. I think you could do it moving Michael Cohen up into the 9th position when they come by the start-finish line here in a moment.
All right, and they are coming up, I believe, towards turn 10 now. Yep, here they come underneath the bridge and out Gaynor. With then Cahall, then Kudarakis, and let's take a look right back behind us. Kudarakis is moving to the center of the track, or probably that's Cahall behind Kudarakis. there. And as Kip Gaynor moved to drivers right, Kudarakis, Cahall, then Michael Cohen and Glenn Evans.
I tell you what, Greg, as we watch them going down in there, give yourself a new leader here. That's Dan Conway. He got around John Hotz coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3. Now I'm going to drop back to what you were just talking about with Kip Gaynor, Ed Kudarakis, Ted Cahall trying to hold off Michael Cohen, and I think he's going to be able to do that. Is now Ed Kudarakis and Michael Cohen, they're going to go nose to tail coming through there. Glenn Evans, he's also going to get around the 0-8 of Robert Cahall. So now you've got Robert Cahall going to fall all the way back to 11th spot. But we have a new leader here, Greg, as they should be getting ready to come up through turn 8 and up underneath that bridge coming into turn 10 here any moment, that you're going to end up with a new car. And we got one car going off, and I can't tell if that's one of the Cahalls or if that's Kudarakis.
I think that was the 78 going around. We'll check in just a moment now, Brian, and we'll get back there. But coming out of turn 10, as you mentioned, Dan Conway, your new leader, then with John Hotz, and then Robbie Hines, yesterday's winner. He is now right to the back of the number 63 machine, and it actually was the 13 machine, Ed Kudarakis, that went wide at turn number 5 and has continued.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them to see where he's going to be able to fall back in. But last time by, we were sitting here looking out the window when we were talking about that battle group. Dan Conway got through turns 1 and 2 really, really with ease and a lot quicker than John Hotz, and that actually helped them. Robbie Hines, I think, is the one sitting in the driver's seat. Now, as we drop back into the Ed Kudarakis here, now give Kip Gaynor still in 6th place. Michael Cohen now has worked his way all the way up into 7th place.
And Brian, what an amazing move by Michael Cohen.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was more an amazing move by Michael Cohen or maybe a blunder by Ted Cahall. As Cahall came out of turn 10 ahead of Michael Cohen, he pulled drivers right to try and break the draft, and Cohen just stayed all the way drivers left and drove right past the 78 car to take over 7th position, moving Cahall back into 8th.
Yeah, Michael Cohen got his work cut out for him. His next thing is to look at Kip Gaynor. And again, they paddock right next to each other. And Spencer, you better hope Kip doesn't let, your dad doesn't let Michael get to him, because I don't think that'll ever hear the end of it there. Let's pick up our leaders now again, because here they come out of turn 10 right about now, getting ready to go on the start-finish line here. We're going to have 6 laps to go right now. And I'm not sure if John Hotz is just comfortable sitting there, or does he want to get back out in front, gentlemen?
Well,
attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please start heading to the grid. B-Spec racers and Improved Touring racers, your race is next. Please head to the grid.
Well, back to that leader battle, with the pass from Conway going into 2, really put Rob Hines into a position to be able to get back into this fight, because now John Hotz is stuck in the middle between, does he push Conway or does he defend from Rob Hines?
Right.
Because now, with these cars, and you make such a move like through turn 3, where you do have to make a considerable slowdown, especially going through side by side, where they weren't necessarily side by side through the whole corner, but it was just enough for Rob Hines to be in that patient position, and he is now right on the bumper of John Hotz.
Yeah. You're kind of darned if you do and darned if you don't, right?
Really?
You got to try to figure out how to get in front of the lead, but then you also got to figure out how to defend against Robbie Hines, somebody with, as we talked about, with a lot of experience. Gentlemen, I'm going to look back here a little bit. We talked about this 6th really through 12th place, really 13th place, but Kudarakis starting to fall off that pace there. David Henderson, with all of that jumbling going on, guys, he has worked his way back up into 11th place. He's right behind Justin Ferraro in that 144 machine, but he is starting to work hard on Glenn Evans.
All right, and here we go. Look at this as John Hotz moves over drivers left instead of following Dan Conway down, and they are now side by side as they come into turn number 1. Robbie Hines, he stays to the outside behind John Hotz. Hotz is not able to get close enough there as they go through turn 1, and he's going to have to slot back in behind Dan Conway. That does allow Robbie Hines to carry a little bit more momentum as they try to get a turn 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, John Hotz has learned a lot here within the last several races here at Summit Point. I tell you what, one of the races we saw was with Nick Bruni, where they kept going from right to left and right to left on there.
Yes.
As we look back a little bit further. And now David Henderson, he's going to try to make that move on Glenn Evans. Glenn Evans sitting in driver's right. David Henderson in the spot. Glenn Evans having to lock it up just a little bit with that right rear, trying to go in through turn 1. Looks like David Henderson's going to make that move, and he's going to make that stick. And now you've got, let's see, that could be Robert Cahall or Ted Cahall onto the battle with Glenn Evans as they start to head up through turn 3. A lot of battles going on here. It's hard to keep the ones up front, and then you got the rest of the field, basically.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give a little bit of a pause here, let everybody digest everything that's going on around the racetrack right here as we watch that entire battle now coming down through the chute and around through turn 5. But as they do, our leaders once again on the front straight, and we'll check them here as they come to the start-finish line. And as they cross the line now, I believe 4 laps remain here in this 20-lap race, and Dan Conway continues to hold the advantage over John Hotz. In the white number 63, Robbie Hines locked right in the rear there in the number 4 car, and as they head out of turn 3 and still stay in line, John Hotz continues to take little peeks to the inside, Deacon, as if, he wants Conway to know that he's there. But I think along the lines of what you're talking about, I think he's also trying to defend against Rob Hines.
I would watch that turn 5 camera because John Hotz did not get a great run out of 3, and Robbie Hines looked like he was actually trying to go for it as he actually made the move.
Yes, he did. So put Robbie Hines now up into second place. That's not going to sit well for Hotz because Robbie Hines and Dan Conway, they will work with each other and they will be gone if it's not careful. John Hotz has got to stay on that back bumper of Robbie Hines within the next couple of laps here, or it could be that Dan Conway is going to pick up this win, or Robbie Hines could get the sweep this weekend, Greg.
That's right. Well, when they come by the next time, there'll be 3 laps to go. And with John Hotz getting that bad run out of 3 and it taking a little while for Hines to get around him, Dan Conway's now opened up about a 4-car length advantage over Hines and Hotz, and that's going to be very difficult to make up in the span now of just 3 laps as they are now making the run down towards turn number 1.
The fastest car out of those 3 was Dan Conway there all by himself as Hines and Hotz were trying to pass each other going up through turn 3, just as Deacon said, and down the hill into turn 4 and turn 5. So we'll have to see whether or not they're going to work together. They should look like they need to break the draft a little bit away from Dan Conway and not technically stay behind him. I think Hotz's car is going away coming out of turn 10, guys, and I think Robbie Hines' car is getting a little bit stronger. So, Greg, you talked about that adjustment that he made yesterday. That may have been set for the longer run as we get to lap 15 on through to make that car work a little bit better.
And we saw, I mentioned earlier about halfway through the race that it looked like John Hotz's car was starting to look very loose coming through turn 10, and that is going to hurt him getting a drive out of there and probably hurt him getting a drive out of 3 as well.
Tell you what, as we're watching our leaders, and now as we watch coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, Michael Cohen, Kip Gaynor, side by side. That is for 6th position. Michael Cohen working hard to fight back. Kip Gaynor still side by side as they go over the hill into turn 3. Neither one of them wants to give an inch.
All right, well, watch here as they come down through the chute. Let's continue on with this battle for a little bit here as the laps are winding down. And, whoa, getting very loose coming through the chute. That is Kip Gaynor. Manages to hold on to the car, manages to hold off Michael Cohen for the moment. And Cohen looked like he may not have had the greatest run through there as Cohen now has to hold off Ted Cahall going into the carousel.
Yeah, Greg, that leader battle between Conway, Hines, and Hotz has actually closed up drastically. What was before the lap before was about a 5-car gap between about Hines and Conway has now closed up to almost bumper to bumper. So those 2 cars are now back in this fight for the lead.
Robbie Hines was 0.3 faster than Dan Conway that last lap, as well as John Hotz. They were he was about 0.2 faster than Conway. So again, Hines and Hotz working together. There's another law firm, Hines and Hotz working together as our battle is a little bit further back. But now we got a battle for 6th and 7th, 8th and 9th, and 10th and 11th. And now a lot of those guys are going to go side by side, Greg. That's a huge gaggle of cars right there, all equally matched.
All right, and as they're making their way around through turn 1, let me quickly make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. B-Spec and Improved Touring racers, please head to the grid. As the next time our leaders come by, Brian, they will be starting the final lap here at some point in Spec Miata, and they're coming out of turn 10 right now. It's Dan Conway. He's got a car length on Rob Hines, another car length back to John Hotz as they are coming over the rise and over towards that starter stand. They're getting that 1 to go Brian Price, I'm a little surprised. He's still kind of hanging in there. I don't think with a lap to go he's going to be in any position to battle for a podium, but he's actually made up a little bit of ground on our lead trio there as they come through turn 2, and still all ducks in a row.
Yeah, I tell you what, as they come out of turn 2 right now, Conway leading by about a half a car length as they top over the hill, going into turn 3, heading down into turn 4 and turn 5. They could be coming up on the car of the 68 of Dominic Mandil as they get down to the backside of this track. That could play heavily into the outcome of this race. Our other battles as they cross the start-finish line, head down into turn 1. Again, I talked about it last time. They were 2x2 battling. Now Kip Gaynor, Michael Cohen, and now throw in David Henderson. David Henderson's going to make the move on Ted Cahall, put David Henderson up into 8th place. So again, another driver that fell all the way back early on in this race, working hard with these long runs. He's going to be behind Michael Cohen by about 2 or 3 car lengths as they head up the hill into turn 2 and up into turn 3.
It's do or die for our leaders as they're coming out of turn 8 into turn 10.
And
Dominic Mandil.
And as they come out of turn 10, it's Conway, then Hines, then Hotz, all separated by half a car length.
Conway goes defensive.
Conway goes driver's right. Hines follows, Hotz follows, and as they come to the line, taking the checkered flag here in the feature race in Spec Miata, Dan Conway, margin of victory, 25 hundredths of a second over Robbie Hines, with John Hotz finishing in 3rd. Let's jump back to that battle, Brian, that we've been watching as we've got we do have Brian Price. He finishes in 4th. Michael Apatow coming across the line in 5th. But let's look at that battle for 6th.
I tell you what, Greg, as they come, sorry guys, if they come out of turn 8 right now, Gaynor still leading Cohen, and then David Henderson as they're going to be coming up out of turn 10. Kip Gaynor, he's going to look to hold on to 6th place here. Michael Cohen really not in a position, but now Michael Cohen's got to defend against David Henderson as he gets a run out of there. And Michael Cohen holds off David Henderson, gives Kip Gaynor a little bit of push, so Kip Gaynor's going to finish 6th. Michael Cohen 7th, David Henderson 8th, Ted Cahall 9th, and Glenn Evans is going to round out your top 10 here.
And guys, we saw for a moment they're coming out of turn 10. As Kip Gaynor moved to the center of track, it looked as though Michael Cohen was going to try to move drivers left to try and get around Gaynor. And as soon as he took the look to the inside, he had Henderson already sitting on his fender. And basically, there was no way at that point that Cohen was going to pick up a position. Henderson had a great run out of 10. He's the one who almost did it. All right, so here as we wrap things up in Spec Miata and we get ready for our next race. Again, let's take a look. Dan Conway, he is your winner. Then we have Robbie Hines. Then we have Michael. Oh God, I'm running down the wrong order here. Let's try that again. It's Dan Conway, then Rob Hines, then John Hotz. That's your top 3. Brian Price, Michael Apatow, Kip Gaynor, Michael Cohen, David Henderson, Ted Cahall, and Glenn Evans round out the top 10. So let's do this, guys. Let's take another quick little break. But before we do, I want to ask you once again, if you like what you see here, if you like what we're doing, please give us a thumbs up. And more importantly, we are currently sitting at 398 subscribers to the DC Region SCCA YouTube channel. If we can get to 500 subscribers, that's another 102 subscribers. See, I can do simple math. Another 102 subscribers by the end of the Labor Day Spectacular. I will be personally giving away a very substantial prize. I'm going to just leave it at that. So if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and do so. We'd really appreciate it. So let's take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with 2 more races at the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS, presented by the Autoverse. And we've got just 2 more races to go here this weekend. And Brian, heading out on track now. The 1-minute warning has just been given on the grid. We've got our splitter up at the top of the pit lane along with Graham Taylor in our pace car. And we're getting ready to send our B-Spec and improved touring. And actually, no B-Spec racers this weekend. A quasi B-Spec racer, Ryan Moran, who's running an ITB this weekend. But our improved touring racers now heading out onto the track for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 9th position in an ITA machine is the 61 of John Legg. Starting in the 8th position, our lonely, and I say lonely just to give him a bunch of crap, is the 8 of Ryan Moran.
I'm like, you say that, and I immediately start thinking about David Lee Roth singing "Just a Gigolo" for some reason.
Well, hey, that's Ryan. Okay, well, we'll move on from that.
Don't tell his wife, but yeah, that's Ryan.
And starting in the 7th position, another ITA machine is the 100 of Justin Shepard. Starting in the 6th position, another ITA is the 41 of David Lanning. Starting in the 5th position, and number 2 in ITA is the number 1 of Daniel Freeman. And starting on the pole in ITA in the 4th overall position is the 43 of Kyle Colby. Starting in the 3rd position is an ITS machine. That's the 49 of Steve Moeller. Starting on the front row and second in ITS is the 07 of Matt Littleton. And starting on the pole and the pole for ITS is the 00 of Jeffrey Lucas.
All right, so as they are now heading over towards turn 3 here on the pace lap, it was honestly, it was an easy race yesterday for Jeff Lucas. He moved away at the start. That Nissan, the Datsun, pardon me, has a heck of a lot of torque and was able to get away from both Matt Littleton and the BMW as well as Steve Moeller to run to a fairly easy win. But the battle to watch was the battle for second in ITS between Matt Littleton, and we saw Matt Littleton just a little while ago putting up a real good fight with another German machine with the Porsche Boxster a little while ago in the bracket racing. But Littleton had a great fight with Steve Moeller, was able to hold Moeller off for 14 of the 15 laps, and then Moeller managed to get around on the very last lap, finished second overall, second in ITS. Littleton finishing, I think, about a half second behind. Yeah. It was really close at the line. And then in ITA, oddly enough, the paces in the Miatas in ITA a little bit slower than what we've seen in the past. But Dan Freeman manages to hold off David Lanning at the line as Lanning had actually, I think, started third in ITA, gotten around Kyle Colby's Honda CRX, and finished right on the back bumper of Freeman's ITA machine. Colby finished in third as the lights are out on the pace car, and the pace car now bringing the field underneath the bridge through turn 10. Pace car now on the pit lane, and it looks like, once again, a very, very slow starting pace as they come out of turn 10 with the professor, Jeff Lucas, your pole sitter, our starter. That is Beth Burkhardt looking over the field. Green flag. There it is. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway here at Summit Point in ITS, ITA, and, kind of ITB as well, as they are making their way down to turn 1 for the first time. And Lucas cuts across the nose of Matt Littleton's BMW here as they go into braking into turn 1.
I tell you what, great start by Matt Littleton. Had to have Jeffrey Lucas work for that start before he was able to cut over in front of Matt Littleton to get on line to get through turn 1. Now Lucas opens it up by about a car length and a half over Matt Littleton. Then you have Steve Moeller. Steve Moeller's going to jump into third place. The man going backwards, I think, a little bit is going to be Kyle Kobe. He's going to go side by side with the 100 of Justin Shepard in through turn 3 and up over the hill. They're still side by side, but Jeffrey Lucas leading Matt Littleton and Steve Moeller.
All right, as they make their way down through the carousel, and here we go on the brakes. Hard on the brakes, Jeff Lucas, and he opens up about another 2 car lengths on Littleton as they round the corner. But Brian, looking a little bit further back, again, it's Lanning in the Shepard in the 100 Miata and Kyle Colby in that Honda CRX. That they were side by side once again going through turn 5. They're only going to fall further behind the rest of the ITA field as they go through the carousel.
Yeah, I tell you what, Justin Shepard really picking it up as of late. The last year, ran that Mazda Miata last year here in this ITA group, really getting a lot better with every start, with every single lap that he's got going around here. So look for him to start picking up the pace as we get going. It looks like David Lanning's going to go ahead and make that move over Shepard as they come down through the start-finish line. Remember, David Lanning was the fastest car in ITA towards the end of the race, almost able to catch Daniel Freeman, and it could be that now that we're going 20 laps, he may be thinking he's got to do the same thing. Right?
Yeah, I was going to say he may need to do the exact same thing again today, as Freeman has opened up already a bit of an advantage over the rest of the ITA field as they're coming out of 2, going into 3 right now. That black number 1 Miata with about a 10 car length advantage over the rest of the field right now in ITA.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm looking down through here. It looks like everybody's going to get through. We may get something across the radar. I don't remember seeing the 100 come through here, so we'll have to see. Maybe I missed Justin Shepard. We'll look down through turn 5 as they go through, but I did not see him come through there, Greg.
No, there is a car down there, Brian.
Okay.
I was going to say, because the 41 of David Lanning had let a car go underneath, and then all of a sudden there was no one else around him. So it looks like that car is pulled off just outside of 2. We've got a standing yellow down there.
And that does look like that is the Justin Shepard machine.
Yes.
So Justin Shepard on very far driver's right and trying to work his way back as much as he can. He's still on the racetrack. And, gentlemen, that's going to be a tough spot because that is where you come out of turn 2 and start making that move to try to get back in the line into turn 3. So he's barely moving, so we're going to have to wait and see what he does here. And
we're going to see, Brian, in just a moment, because we have coming down into turn 1, Jeff Lucas now, our leader, and he is going to see that local caution. But you're right, the 100 machine not all that far past the tub, and they're actually displaying a white flag as well because he is actually moving on the track surface, and he has been able to lift that car far enough away from the station that most of our drivers now going center of track and getting around the 100 machine on the run down towards turn number 3.
Yeah, barely moving, but I think he's going to be able to here in the next probably, couple seconds here, maybe a couple minutes. He may, though he's not going very fast, so he's completely under power. I can't tell if he's got a flat or what, but the car is moving, but just not,
it looks like he's using the starter motor to get that car moving forward.
Could be, yeah. All right, let's go back. Here comes Lucas now coming out of turn number. Actually, looks like he's going to be coming up out of turn number 8 here momentarily. Lucas kind of opening that up. We saw that yesterday with Littleton after his good start. And then you got to drop back a little bit more. Moeller, that's your third place in ITS.
Yeah, and, interestingly enough, we were talking about in ITA the gap that the gap that Dan Freeman has opened up now on the rest of the ITA field. And I think a lot of that is being helped because he locked in and in the draft of the much faster ITS Mazda Miata, the 1.8 liter without the restrictor, is kind of pulling the number 1 machine along. But again, still quite a bit off the pace that he had run the last couple of seasons in ITA. After that car, I think he needed to make some configuration changes to the ignition system. He's running in the low 29s right now.
Yeah.
Only managed the mid 28s yesterday, and that's a car that's really had been capable of running in the high 26s and low 27s.
Yep. As we look out here and we watch them as they went through turn 1 and now they're coming up turn 3 now. We talked about Daniel Freeman. That car yesterday was smoking going into 1 into certain areas and even to 3. That is still continuing. So obviously not that much of an issue with that car as he continues to keep going.
Maybe running a little rich. Depending on when they made the reconfiguration of the ignition system, Brian, they may not have had a chance to put it on the dyno and get the ECU retuned for the new config.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be slowing the car down, as much as it, probably should be, but, a little bit of smoke, especially going into turn 1 and really coming up through turn 3. So let's see what happened as Justin Shepard is pulled in through there, kind of looking at his car. They're going to probably get him to move himself out of the way.
Well, yeah, and he's going to have to push the car because at this point, Brian, he is out of the car.
Yeah.
And let's take a look now, going down into turn number 1. And it looks like Steve Moeller has left Dan Freeman behind, and he is starting to close things down on Matt Littleton. That last time by, Moeller was a full 0.6 of a second faster than Matt Littleton's BMW, and definitely making up ground.
Now, I tell you what, that's got to sit bad for Matt Littleton because he ran his fastest lap of the race right there on lap 4, as well as Steve Moeller. So Moeller's 0.6 of a second faster, and you run your fastest lap. That's not going to sit well as we get to the rest of this race.
All right, and another big change on the run out of turn 2 going into turn 3. David Lanning has now gotten around Kyle Colby, so move Lanning up to second in ITA, move Colby back to third.
Yeah, I was going to say, Greg, despite Dan Freeman having that big of a gap, David Lanning is actually the only driver in that top 3 ITA battle that actually has consistently stayed in the 28s, and that move didn't look too hard.
No,
but Kyle definitely got the run up on the exit of 3, but Dan may have that Miata breathing down his neck pretty soon.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday that Colby's car definitely starts off strong, and I don't know if he just runs the tires off very early or if that new motor of his is, maybe it has some heat soak issues. But he has started to fall off his pace once again. But let's watch this battle for second in ITS. Coming under braking right behind Jeff Lucas. There we go, knock nose to tail. The silver 325 of Matt Littleton, the 1.8-liter Mazda Miata of Steve Moeller. And Moeller takes a look to the inside for a moment as Littleton goes to cover coming down into turn 3.
Yeah, as they come up into turn 3, Littleton still holding on to that second place in ITS. Gets a little loose with that right rear there, Deacon, as they went over the hill. That's going to allow Moeller to close up, but we just talked about it again. He was 0.7 of a second faster that last lap by. So Matt Littleton's going to have to really work hard if he wants to keep Moeller behind him as they go down into turn 5, and it's still about a car length off of each other between Matt Littleton and Steve Moeller.
Yeah, that Miata definitely had the momentum advantage coming out of 3. So it'd be interesting to see how Littleton defends from probably a more superior car from the Miata over the BMW.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, two cars that are very well balanced and handle very well. The Miata definitely has its weight a little bit lower to the ground, lower center of gravity on it. But the BMW, known for its very good brakes as well. I think the difference is that Moeller still is able to carry a lot more speed through most of the corners, just as he did out of turn 10. And he was tucked up behind Littleton's BMW coming out of 10. Took a poke to the inside, took a look to the inside on Littleton, decided to hang back behind him, and then about 2/3 of the way down the front straight, that's where Littleton, even just the tiniest amount, starts to pull away from the Miata.
I think Littleton's got just a bit more bang in that motor.
Yeah. And not a clanging, but a banging.
No, a good bang.
It's a good bang. I tell you what, we're sitting here watching that battle. David Lanning and Daniel Freeman. Lanning was was about 0.3 of a second faster than Daniel Freeman. So, Greg, it's what I talked about early on. As the race goes on, David Lanning starts to get a lot better as it goes on. Again, still a long way to go in this race, so we're going to have to see whether or not David Lanning is going to be able to get to that point where he's able to get up into Daniel Freeman and potentially take that ITA win.
Yeah, and we see them coming down through turn 5 right now, landing in that white BMW, the white number 41, just behind the black with red topped number 1 machine, and he's still about 2 seconds behind.
Well, evidently Justin Shepard got that car fixed because they came through the cutout. Looks like somebody reached up underneath the hood, did something. He pulled back out of the cutout and turned around. He's now going back down into turn one. So Justin Shepard looks like he either may do one of two things. One, he's going to continue on after only one lap completed, or he may bring it down to pit road so Dad doesn't have to walk down there to get it later on. But
I'd say or three. He just wanted to try turn 1 and 2 for the second
Again?
time on the second time in the same lap. All right, going down to turn 1, side by side now. We've got Littleton and Moeller, with Moeller to the inside here and under braking. He takes over second position from Matt Littleton.
Little lockup there from Littleton on that right front there. And now Littleton's going to battle back there. He's going to be driver's left. They're going to go side by side with him and Moeller. And Deacon, we've seen this all day long. If you sit there outside, you may get the rocket up over the hill. Doesn't look like Matt Littleton's going to be able to hold on. Steve Moeller's going to get ahead of him as they come out of 3, starting to head down into turn 5. We'll see if Matt Littleton can battle back.
That's some very impressive momentum from Littleton because he actually had a small lockup from the front right, but despite Moeller being able to get that inside line pretty well, Littleton was able to actually get back up to the right alongside the Miata, even though he didn't get the run out of 3. He was still able to build that back up out of 2.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Matt Littleton's going to be able to battle back against Steve Moeller. But, it looks like that BMW had a little bit of extra power than Moeller did as they came out of 2 and up into 3, but just couldn't able to take that outside line and keep it there and make it stick. He had to give the position up to Moeller. Be watching for them coming up. They should be getting ready to come out of turn 10 now. Already gone through turn 10, going across the start-finish line now. Moeller's going to open it up by about, I'd say 0.5 of a second, Craig.
All right, and a couple of quick notes here. The 100 machine of Justin Shepard just given the meatball flag that they want him to bring that car into the pits. His day is now effectively done. And in ITA, the last time we checked in, David Lanning was a little bit over 2.3 seconds from Dan Freeman. He has closed things down now to about 1.5 seconds as they're making the run over towards turn number 3 right now. We'll pick them up here in just a moment as they're going to start. We're going to see them come down the hill. First off, we've got our battle for second in ITS between Moeller and Matt Littleton. And then here comes the battle for the lead in ITA. And you can see there, continuing to make up ground quickly, is David Lanning on Dan Freeman. Now, Freeman just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 128.74. Unfortunately for Dan Freeman, David Lanning, who didn't run his fastest lap of the race, ran about 1/10 faster.
Again, another product of not really sure. And here comes Justin Shepard on pit road now. So was able to go out and get one more lap and then ended up having to bring that car back down to pit road there. I'm sure the crew will take a look at that and see what can happen with that. But here comes Daniel Freeman across the start-finish line. Here comes David Lanning now as well, heading down in there. And Daniel Freeman a little bit faster on that lap by about almost a full second there. So open that up. So I guess he started to feel a little bit of the pressure and decided to say, hey, I got to get going on this lap here.
Yeah, but also Lanning was considerably off his usual pace. As Deacon had said, he was running consistently in the high minute 28 range, and that time by was at a 129.645, almost a half second off of more than a half second than off of what he had been racing very consistently.
Yeah. Greg. Oh, we have the 100 of Shepard actually going back out on track.
Yeah, and they have allowed him back out, so he will now start, I believe, for Justin Shepard. This is lap number
3 or 4?
3, I believe, yeah.
Well, again, when you're shown the meatball flag, you've got to come in. They go to the station. They check your car out. If they feel like you're okay to go out, they give you a little bit of pasta and you head on out. Right? I mean, isn't that the way they do that?
Pasta.
So
is that with like a marinara sauce or?
Well, no, it's just straight pasta. There's no sauce.
Yeah, no sauce.
If you get the meatball flag and you have to come into the station,
a little butter,
and you get to see the people down there, you don't get any pasta.
Yeah.
You don't get any sauce or
no
nothing.
Sauce.
You're straight on out. But anyway, so Justin Shepard going to continue to keep going here, Greg.
All right. So as we are now just about halfway through our IT race, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. SSM Showroom Spec Miata. Race group number 8, SSM, please start heading to the grid.
I think we just had Spencer fall off his chair. He thought he did anything. That was an internet connection.
No, we had Murphy Nichols walk up here earlier.
And it started blinking?
Yeah, and all of a sudden our internet connectivity went out.
Wow. Murphy, it is time to leave the place.
That's right. We got a little taste of Frederick County internet connectivity here in West Virginia, and everything went you know what.
Poor Murphy.
Sure, Murphy was using the pit limiter in his bracket race.
I tell you,
You're one to talk.
I tell you what, guys. Let's pick up this Matt Littleton, Steve Moeller. Let's get back to it here.
All right.
We've got enough inside jokes here for that could probably take this whole entire race.
It's starting to sound like the Bob and Mike show.
Matt Littleton's starting to work hard to try to catch Moeller. As they went by last time, again, Moeller was 0.6 faster than Littleton on there. But as they came through the carousel, Littleton kind of closed up a little bit, but then they ended up dropping a little bit more. So we'll have to see what's going on here.
All right, and just a little bit further back in ITA, it looks like Dan Freeman, who's going to come across the line here in just a moment. There's that black with red-topped Mazda Miata. I think he may have opened things up over Lanning just a little bit. No, Lanning closes things down. He knocks about a 10th off, but a gap that was at 2.3 seconds. Well, it's now 3.2 seconds. And Lanning, he has... now he's got 9 laps to get back up to Dan Freeman.
Let's talk about our overall leader here, Jeffrey Lucas, guys. I know that he went out yesterday and dominated, and he's got a 5.5 second lead now over Steve Moeller, and another 2 seconds, almost 7.5 seconds over Matt Littleton. He seems to be just pacing himself.
Yeah.
Just trying to be very consistent, knows he's got that lead. I'm sure maybe the crew giving him signals or talking to him on radios or whatever, letting him know where it is. He just seems to be as consistent as you go when I pull up all his times, consistently in that 128 flat range all the way through to a 128.3. So you're within 0.3 the last 7 laps he's run here. That's pretty consistent.
Very, very consistent. And the difficult thing for Jeff Lucas is maintaining that focus over the course of this 20-lap race. After lap number 1, he was pretty much by himself. And, you don't have a lot of traffic that you have to work through here today, as you only have out on course 9 cars still circulating around over a 2-mile course. It's, few and far between when you come up and have to actually think about affecting a pass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for example, our ITA leader is kind of locked in a stalemate, even though there's quite a big gap between them. There's only a 0.2 difference, and really when you're that far apart, there's really no advantage of draft, so it's just down to raw pace and consistency.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, as we got 8 laps to go here. Next time Jeffrey Lucas comes by here, he'll have 7 laps to go. Again, pretty much spread out here, 6-second lead now. And again, that's the consistency that I think Jeffrey Lucas is showing here. It was 5.5 seconds. Now it's almost 6 seconds compared to Steve Moeller and Matt Littleton. Those two are really having to push as hard as they can to try to catch Jeffrey Lucas, and then Littleton's trying to push hard to catch Steve Moeller because they can see each other on the racetrack during certain portions of it, especially down the front stretch. So you're trying to work hard to get that. You start burning off the tires, and as we get to the end of this race, fuel starts burning. Everything starts to go off. The characteristics and the whole car just seems to change. And every little noise, Deacon, as you well know, you seem to think, oh, Mo, I may not finish this race because of a little noise that really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's just the effect of pushing these old cars to the limits and past them.
I would say many times past them, and just letting the little things get in your head that you kind of have to learn to shut out here. As we take a look now, and that last time by, Littleton lost another 3 hundredths of a second to Muller. So Muller's advantage now over Matt Littleton, about 2.2 seconds. And David Lanning, once again, starting to chop away at Dan Freeman's lead. He just ran his fastest lap of the race, and that last time by a half second faster than Dan Freeman. And, it may be that Freeman's just trying to manage things as well. Of course, our good friend Giancarlo Schooler, likely on the radio with Dan Freeman, probably telling him good jokes or, talking about his latest soccer match or something while Freeman is out there circulating around. And that may be why his times are not exactly the most consistent.
Well, I mean, Dan's put in some good laps. I think he's definitely improved in over the past few weekends.
Definitely.
Doing 29s, 28s is really good for him. And I think that's a really good pace for that car, especially with the track being a little bit slower this weekend. That's a pretty good time.
Yeah. Absolutely, and as we said, with some changes to the configuration of the car, that's something else he has to work on, is because the way it reacts to throttle inputs could be very different this week compared to the last time he drove the car.
And remember, we saw this yesterday with David Lanning as well, where he ended up getting faster the last 6 laps of the race, in that 15-lap race. So we'll have to see right now. He lost a 10th there. One thing I noticed when I was looking out here at turn 10, David Lanning, and I think this is where it could be, Deacon, he kind of completely missed entry into turn 10, which when you miss entry into turn 10, your whole front stretch, it just slows you down because you're going a little wider, and now you've got to pull the car back instead of going all the way outside the rumble strips. And so what ends up happening is you're scrubbing speed and you're slowing, and it could be that's where he lost that 10th to Daniel Freeman. Greg?
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8, SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Race group 8, SSM drivers, please start heading to the grid.
Let's talk about Ryan Moran here for a second, because we haven't talked about him except for at the very beginning. Again, our only ITB machine here. You want to talk about consistency. He has run everything from the 133.9. He got a 133.5, and that was on lap 2, which is his fastest lap. And I think he got a little pull, a little tug, I should say, with that Mini coming around within some of the drafts. But 133.9, 133.9, 133.7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 6, 8, and 7. So you're within hundredths of each other all the way around. So, again, that's knowing the car and knowing where you're at. Again, our only ITB, as it looks like now, we're going to have Jeffrey Lucas is going to come up on behind Ryan Moran.
I was just going to say, but we'll see if Moran can catch a little bit of a draft off that Datsun and maybe pick up a couple tenths of a second there. We'll see how that plays out. Brennan Horn, it's funny. We used to joke about Brennan Horn texting during iRacing events.
Texting during flagging?
Yeah, well, Brennan, I believe, is over at turn 10 today flagging. And he just managed to ask, he said, is the 500 subscriber prize Tiger Eye Pearl in color? Which is the color of my new car. No, Brennan, it is not.
Right.
And Russ Lundberg on the chat asking if Spec E30 is a local SCCA class. No, Russ, it is not. It is a regional only class that is part of the Northeast Division's Road Racing Championship. So we do offer it when they join us here, but it is not something that normally runs with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Of course, there is another organization which very commonly runs here at Summit Point that may be associated with rockets and stuff like that, that has, I can tell you, a very large Spec E30 contingent.
Greg, I tell you what, let's pick up going down into turn 1 right now, and that is our ITA lead battle between Daniel Freeman and David Lanning. We've been talking about this the entire day, and we'll continue to talk about this. David Lanning is getting a lot faster as he goes on, and we're in that last half with 4 laps to go. He has now almost caught Daniel Freeman. As a matter of fact, Deacon, he's about a car length and a half as they come up through 3.
Yeah, with 4 laps to go, Dan Freeman must have had some kind of mistake back there on the skill section, because that last lap he ran a 30.6, which is about 2.5 seconds off of his what was a pretty good consistent pace. So that has brought David Lanning the opportunity to be able to actually fight for this lead in ITA.
Somebody must not have scored a goal.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it all comes down to the spotter, but let's
Didn't score a goal when you should have.
That's right. Or maybe he's using Giancarlo's goalie mitts to drive the car. All right, as Jeff Lucas now comes out of turn number 10, and he did get by the ITB. Our sole ITB runner Ryan Moran and his Mini. Let's take a look here as we've got coming across the start finish line. We'll watch here now coming across the line. That is Steve Moeller running second in ITS, and Matt Littleton running in third. So let's now jump over to the battle for the lead in ITA as they're coming to the start finish line, and there he is, David Lanning, right on the back bumper of Dan Freeman. The two Miatas. Freeman in the black with red, Lanning with the white machine, and we now have here only 3 laps remaining.
Well, I'm sure you see it on your camera there. David Lanning overruns turn 1 a little deep, locks up that right front. Doesn't seem to slow him down that much, as I think Daniel Freeman went a little wide as well, looking in that rearview mirror as they head up out of turn 2 and into turn 3. David Lanning getting ready to be about a car length behind. We'll take a look at them coming out of turn 4 down into turn 5. It's still going to be that gap of about a car length. But again, David Lanning car getting a lot faster, 0.3 of a second faster that last time by.
Yeah, and so Russ Lundberg checking on SE30 again. I just wanted to mention. So we've got the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship here with us this weekend. And, well, you know, I could go in and change the text right now. But no SE30s running this weekend, but they could run as part of this event, Russ. All right, let's check back in that battle for the lead in ITA as they are going to be coming under the bridge here in just a moment and over towards turn number 10. And there they are. And as they come through, Lanning once again on the back bumper and runs right up to the very edge of the curbing there, driver's left, as we saw Dan Freeman kind of pull the car to the inside. A really tight exit there, and he lost a bit of pace. He's staying almost a full, actually about a half a car width now over to driver's right. That's going to compromise his line into turn number 1. And this time by, as they come through, David Lanning with a great exit as he's able to pull now to driver's left, but he doesn't think he's close enough, Brian, going into 3.
Yeah, again, I thought better of it, tucked back in there, loses about a half a car length there just with that move right there. I think Daniel Freeman is much faster coming out of 2 into 3. David Lanning last time by got a great run coming out of turn 10. We'll see which one's going to be faster here going down through turn 5. Looks like David Lanning's going to put that left rear in the dirt there coming through 4. So again, I'm going to see whether or not that car is going to be able to handle it as they get ready to come through the carousel and up through turn 8. Our overall leader's got is going to get one more lap to go, Greg, as he comes out of turn 10. So that means David Lanning's going to have to make that move quickly on Daniel Freeman as he gets to the out of turn 10 and through the start finish line.
That's right. So Jeff Lucas now working the very last lap number 19 of 20. So quickly, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 8, SSM, to the grid.
Go ahead.
All right, so our leaders now in ITA cross the start-finish line. They are now starting their last lap. Lanning takes a look to the inside, going down in the 1. Freeman goes to cover. He manages to hold off, and a big brake lock up from David Lanning now into turn number 1. He's once again going to lose some ground to the number 1 machine as they make the run down to 3, Brian.
I tell you what, they come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. That brake lockup doesn't seem to slow David Lanning down up close to Daniel Freeman. Tell you what, they're going to come up on the Ryan Moran machine as they come down through turn 4 and into turn 5. They may catch them going into turn 6 and 7 as David Lanning gets very far driver's left coming out of turn 4 through turn 5. We'll see whether or not Daniel Freeman's going to be able to hold him off.
And Lanning there took the car all the way to driver's left to try to bring it underneath Dan Freeman and try to beat him to the apex of 5, was not able to do it as our leader, Jeff Lucas, in ITS and our overall leader coming out of turn number 10. And the checkered flag here in a moment is going to be displayed for the 0-0. And there you go, taking the win in ITS, Jeff Lucas. Steve Muller will cross the line. He comes in second. Matt Littleton will come in third. Now let's take a look at that fight coming out of turn number 10 now between Dan Freeman and David Lanning. And they've got the Mini just to their left. And as they cross the line, taking the win in ITA, Dan Freeman. Finishing in second will be David Lanning, and we wait for our third place finisher in ITA, and that is now coming out of, here he is, coming out of turn 10, the yellow Honda CRX, the number 43 machine of Kyle Colby. He was your pole sitter in ITA. He's got his hand in the air. He's happy with third. He takes the win. Or pardon me, he takes third. Then Ryan Moran crossed the line. We saw that he's going to take the win in ITB.
I tell you what, David Lanning did not get through the carousel very well in that last lap. Ended up being a tenth slower. That actually hurt him going through there. When they came through turn 8, kind of missed that little apex a little bit more, which you get a run up that hill. Just didn't have it. Got off turn 10 pretty well. Wasn't sure which direction he wanted to go, whether he wanted to pull in behind Ryan Moran to get a little bit of a pull. Thought better of it. Stay behind Daniel Freeman. Take up second place and move on for the weekend.
Yeah, Lanning with a really, really great effort in this race. Possibly was the fastest car and driver package in this race with all the ground that he made up, despite that big gap and, just making the best of mistakes from Dan. But, Dan was still able to bring the consistency and the pace he needed to win this race.
Yep.
All right, so there you go. Jeff Lucas, your winner in ITS, with Muller and Littleton finishing second and third in ITA. Dan Freeman, David Lanning, Kyle Colby, your top three. All right, so let's take another quick little break, and when we come back, our final race of the weekend of the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. We'll be right back.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you would like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got Deacon Greenfield here sitting in with us, and we also, of course, have Spencer Gaynor, who is doing all the work behind the scenes. And Brian, with our last race of the day, it's SSM, Showroom Spec Miata. We had 29 drivers set times over the course of the weekend. They're heading out for their pace lap right now. Let me quickly run down the starting grid. Starting 29th, and the number is 03 machine. From Berryville, it's Mark Flitcroft. Chris Tilton from Leesburg will start 28th in the 36 car. Isaac Clark from Culpeper, Virginia, starting 27th in the number 86. Ray Seabird Heath from Mechanicsville, Virginia, starts 26th. He's driving the number 9 car, while James Roberts from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, starts 25th. He's driving the number 6 car. Steve Wolfson from Leesburg, Virginia, will start 24th in the number 24 car, with Vic Bruni starting 23rd, driving the number 92 car. He's from Haymarket, Virginia. Charlestown, West Virginia's Jack Kellum, is starting 22nd. He drives the 39 car, while David Fierstein from New York, starts 21st in the 08 car. Miranda Price will start 20th in the field today. She's from Strasburg, Pennsylvania, driving the 108 car. The 113 car of John Moyer will start 19th. Starting 18th today, Pat Sharkett, driving the number 96 car. He's from Knoxville, Maryland. Then we've got Rob Wreckerboy Miles. What did we call him yesterday? Racer T, or I don't know.
Racer X.
Racer X. I don't know. It was something. But Rob Miles, he'll start 17th in the 53 car. Ben Sarley will start 16th. He's from Millersville, Maryland. He's driving the 199. Jay Bindrum's driving the 88 car. He'll start 15th, while Arif Kazem will start 14th today. He's in the number 98. Russ Maloney will start 13th today. He's in the number 65 car, and he is out of Dayton, Maryland. Out of Baldwinsville, New York, it is Isaac Crandall. He's driving the number 29 car. He starts 12th, starting 11th. Driving the 04 machine from Sykesville, Maryland, it's Adam Volatile. And now your top 10, Jack Murchison, also from Sykesville, will start 10th in the number 58 car. Starting 9th in the number 46 from Weehawken, New Jersey, it's Isaac Jordan. Ben Jones will start 8th. He is in the number 10 car with David Biegert driving the number 1. He starts 7th. Starting 6th, Jamison Huffman from Herndon, Virginia, driving the 89 with Frank Taberzi driving the 121 car. He starts 5th. Then we've got John Hotz, who we saw just a little while ago in Spec Miata. He starts on the outside of row number 2 in the number 63 car. Ryan Maloney will start 3rd in the 15. And then your front row, Kevin Kopp, looking for a little redemption after his trip to the gravel trap at the end of yesterday's race. He starts on the outside of the front row in the number 66 car. And your pole sitter, driving the number 42 machine out of Leesburg, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:29.035. John Evans, as the green flag is in the air, and we are racing here our last race of the day from Summit Point.
To Kevin Kopp not getting a good start there for the push from John Hotz or Frank DeBerzy. I tell you what, Jonathan Evans, he's going to be in the center of the track. Got a great push from Ryan Maloney. Ryan Maloney's going to move up into second place right behind Jonathan Evans. You talked about Kevin Kopp. His child made him wash that car yesterday after going in there. He said, Dad, we got to wash it. So that may be where he didn't get that good start. Jonathan Evans, now Kopp going to fight back hard, coming out of 2, heading up into 3. Put Kopp into second place. Ryan Maloney in third. John Hodson and Frank DeBerzy, they're side by side. So we got one car. That was the Biegert car. He goes 2 off in there out of turn 3 and up into turn 5.
All right. Sounds like Isaac Clark took a little ride off the edge of the track as well. The number 86 car at the back of the field there. And as our field now coming through turn number 5 for the first time, for the most part, they have all gotten in line. There's one driver who hasn't gotten the message. He's going to try and make a run down to the inside there, and I thought that was Ben Sarley in the 199 car. We'll see here as the field now coming out of turn 8, starting to make their way up the hill. And leading the pack is John Evans in the white number 42 car. Yesterday, Evans led the field for practically the entire race, except coming out of the final corner, coming to the finish line, where Ryan Maloney took the win over John Evans by just a couple hundredths of a second. John Hotz finished in third. Jamison Huffman had worked his way all the way up to fourth.
Tell you what, Ryan Maloney spoke to him earlier, right after lunch, or right before, during lunch on the way out of here. Looks like we're going to have side-by-side with DeBerzy and Hotz going down into 1. I talked to Ryan. Ryan said he's just going to be patient. He knows he's got Evans and Kopp up front. He's just got to stay right on the back bumpers of those two and work it out at the end of the race. As we sit there and we watch them come all through turn 1, coming out of turn 2, up into turn 3, it is still Evans, Kopp, Maloney. They've pulled away by about 4 or 5 car lengths over John Hotz and Frank DeBerzy, then Jamison Huffman. You got to give the 65 Russell Maloney, dad to Ryan Maloney, our money. You got to give him a little bit of a bump there. He's all the way up into 12th, started 13th. Good run for Russell.
All right, Brian, I hate to say it here, but Hero T Racer, driver of the number 53 Mazda Miata, that's Rob Miles. Record Boy Miles, he took a car down the pit lane, had the crew take a look at the car, and he is now back out on track, but he is running a very, very distant, right now, 28th position. Mark Flitcroft, our only driver not to take the green flag.
Got a little bit of damage on that right front up near that front tire. I'm not sure if that was there before or not, but it looks like there may have been some contact somewhere along the race. As here comes our leaders now into turn 10 and out of turn 10. Evans, Kopp, Maloney, they're going to go by the start-finish line here. The rest of our field starts to go through. Now Jamison Huffman and Frank DeBerzy, Deacon, they're going to start to work together. They're going to try to run down the 63 of John Hotz. That's going to be for 5th, 6th, and 7th as they start down into turn 1. And I tell you what, our front 3 leaders, looks like they're going to be patient, stay nose to tail to try to pull away from the rest of this field.
All right, and Brian, we've got big news here. Well, obviously we're going to watch and see how things play out on track. But there was a call from the starter stand that the number 42 machine, that's Jonathan Evans, may have jumped the start. So we'll see how things play out. We may not have a final answer on today's finishing order until long after this race is completed. But Jonathan Evans leading the field now down into turn number 5, hard under braking with Kevin Kopp and Ryan Maloney directly behind. And then that last car in the train, John Hotz in the number 63. So 4 cars, and they're starting to break away a little bit from the rest of our SSM field.
Yeah, starting to break away. They're going through turn 5. Looks like everybody's going to get through there relatively with ease. It looks like patience is starting to be a virtue here. They're really starting to work with each other all the way through, these first couple of laps, but we still got a long way to go with 18 laps. And you're right, Evans still leading Kevin Kopp and Maloney. Maloney's got to stay with the 2 teammates, because if they get hooked up, Greg, they could end up running away from this field relatively quickly as they go by the start-finish line right now. Now Maloney's going to pull out and go around Kevin Kopp. Kopp's going to jump right back into Maloney. So now Maloney's getting another run out of Kopp. Let's see where Kopp goes. Does he go with Evans or does he stay with Maloney? Maloney ends up up going into second place behind Kopp and Deacon. I tell you what, going down in there, Kevin Kopp didn't really know which way to go, whether or not to stay with his teammate Evans there or to go with Maloney, because Maloney seemed to be a little bit faster.
I think that was more of Kopp trying to stick with Maloney, because it seemed like Ryan was really trying to shake Kevin off there.
Yeah.
He got around that, and I did notice, actually, I thought maybe Kevin was getting a better run through 10, but actually Kevin was a little wide, and that's when Ryan took the advantage to use his momentum and make the pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we saw Maloney as he got up back behind Evans. For a moment there, he took a look to the inside, was thinking about making the second pass before they got down to the turn-in over at turn 1. Wasn't quite close enough alongside, and I think thought better of it, jumped back in behind the number 42 machine. As, I talked about also running in fourth, John Hotz. He was running about 10 car lengths back behind, and you can see them coming out of turn 8 right now. We're starting to see the pack just behind Hotz. Frank Taberzi, who had that great SSM race, as well as Jamison Huff and David Biegert starting to close things in on the 63.
Yeah, it looks like those two are going to try to really work together. They're kind of on an island by themselves as they come through here. Our front runners here with Jonathan Evans and Maloney and Deacon as they cross the start-finish line. Maloney pushing Evans down. It looks like those two may pull away from Kopp a little bit. We saw this earlier on in our SM race. That third position tends to get moved back a little bit, but then is able to close the door all by himself. And you know better than anybody in this class here, it's all about momentum. You cannot lose any bit of momentum.
Correct. And alongside momentum is also important, is the relationship that you have to work with in a race. If you start working with somebody, you need to run.
All right, guys, real quick, we have a car that went off coming out of turn 10, is directly ahead of us, and that is the 108 machine, and it looks like it may have gotten into the berm. The car is back underway. Definitely the right front tire is down, and I would hope that car now comes over to the crossover road instead of trying to continue. The car is going to continue, and we have already gone to a full course caution here at Summit Point, and there is a bit of debris out on the track, just about from the center line over to driver's right. I can't tell if it is if it's just grass and dirt or not, as we just had a driver go 4 off at 1. And was that the one? Yes, that was the 108
the
car.
108, not being able to make that turn.
Right. Yeah, and again with at least a tire down, and I believe from looking where we're seeing some gravel and smoke, I think it is drivers left about 3/4 of a car width off the track, and the call from the corner is they want that car moved now because it is a little bit too close. But we do have the pack under full course caution now. You can see here getting lined up as we did not deploy the safety car. The safety car is still on the pit lane. However, our current leader, John Evans, has brought the field under control down to safety car speeds of about 35 to 40 miles per hour, and the rest of the pack gathering up behind. And that has the advantage of giving our emergency services teams a large gap to try and resolve the issue. And now what we're seeing is that the safety car is actually deploying, coming across our crossover road, and now the safety car will pick up John Evans and the rest of the field as they head over towards turn 3.
Yeah, probably slow down the pace a little bit. Let the safety crews get down in there, get that car up and get it removed. Whether or not they can just pull it out, or they may end up having to tow it out. Didn't see what happened.
So the car. The 108 machine, that's Miranda Price, she got a little bit loose coming out of turn 10, came all the way through the gravel crossover, basically the exit for our larger rigs, to get out of the track, and then came over driver's right, went right underneath the starter bridge, and got into the grass driver's right. And again, I don't know if the tire had gone down before the incident or after the incident.
It may have hit that gravel. The road there and blown
exactly. But obviously there with at least one, possibly two front tires down. not able to navigate around again. I would have thought that that the driver would have brought the car to the crossover road instead of trying to continue all the way around. But I think a lot of that, Miranda's a rookie. I think that comes with just knowledge and time behind the wheel.
Then a little bit of feel, right? I mean, if you get it back in the car and you start it back up, and then all of a sudden you feel like, oh, okay, I can steer it. Sometimes you think you have tires to get it around. Obviously, you may have some damage, but it's always good to try to get it around. But yeah, I think in this case, it probably should have been where we cut through the crossroads and kept going. But, at that point, it is what it is. We'll get it cleaned up. They're under, this full course caution, but we'll get it going.
Yeah, that tire was just too deformed. I mean, she tried to go around in one. I was able to pick it up as she kind of went on our blind side behind the trees.
Yeah.
But it looks like as soon as she was on the brakes, that front right just locked up, and it was just not enough for her to turn. So I believe she's sitting somewhere down. Well, I can see the lights of the EV, but she's probably somewhere down there by the other exit road, kind of coming off of over there down by Jefferson.
Yeah, and it looks like what they may do is they may just pull that out with the emergency, take it around the back, so that road goes around, take it back around the skid pad and come out. It looks like they were going to dispatch the flatbed, but the flatbed may not.
So just got word from race control. It sounds like they may leave the car there now that the entire field has seen where it is, and I believe the driver is out of the car. They have told the safety car driver to bring the car in this next time by. So we'll be going back to green flag racing to start I guess lap number 4. And we can see Deacon Greenfield trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires coming through.
Deacon's getting some heat in the tires. He's
really
got a problem.
No, not Deacon. I mean Jamison Huffman.
Are you trying to get heat in the end of that stool there? Stop rocking that stool back and forth. That's actually Jamison Huffman.
That's Jamison Huffman in the blue number 89 machine at 14 turn Summit Point Race.
Right, exactly. Deacon looked at me like, what? What the heck? Stop moving that chair, young man.
All right. Yeah, I mean, and yesterday, Jamison Huffman had a great run yesterday. He finished up in 4th position after, I think, starting in
P6?
Yeah, I think P6. Very good run for the 89, and I think that was his best finish ever
It is.
in SSM.
Yeah, I was watching the stream yesterday because I wanted to keep up as I wasn't here, but I was very excited to see him finish that high, and it was a really good run from him. He was able to capitalize on the mistake from Kopp, and he and Frank, I'm really, really impressed with Frank DePerzy's pace this year because Frank was still like just on the verge of 10 as we have our cars coming around out of 9, 8 and 9, and. But yeah, I'm really, really impressed with Frank and how he and Jameson have been able to work this year. As we have the lights off in the safety car as the leader's coming around out of 10 at full pace, and we have
John Evans and
green
Ryan Maloney almost side by side when the green flag comes out, and Ryan Maloney not making a pass until the green flag comes out, but he was practically beside the white number 42 machine with Kevin Kopp directly behind, and it is now 2 by 2 by 2 going down into turn number 1, and I'm not going to begin to tell you who's coming out of there in one piece, as DePersy and Huffman were right as part of that battle as well. As they come out of turn number 2 now, it is Jonathan Evans, and directly behind Evans, it is
Kevin Kopp.
Kevin Kopp running in 2nd, and then we've got Ryan Maloney. He's in 3rd, and then we've got John Hodson in 63. A little bit of a gap back to Taberzi and Huffman.
Tell you what, Kevin Kopp took the outside line going through turns 1 and turns 2 that time as they start to head down the hill now into turn 4 and turn 5, was able to make that car stick and was able to get a good run off of turn 2 and stick it in front of Ryan Maloney. Again, we saw that early on. We'll see. We saw it again. We'll see as we get to the end of the race, how much does that do to those tires really getting into it on the start of that race going the outside, Greg?
All right, so a couple things with the Miranda Price incident. Getting word that Pat Sharkett might have got in the number 96 car, the white 96, might have been caught up with that as well. He did continue. The other thing is the call that just came in from start was that Ryan Maloney was, and I'm going to use in quotes, fully ahead of Jonathan Evans when the green flag came out. All right, coming down across the start-finish line now to start lap number, I don't even know what lap we're on, guys. Here, starting lap number 9. That's it, lap number 9. It is Jonathan Evans with Kevin Kopp and then Ryan Maloney, your top three. The 121 car, Frank Taberzi, way to jinx him here, Deacon. He went off into the gravel coming out of turn number 10, managed to rejoin, but he is now fallen quite a bit further back, and it's created a very large gap between John Hotz and our new fifth-place runner, Jamison Huffman, while we've got David Biegert and Frank Taberzi behind.
Frank's just visiting his old place in 10.
Yes.
He just wanted to go by and say hello. Listen, I tell you what, we're going to let the stewards handle that because, as you got down into turn one, Ryan Maloney got shuffled back to third place, so there's definitely no advantage there when it happens that he actually lost a position from overall. So we'll see what happens as they head down into turn 5. Again, those front three trying to pull away from John Hotz and Jamison Huffman. Last time by, Jamison Huffman got a really good run out of turn 2. Again, got around that Frank Taberzi machine when he went off out of turn 10. We'll see whether or not Huffman can go ahead and catch up to John Hotz.
Yeah, Huffman's starting to kind of, with the four leaders in front, starting to kind of be the leader of that B pack. So we can see if they start battling at the front here, he will be in the prime position to catch up there to P4 and possibly capitalize on a podium.
Well, and here you go, because Ryan Maloney and Kevin Kopp now step to driver's right to try and get around our leader, Jonathan Evans, as they make the run down in. They are 3 wide as they come into turn number 1 with Kevin Kopp to the inside, Ryan Maloney to driver's right, John Evans to driver's left. Kevin Kopp moves in behind, Ryan Maloney moves to the inside right behind John Evans as they go past the apex of turn number 2 and head into turn number 3. And John Hotz now is in the game.
I was going to tell you what that did is that just brought John Hotz right into the fold of this first front 4-car battle. Now you've got David Biegert, Jamison Huffman, and Frank Taberzi. Give the position to Biegert. Biegert going to move up into the 5th position. Huffman's going to tuck in behind him, and Taberzi now, he's going to stay in that 7th position. But I tell you what, Deacon, Ryan Maloney, the last time when they went down into turn 1, pushed Kevin Kopp down to get him even with it, then looked like he was going to go with Evans, decided to go right in the center of both of them and try to push the issue.
That was a pretty unexpected move. I think Ryan Maloney was trying to, with the shuffling, was trying to develop some confusion between the two to see who he'd actually work with.
One word for that: aggressive. That was a great aggressive move. That's how you get out into the front. That's how you stay in the front of these races.
For the lead, setting up especially for a 3 wide like that, where he wasn't quite alongside, completely aligned with the front bumpers. If you get in there 3 wide, you could possibly break a little earlier, cause the guy to go wide that you was trying to defend, and then over under, especially for a corner like turn 1 and turn 2 here at Summer Point.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
All right, now we've got Jamison Huffman trying to push the 121 of Taberzi ahead of Dave Biegert as they go into turn number 1 in that second pack in the battle for 5th position, as we are now halfway through this 20-lap SSM race, and it looks as though that move might have actually worked here. And as they come out from behind the trees and come out of turn number 2, it is Frank Taberzi now, your new 5th place runner, with Jamison Huffman back behind Dave Biegert. Biegert slotting in the 6th position.
Yeah, I tell you what, give the credit there for Jamison Huffman to push Frank Taberzi down past David Biegert as they went into turn 1. So put Taberzi in 5th, Biegert in 6th now, and I believe Huffman's going to drop back to 7th, or stay in that position as 7th as they went up in turn 3 and head down the hill into turn 5. I tell you what, guys, John Hotz just doesn't seem to have the pace the front 3 have as they're starting to battle. He loses a little bit here and there as they get down into turn 1, not able to capitalize on those front 3. It could be, Deacon, that he's just trying to pace himself.
But back to that same thing like we had in the SM race, if he just stays consistent and stays out of trouble, he could be right in that prime position to take a few positions if they make a mistake or start racing too hard for that lead, and he could capitalize quite a lot.
Yeah, as they come out of turn 10 now and go down past the start-finish line, John Hotz is really starting to fall back a little bit. And you're right, Deacon. He's got to stay consistent across because now Kopp is going to lose a little bit to the Ryan Maloney. And that, as we look back a little bit further here, going down into turn 1, looks like Jamison Huffman's going to push the issue here with David Biegert and Frank Taberzi. And then you got to throw in Jack Murchison. Jack Murchison right on the back of that. And then you got to throw Ben Jones and Isaac Jordan.
Well, and I was going to say, just got a call from turn 5. We did not not have this on camera, but Jamison Huffman apparently had gotten into the back of Dave Biegert as they went down into turn number 5, and momentarily there, we did have Jack Murchison had gotten around Jamison Huffman. Huffman, as we can see, has gotten the position back, but big changes in that second little pack. I'll tell you, though, I've also been watching a little bit further back in the field. We're watching him come through turn number 3 right now. And I believe this is actually the battle for 13th position, lucky 13, with Russ Maloney, Arif Kazim, Jay Bindrum, Ben Sarley, and John Moyer. And this is a group of racers that we saw yesterday in the exact same pack, and we saw Russ Maloney move up and down through that little pack pretty much in every one of those positions from like 13th to 17th position.
I'll tell you what, our money got 2 for 1 yesterday, almost 3 for 1 yesterday, and we'll see whether or not he can do it again. But our leaders now coming out of turn 10, heading down across the start-finish line. Let's take a look at that a little bit further back as you were talking about here, as they come through. I'm going to look back at this Frank Taberzi and that, because that is starting to close up a little bit. But here comes that battle that you talked about, Greg, with Adam Viletel, Isaac Crandall, and Russell Maloney as they're starting, or Jay Bindrum and Ben Sarley, as they come down past the start-finish line. Isaac Crandall leading that group there with Adam Volatile right behind him, Arif Kazim, and then Russell Maloney, Jay Bindrum, and Ben Sarley. That's been a battle for the last 2 days, just as you spoke about.
Yeah, and none of them are given a quarter there, Brian. And actually, we're seeing this pretty much from the start to the back. Now, Deacon, granted you're not scrubbing in tires for the '89 car, but you spent all last season driving the number 75, running in SSM. At this point, and you were running in the top 10 fairly consistently in SSM. What would be, as we're now more than halfway through this 20-lap race, what is your strategy here? Let's say if you are, let's say you're Jamison Huffman, who's sitting in that pack and, kind of right out of the top 3 or 4, but still looking for a top 10 position.
I would say that B pack is a really difficult place to be, especially at the front, because everyone behind you, especially that's like a 6-car train, everyone behind you can see exactly what you're doing, and they are planning ahead on where to be able to take advantage of you. If you're leading that train, you really have to focus on consistency and know where your points are going to be so you can keep your pace up. And you don't want to lose your momentum to the guys behind you. But if you're like Jamison Huffman right now, where you're leading behind Biegert and Taberzi, you're going to want to work with those guys, not fight too much. It's something you learn, if you fight too much, you're just going to only lose time to those guys that are directly behind you.
Well, I tell you what, he's going to lose a little bit of time because he just went in, made the pass over David Biegert, so now move Jamison Huffman up into 6th place, move Biegert back to 7th. He's going to try to work with Frank Taberzi, but as we saw that 4-car battle early on, now you bring the 10 in of Ben Jones, who, by the way, went through a transmission change. We talked about this yesterday, blew out the transmission late on Friday afternoon, got a new one put in, came out yesterday, ran quite well, and now sitting in the 9th position, trying to get on the back bumper of Jack Murchison and Jamison Huffman.
All right, here just got word from Justin Sheffert, who is the driver who had the issues in the ITA race, said he lost the throttle cable and was trying to get that car off the track, and no throttle, no move, or no move quickly.
And evidently put it back on in the access road there. So great job, Justin, to put that thing back on.
Yeah, seriously.
I tell you what, let's pick up our lead battle here. They're coming out of turn 10 now, getting ready to cross the start-finish line. And again, Ryan Maloney, Jonathan Evans, they're starting to pull away from Kevin Kopp. And Deacon, we talked about this. John Hott just not having the pace, falling all the way back. That's a 4th place car right now. But I think that Ryan Maloney, with 6 laps left to go, I think he's content to sit there with Jonathan Evans to try to go ahead and get that move and pull away from Kopp to not allow Jonathan Evans' teammate to be able to come in and have a say in this race and make it a 1-for-1 instead of a 2-against-1.
Yeah, John Hott's sitting out there all on his own on an island, just kind of like Brian Price was in that SM race. But then back to our B pack that's over here, led by Frank Taberzi and Jamison Huffman. They're really in a position to where they're too far off that A pack.
We've got trouble in 10. Real quick, we have a car off in turn 10, and it is appropriate enough hidden right behind our timing tower there. It is the number 9 machine that is off. That is Ray Seabird Heath, and We're going to be sending a vehicle out there to get him, I'm sure, very soon.
That car is beached.
Yeah, that car is buried on the left rear. And Greg, that guys, that's going to actually bring up an interesting thing here as the laps are starting to wind down. You get out of turn 9 and up under turn 10. There is no passing. If you've got a good run coming up out of turn 8, and you've got to slow down a little bit, as they need to, because he is not actually in a really good spot. That's could be easy another car going in there. So they've got to be really careful about that. Now we've got a battle for the lead here as going down into turn 1. Ryan Maloney gets side by side with Jonathan Evans. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not he's going to be able to make this pass. He's in the center of the track. Evans is on the line. We'll see whether or not Ryan's going to be able to make that stick as they go through turn 1, still side by side as they come out of turn 1 into turn 2. Again, still side by side, pretty much even. You want to talk about an even battle right here. Let's see if Ryan sticks it in there, or does he let Jonathan go through? It looks like he's going to stick it up there door to door as they go into turn 2, or up into turn 3. And I'll tell you what, Deacon, that brings the 66 in, and it looks like we got Isaac Crandall sitting there with a problem there. He's going to pull into pit out right there, so they're going to have to go out and get him. That car was running really strong this weekend.
Yeah, it was, and it looks like his race is now done as we now have our emergency services teams on the scene over at turn 10 trying to get Ray Siebert Heath's number 9 machine back out of the gravel trap. They're going to try and pull it out the backside of the gravel.
And Adam Volatile in the 04 has pulled off as well into the pit, so his day is done. So, Greg, I'm wondering if there was they were all battling together. I wonder if there was something that happened somewhere on the backside of that racetrack.
I tell you what, Brian, that was a really smart move from Ryan Maloney. Ryan Maloney saw that car deep in 10 and thought that could possibly be a double yellow full caution.
Yeah.
And if he were to get out in front by turn 1 before the flag was called, then he would be sat in that one position and wouldn't be able to be passed.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't look like we're going to go to that position since our wonderful team has gotten that car out and to a safe distance now. But Ryan Maloney is now the leader with John Evans right behind him going into 1 and 2.
Yeah, I tell you what, a lot going on here. We talked about it early on, Greg, with talking about the start of the race, then talking about the restart of the race, and now coming through the the turn 10 with the yellow, and then Isaac Crandall, and then Adam Volatile. So there's a lot going on here. So again, right now, Ryan Maloney leading by about a car length as they go up through turn 3.
All right, and Ray Siebert Heath's car has been removed from the gravel trap, and as he is trying to get it back out on track, and he does, and he now rejoins here. And Brian, I was watching in the second pack that we have with Frank Taberzi, Jameson Huffman, Dave Biegert and Huffman working together as Huffman was getting the push from the number 1 car. They were still about two car lengths, maybe 3 car lengths back from Frank Taberzi, running in 5th position. But we'll see if they can get any closer in just a moment as our leaders are going to be coming out of turn 10 here. And here they come. It is Ryan Maloney, then with Jonathan Evans. When they cross the stripe, we'll have 3 laps remaining here at Summit Point in this 20-lap Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race. And our 2 leaders, they have really now lost Kevin Kopp and John Hotz. They are very far behind.
Yeah, as our other pack, our B pack as we're going to call it, you've got Frank Taberzi leading Jameson Huffman. Jameson Huffman pushing Frank Taberzi down past the start finish line. They're going to end up moving away a little bit, Deacon, from David Biegert. So if Jameson sits there and be's relaxed, and him and Frank can pull away, then you've got a battle for that 5th as the end of the race starts to happen with 3 laps left to go.
Right, and the question with this field of drivers, especially since how much ground that they know that they have to make up and they have to keep with that momentum, they will not really stop unless they see that yellow flag or that double yellow come out. So the question really is here, there's a little trouble in 10 with a car off. Looks like
it's another car off, and let's take a look.
On track.
That looks like that's going to be Vic
92.
Bruni.
Yeah, Vic Bruni in the number 92 machine as he goes for Mr. Toad's wild ride through turn number 10, and he is now back on track, and he has continued.
Well, the 36 capitalizing on the was it the 86?
Yeah.
With that dust cloud, looks like he lifted a bit and was able to make that pass the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that was in the 36 machine there. Chris Tilton getting around Isaac Clark at the stripe. That was the battle for 22nd position.
So our leaders now come across the start-finish line. And I'll tell you what, Ryan Maloney that's the biggest gap we have seen here the entire race. Going down into turn 1 here. We've got 2 laps to go, gentlemen. We'll see whether or not Jonathan Evans is going to be able to close up on there. He does going into 1. We'll see about turn 2 as they come out there. As they come through, whether or not Ryan's going to be able to increase that lead. As we look back here, we've got Jamison Huffman now. As I talked about that, Deacon, being a little bit relaxed. Now he's going to make that move for a 5th place spot against Frank Taberzi, but don't count out David Biegert. He's right there as they go 2 wide in through turns 1 and turn 2.
And a good move by by Jamison Huffman is he shades a little bit to the inside to cut off the over-under, and he is your new 5th place runner. Running in 6th now is Frank Taberzi with David Biegert behind. Now the next time our leaders, whether it be Ryan Maloney or Jonathan Evans or, Kevin Kopp for that matter, next time they cross the start-finish line, we will have 1 lap remaining here in SSM.
Tell you what, they may end up coming up. I don't think it's going to play that much of a factor here as our last couple. Here comes Raymond Seabird Heath there, and it looks like we're going to have 1 other car there. And I think here comes your leaders now up out of 8 underneath the bridge. They'll be coming into turn 10 here momentarily. Right now the leader is going to be Ryan Maloney. Don't believe they're going to run up on any traffic here within this last lap, but this is going to be the one to go with Ryan Maloney and Jonathan Evans. We'll see here whether or not Jonathan Evans can make that move. He got a great run last time, and here he goes. He's going to move to driver's right. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. Ryan not going to give it up, going to run the same line. So let's see if he can do the over-under against Jonathan Evans, but a great power move by Jonathan Evans in that 42 machine to go driver's right, make that move, got a great run out. They're still side by side, Deacon, as they come out of 2 and heading up into 3. Neither one of them wants to give. I don't think this race right here is going to end right there. They're both going to run that line. We're going to see whether or not Ryan Maloney is able to hold off Jonathan Evans. For right now, he does, and we'll pick it up going down the hill into turn 5.
Great respect from those 2 drivers on the side by side. Was he watching our turn 5 cameras? They're still coming in hot.
And here they come down the hill with Jonathan Evans center of track, and he does not have a way to get around Ryan Maloney as they come into turn number 5. As they'll come and start through the very tight carousel, as we call it, the talent section of the track. We'll see how things play out here. I'll tell you, as they came out of turn 2, Jonathan Evans started to push a little bit wide. We had Ryan Maloney try to come underneath them, and Evans moved him all the way back over to the dirt driver's right. But let's take a look now as they come out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge here for the very last time. And as they come now through turn number 10, Ryan Maloney, he is your leader. He's got a half a car length now on Jonathan Evans. Evans hasn't popped to the inside yet. And as they come to the line, now Evans moves alongside, gets halfway up to the door of Ryan Maloney. But Ryan Maloney, for the 2nd day in a row, is going to take the win in SSM. Jonathan Evans will finish in 2nd, coming across the line and finishing in 3rd place is going to be Kevin Kopp with John Hotz 4th. Jamison Huffman will finish in 5th with David Biegert 6th, Jack Murchison 7th, and we're missing 1 driver in
Frank
that.
Taberzi.
Frank Taberzi in the 121 machine.
I think here he comes right now. So he got through. So it looks like Isaac Jordan's going to make that press. So somewhere along the way back there, Greg, it looks like Frank Taberzi again had a problem.
Had a problem down in the bottom half of the course there. And so Isaac Jordan will come home in 9th position. Frank Taberzi, who was running in 6th position when the last lap began, will finish in 10th. We got a heck of a gaggle here coming across the line, and we had then Eric Kazem in the number 98 machine. He finishes 11th, and then all within a couple hundredths of a second here, Jay Bindrum in the 88 car finishes 12th. John Moyer 13th. Russ Maloney falls back to 14th. Then Ben Sarley, then Rob Wreckerboy Miles, who came into the pits after the first lap and rejoined about 30 seconds behind the rest of the field. Rob Miles works his way back up to 16th position. David Fierstein made up 4 spots this race, finishing 7th. 17th, Marty James Robert, 18th, Vic Bruni, 19th, and Jack Kellum is your 20th position.
Tell you what, Robert Miles, that double yellow saved him because he would have gone the full lap down because the leaders were catching him. But when that double yellow came out, that actually helped and moved him into
all the way
into
back
position.
to the tail end of the
Yeah.
line. Exactly. So great luck there by Rob Miles, and he finishes in the top 20. All right, so that is going to wrap things up on track for us here today from Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by the Autoverse. Let's do this. Let's take a look at what we have coming up the rest of the summer and going into the fall. The big thing, of course, is going to be the Labor Day Spectacular, September 2nd through 4th here at Summit Point Raceway. And I urge you to take a look, whether you're going to be here at the track or not for Labor Day. Go to WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy, and you can find out about ways that you can help the big charity event that we have this week, that weekend, to support the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. And then also we've got our event coming up October 7th and 8th here at Summit Point. We'll round out the season at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit there October 20th and 22nd.
I think I just almost jerked my whole headset off there.
Got
excited when you started talking about the Labor Day double and everything else.
Yeah, got
the Labor Day race
and almost knocked all of our ears out too.
Yeah,
so there we go. And all right, so let's start to wrap things up here. Again, want to thank a bunch of people. First off, we want to thank all the great volunteers from the Sports Car Club of America that make our events run. I'm not going to run down all the different disciplines, but there are hundreds of them out here making sure that we can race. I want to thank, of course, sitting back, pushing all the buttons for us this weekend, Spencer Gaynor, who I think has really upgraded the quality of what we're presenting to you on YouTube. And along those lines, if you like all the work that Spencer has been doing, go ahead, give us that thumbs up and subscribe. And I'll say it again, we're now at about 400 subscribers in the DC region. Go. Tell your friends, if we hit 500, I'm going to give away a very substantial prize. And no, it is not Tiger Eye Pearl in color, but I will be giving a very substantial prize to the 500th subscriber to the DC Region SCCA's YouTube channel. I want to thank Deacon Greenfield for sitting in with us here this weekend. Thank you, Deacon.
Thank you.
And, of course, Brian Donati and myself, Greg Ginsburg. So thank you to our sponsors who we could not do this without. OG Racing, Radial Tire Company of Maryland, RP Performance, and our title sponsor here this weekend, the Autoverse. So for everybody here up in the announce booth, for Brian Donati, for me, Greg Ginsburg, I want to thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you over Labor Day here from Summit Point.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to the raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at WDCR-SCCA.org/philanthropy. Your donations would be greatly appreciated. And new to the event this year, we're going to be having a fun and creative kids zone, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend. We'll see you at Labor Day. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since
OG Racing Carries.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer. If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.